Hey guys, so what I want to do is to build basically a core or boilerplate that is a GraphQL server that handles authentication, signing up users, and all that fun stuff. And right now I am really enjoying TypeScript, so I'm going to be building this with TypeScript. And so this is a boilerplate, and it's going to be using GraphQL and TypeScript. And here are the things I want to add to it right now. So the first thing is I want to cover signing up users or registering users, and the way I like to do this is with sending a confirmation email, and then they won't be able to log in until they confirm their email. And it's really good to just make sure they're not they actually own this email. So that's the first thing we're going to be doing, and then setting up allowing users to log in and through a username and password, and then a forgot password. So if they forget their password, they can click that link, and what will happen is it'll send them an email and they can then change their password. And then logging out, and this will be logging out for this is with, for example, if we have both a React Native and a React client, or a phone and a web client, you can log them out across all the different clients. And then also, like I said, I want this to be able to work with both a mobile client and a web client. So there are no cookies available on a app, so we'll be handling authentication or sending of tokens through the HTTP header with the mobile client. And then for websites, we're going to be using cookies. And then I'm going to be setting up some authentication middleware with GraphQL. This will be able to basically, we can reuse and handle oh, I only want people with this certain attribute to be able to access this or whatnot, that sort of thing. The next thing is rate limiting. So setting up, you don't want user to just be able to create a bunch of requests, and then also there's specific routes you don't want people to spam. For example, logging in. You don't want people trying to log in a bunch or to forget password a bunch. And in that case, what goes hand in hand is locking accounts. So maybe we have a user called Bob at bob.com, and someone is trying to log in with that account 100 times. We'll just lock the account for like 30 minutes or whatnot, and people can't access it. And then lastly, this is just back-end code. So usually I build a front end as well, but in this case, this boilerplate is only going to be a back-end. So what I want to do is set up tests to be able to make sure all this stuff works. And so that's how we're going to validate that the code that we're writing actually works, is through tests. And I'm probably going to be using Jest for this. And that's the plan so far. So I'm going to start this tomorrow, and then just code along with you guys and build this out. Do just a video every day, and then just incrementally add on and create this. So again, let me know in the comments below if you feel like I'm missing anything that would be nice for a core thing that will be used for every single clone or project I'll be doing in the future. So we're going to store our users in a database, and pretty much any web application these days needs one. And now we need to be able to interface this database. So the database I want to use is PostgreSQL, and I really like this ORM called TypeORM. It integrates really nicely with PostgreSQL and TypeScript. So we're going to be starting our project from scratch using their boilerplate. So if we scroll down on their homepage, they have a couple of different ways of how to install this. If you already have a project or prefer creating it yourself, you can follow the manual installation, but for us it's a little bit easier just to do the quick start. So two things: make sure you have TypeORM already installed globally. I already have this, so I'm not going to run it, but go ahead and run this command right here if you don't already. And then we're going to run this to basically bootstrap our project. So this is going to create a folder with some code already in it. So here we are. I'm going to go ahead and I've run this command before, so it has it autocomplete, but what you want to do is do typeorm init, the name of your project, and then the database. I'm going to be using Postgres, so that's what I put. So after that, we're just going to open up that folder, and I'm going to open it up in my code editor. And I'm just going to go ahead and close this window here because I don't need it anymore. Okay, so you'll notice we have some stuff over here. I just want to real quickly give you a rundown of what they gave us. So tsconfig, this is the configuration for TypeScript. We'll be switching this file up with one of the ones I like to use. README, we can just kill that file. Package.json, we can see they give us some dependencies in here. tsnode is going to go ahead and compile our code because we're going to be using TypeScript, and then run it because we can't just run Node because we are using TypeScript and not JavaScript. So this is the TypeScript version of Node. You'll notice we're using @types_node. This downloads the TypeScript types for the standard Node libraries that come with Node. And then we have TypeScript and then some other dependencies here, typeorm. This is a library that typeorm uses. And then PG is the Postgres library package for Node. Okay, and you'll notice we have a script here. If I run npm start, it's going to go ahead and run tsnode on source index.typescript, which is fine. One thing you might notice if you look at this closely is actually some of these versions are outdated. So we could go in and reinstall each one of these, but there's a tool that I like to use, and it's called npm check updates. I already have this installed so I can run it. But what you do is you just do cu, and it'll go ahead and update all your versions. So I would recommend, here's the installation right here, I would recommend installing this and upgrading them. So if I run cu, and I'm just going to upgrade all of them, and it looks like I need to update this, but here you'll notice our tsnode, Node, TypeScript, Reflect, and Postgres, all of these guys were behind. So I went ahead and upgraded the versions. So now I'm going to go ahead and run yarn and install the latest for all that. Okay, in here we have the orm config. So this is another file. This is how we connect to the database. So you're going to want to make sure you have Postgres or whatever database you're using installed on your computer. So I have mine installed and running. And the username I'm going to say is Postgres. And the password is nothing. So this is basically the default for any database that I create. And I'm going to call this GraphQL -TypeScript -server -boilerplate. So this is the name of my database, and I'm going to copy this. If you don't already have the database created on your computer, if you do yarn start, that'll go ahead and run the code, and what it's going to try to do is connect to the database and just make sure everything's working. So I currently don't have the database created, so I get this error. So if you get this, that just means you need to create your database. You don't have it created on your computer. So I'm going to do create DB and then create that one right there, and go ahead and do yarn start. Okay, so if you get this little log, you know your database is good and you're able to connect to it okay. So, and looks like we're done. So it finished executing. Next we can just look, this is our index.typescript. This stuff is in here. Now we don't have to worry about this. This is just typeorm stuff. We're actually going to be removing this with other stuff. So what I want to do next is actually go through the tsconfig, change this. So here's the tsconfig that I like to use. So I'm going to copy and paste this in. I'll link a video in the description explaining what this does and why I use some of these things. Next, I want to set up tslint. So I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add and do tslint, and also install this other package called tslint config prettier. So this guy just makes it really nice to go ahead and use tslint with prettier, which formats my code. So here's the tslint file that I like to use as well. I'm just going to copy this config. So tslint.json, and I'll link both of these files in the description below so you can copy and paste them as well if you want to use the same setup as me. Okay, so we have that and we have that. So we just changed those two files, so it's going to change how this is compiled and whatnot. I'm just going to go ahead and reload this window so it goes ahead and reads in the new settings. And I'm just going to run yarn start again to make sure I didn't break anything when messing with the tsconfig file. And okay, we're able to create a new user in the database. Perfect. Alright, so next up I want to create basically the server we're going to be using. And the server I'm going to be using is GraphQL Yoga. So this one's really nice. We could actually build our own GraphQL Yoga server because underneath it uses all these packages right here. So it's going to be using Express and Apollo server, but it packages up really nicely and takes a lot of the work out of it, which is really nice, so I like using it. So we're just going to do yarn add, and then we're going to just try to get this hello world working. So I'm just going to paste this in, and now I'm going to remove everything inside of index.typescript except for this reflect metadata. I'm going to keep it because we need it for typeorm. And let's just copy this guy, paste him in, and the way I have it set up is, oops, I have to specify the types for these, and I'm just going to say any for now, and then I'll be discussing more in the future how we're going to be handling typing these easily. Those are our resolvers. Okay, so we don't need this comment here. Let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. So yarn start. So when this is done, I should be able to go to localhost 4000, run hello, and we should get hello back. So this is going to be our main means of doing things. So localhost 4000. And so here's where we're going to make our queries and basically test out our code, or at least our GraphQL resolvers, some of them. Run it, we get hello back, so that is working nicely. Lastly, I want to just install yarn add nodemon, or nodedaemon as I like to call it. And this is going to be a little package that just helps making developing easier. So if we go to our package.json, I'm going to start it. So this command right here, what it does is it executes tsnode, and anytime that we make a change in our code over here, it's going to automatically restart our server, so I don't have to change it. So, oops. So if I do yarn start, it'll start up my server, and notice how it says it's watching. And what that means is it's watching the files over here. So if instead of hello I said bye and I save this, you'll notice it's restarting and it starts back up, which is really nice. So then over here I can run this and we see it says bye world. So then as we're developing over here and I make changes, I don't have to come to the command line, Control C and then start it again. I can just leave it running in the background and then it'll automatically handle that. Hey guys, so the first thing that I want to work on is adding users or registering them. So to do this, we need to set up a table in our database to store them. And how you do this with Typeorm is things called entities. So right now in our project under source entity, we already have a single one called user. So we're going to basically start from this and then add on to it. So you can think of each entity as more or less correlates to a table in the database. So right here we have a single table called user, or they might slightly change the name maybe to users. And we're going to modify this. So here are the columns in our table. The first one is an ID. Now, right now it's using a numerical ID that just increments, but an ID that I like better these days is a UID. So that means it's going to be of type string, and it's just going to be a primary column. So like this. And the reason why I like using this over a numerical ID is because it hides the ID and people can't guess it. And so what I mean by that is a UUID, for those of you that don't know, is basically just a random 16-bit number, or it's not a number, I believe it's 16 letter string or something of that sort, and as opposed to an ID numerical, which goes 1, 2, 3, and so on. So the reason I don't like 1, 2, 3, 4 is people can guess basically the IDs in your tables, and they can also know how many items you have in your database. And basically, I don't want to give that knowledge to an outsider. I'd like to hide this, and so a UUID does that. And so we're going to be adding a library to create UUIDs automatically for us whenever we create a user. So the library that I'm going to be adding is called UUID. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to use yarn, so yarn add. And then there's a couple different versions of these that we're going to use, or could use. The one we're going to use is the random one, which is version 4. I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And I'm going to switch this over to import syntax. Now, a few things it doesn't like. If we hover over, we can see. First is we're never using it, so let's first use it. So what I'd like to do is insert a new ID for this user whenever we are about to create it. So there is a special function or special decorator that we can use from Typeform called before insert. And we can do, I'm going to call this add ID. So this function can do whatever I want, and it's going to be called right before it's inserted into the database. So what I'm going to do is say this.id. So this is going to reference the current ID, and I'm just going to create a new one for it. So perfect. So now every time we insert a user into the database, this function is going to run before it, and it's going to add the ID. So we don't have to actually add the ID when we call the insert function. This will automatically handle it for us. So next error is it can't find a declaration file for the module. So whenever you install a library that's a JavaScript library, it's not going to have definitions, and we're using Typescript. So luckily they have a definition file, but what you have to do to install it is do @types/UUID, and you'll notice I did an uppercase D here to install it as a dev dependency. Alright, so that got rid of that error. The next error we're going to get is submodule import paths from this package are disallowed, and this is a TSLint thing. So I'm actually just going to turn off this rule because we're fine importing from submodules in this project. So we're just going to say false in our TSLint config. And then lastly, it just says no default import, and so when you get that, you just import it like this. So perfect. Alright, so now we are creating an ID for this guy. Let's fix these columns right here. I want 2 columns at least to start with, the email and then password. And I'm sure you're probably wondering why we specify like string here. This is actually the TypeScript type of it. So when we're using this in TypeScript, we expect its type to be a string. We also need to specify the type we would like this to be in the database. So I want it to be a varchar, and here I can specify as a second parameter any options. So I want to specify the length. I'm going to say it's 255. I think it's like a good amount of size where I don't think it will get bigger than that, but we're still giving enough room for users to type whatever password or email that they have. I think it's always good to have a max. Even if the max is really big, I think that's fine, just to make sure there isn't any people, making ginormous emails or whatnot. And actually, since we're hashing the password, we don't even have to worry about using varchar for this one. We can just use text. I believe at least I think there's text. And text allows it to be any length, at least in PostgreSQL. So we don't have to worry about the password length because we're using hashing and that in here. So we're going to store the hash and not the plain text version or the real thing. And then here we still want to cap the email so someone doesn't do a super long email. Alright, so this is good for our user. There's one last thing. I'm going to say extends base entity. This is a typeform thing that's going to give us access to be able to do, for example, I can now do user.create and then just pass in the values to create a user. Extending base entity allows us to do that. Alright, so this looks good for our database column. Now we're going to have to actually synchronize our database, and we have synchronization to true. So Typeform is going to automatically do that when it basically starts up, but we're going to worry about that later. So right now our database is not in the right basically format, or doesn't have that table with those columns that we want, but we're going to be syncing that up after we do resolvers and then our schema. So I want to go ahead and move the typedefs to a separate file. I'm going to call it schema.graphql for now, and I'm choosing to make this a GraphQL file to store this stuff for a couple of reasons. One, we get this nice syntax highlighting as opposed to a string, and two, we're going to be using a library that needs it to be in the format of .graphql, and you'll see what I'm talking about in a little bit. But we can't just now import this schema.graphql file. We have to actually use a library to do this. And the library we're going to be using is called GraphQL import. So I'm going to go ahead and add this. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to use this import schema function, which allows us to import from .graphql. So let's add that. And we can just copy this bit here. And now we don't actually care about GraphQL tools, so we're going to remove that. Okay, so we have the typedefs now coming from the .graphql file, which is perfect. And I also want to remove my resolvers to a separate file. So I'm going to create a file called resolvers.typescript. Now I might end up doing this in kind of like a folder structure later, but for now I'm just going to move it here, and it'll be easy to split up later if I want to. And we're just going to import resolvers from /resolvers. Okay, so we split everything up nicely now. We're going to edit the schema and add a new type. So this is going to be a mutation, and it's going to be register. So in register, we're going to be taking a few parameters. The first is email, and this is required string, and then a password, which is also a required string. And then lastly, we're just going to return a boolean, which is going to be true or false, whether we successfully registered that user. Alright, so before I actually type out the resolvers over here, I want to go over a few things. So right now we're specifying the keyword any here in here for the types, but really it'd be nice to be able to get the type of these arguments, especially because we know what the types are here. So there's a library that actually helps us with that, and it's called GQL2Typescript. So we're going to install this, and what it's going to allow us to do is add the type definitions for these functions automatically too. So I'm going to go ahead and install it locally or as a dev dependency. So yarn add -d GQL2Typescript. And then in my package.json, we're actually going to create a script called gen schema types. And what this is going to do is just call this function. So, or not this function, this command line utility. And we're going to run this one. So what it does is it takes a schema as the input and it outputs TypeScript. So let's see this guy in action. So my schema is at schema.graphql, and the output, I'm going to put this into source, and I'm going to create a folder called types. And so I'm going to go into source/types is going to be at the output graphql.d.ts. And maybe I'm going to call this something else. I'm going to call this schema.typescript. So this way we now have And maybe I'll just say, no, that's fine. I was thinking I might prefix it, but I think I'll just call it schema. All right, let's run this and see what happens. So yarn, and what did I call it? Gen schema types. Gen schema types. And if you get this little output here, it means I believe it works. So if we go into types, we can see schema.d.typescript, and here's all the junk that it gave us. So this might not look super useful, and actually I don't even come in and look at this. Here's what I usually do. So now that we have that, what we can do is in our resolvers, instead of putting any here, I can actually specify the type of this argument. And what I do is I say GQL, and that's the namespace that it uses. And then what I say is I want to get the arguments for hello. So I say I, because it's an interface, and then I just do hello, and then I just auto-complete it. And this is the basically arguments now for hello, and we get them from that type file. So that's perfect. The other thing is I don't want to specify any here. So there's this thing called iResolvers. iResolvers from GraphQL Yoga, which basically will have all the types, but I've noticed it doesn't always work, and we'll see that it's about to break when we add our mutation. So let's add our mutation now for register. So register, and again we're going to have just an underscore, and then here are my arguments, and this is of the type, and there we go, GQL dot register and iRegister, and it looks like something is broken because I wanted it to autocomplete for me. I think maybe because I left it empty. iRegister, there we go. But notice how we have now a little error that pops up. It's not assignable, and I guess the type is not compatible for whatever reason. But it does go ahead and it now knows, for example, I have an email and a password here. So it knows those properties exist on this object, which is crucial, and I can also see this is a string, because of this. So now whenever I add something to my schema, all I'm going to do is I'm going to just run yarn gen schema types, and in my resolvers I can then specify the types. And then as far as this thing, I'm basically going to create my own type here. So inside of types, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to create it, I'll just call it GraphQL utils.d.ts, and I could just do .typescript and then export this interface, and I'm going to call it resolver map, and it's going to be a key, which is a string, and it's going to have an object, which can be a key of a string, and then here is our function, which would have a parent, which is any arguments, which is any context, which we're actually going to be defining later, but for now it's going to be empty object because we're not passing any context, and then it can return anything from this. So basically this is the type of this resolver over here. So I'm going to now replace it with resolver map, and we now have these guys happy, everything's happy except for we're not using these and we haven't defined the block. Hey guys, we're going to be working on the register mutation today. Now before we actually go in and fill in the logic for register, we need to make sure our database looks like how it should. So we have not basically changed the tables so they match what our entity looks like over here. And now I mentioned something about typeOrm and it's synchronizing it. If we look at our ORM config, we have synchronize turned on to true. And what that means is typeOrm is going to automatically change the database so it looks like what our entity looks like. But what I want to do is show you how you can see what your database looks like now, and then how we're going to change it, and you can see the difference afterwards. So I like to use this on the command line, but you can do this. There's multiple GUIs you can install that allow you to access and see Postgres. But if we type pSQL here, I now have this little prompt, and this basically gives me access to Postgres. So if I come over here to ormconfig, I have this database, and this is the name of it. And I noticed I just misspelled it, but that's okay. If I do \c, this is for connecting to it, and I put too many, I'm now connected to this database. And if I do \d, it'll describe all the tables that my database has. So you'll notice it has a user and a user ID sequence. This user ID sequence is for creating IDs. You don't have to worry about that. But if we do \d on user, we can actually see it has an ID, first name, last name, and age. And these are basically the columns and stuff that it used to be in the database before basically the initial boilerplate typeworm had. And if I want to, I could select the columns from this table. So select all from user. But we're going to see it doesn't give us what we'd expect. ID, first name, last name, age, right? When we select from this table, it gives us the current user is me. So what's going on with that? Well, user actually is a table. There's multiple tables called user. What it thinks it wants is to get like Postgres users and not the users for this table. So we're having like a naming conflict, and we can get around that. But the easiest thing I like to do is just name my table something different. So if I go into entity over here, I can actually change the name of my table, and I'm just going to call it users. So now when we synchronize this, we should see these columns, email and password, and then we should also see this table called users instead of just user. Alright, so how do we synchronize? Well, what we're going to do is in our index.typescript, we are going to create a connection. And this is coming from not net, but from typeworm. And you can pass like all your information of how to connect in here. Like we could say our username and whatnot, but we already have our orm config, so it's going to read from there all the configuration things. And we're going to say .then because this is an asynchronous function, and it's going to give us a connection. So with this connection, we can run migrations and whatnot, but we're going to worry about that later. For now, we can just like ignore that as if it was there. So after we create a connection, we're going to start a server. So this is how we're going to basically connect to the database, and whenever typeworm connects to the database, it's going to synchronize it for us because we set it to do that in orm config right here. So now if I do yarn start to just start up my server, it's going to go ahead and synchronize the tables as well, and we can see that. Okay, we have some problems, and that's in our resolvers. So email and password are not being used, so it doesn't like that. So I'm going to go ahead and say const, we're going to return email plus password, just so we use these variables. Okay, so we're restarting, and we cannot open schema.graphql. And let's check out our index. And I think I just need to do maybe a / here. This has a problem. This has to do with like relative pathing in TypeScript. I can't remember what I did to get this working. Let me check a project. I'll be right back. Okay, so I looked up what we need to do, and so the problem was with TypeScript, and for whatever reason the path gets messed up. So we have to use the path module. So we're going to import path from path, and this is a module coming just from Node, and we need to import it like this, I believe. And we're just going to say path.join, and we're going to pass in our directory name. So I think we just need to do absolute pathing, which that should go ahead and do for us. And this will fix the problem where it's unable to find the schema. It's not that the schema is not there, it's just having trouble with TypeScript. Okay, so we now see server is running on localhost 4000. So perfect. I think it should have ran and updated stuff. Now we have logging false. I like to turn this on, so I'm going to turn this to true. And we'll actually see some stuff of, all right, look at all this junk. This is what typeworm runs, and you can kind of see all the SQL that it runs. So you can turn that on and off in the orm config. All right, so let's check out our new database. So here I'm just going to go into pSQL, and I'm just going to run the command I had up here. And I'm going to describe, so now we have a user and user ID sequence. So we do have a new table. So let's first look at users. And this looks perfect. This looks exactly like our entity should be. It's called users. We have an ID, which is a UUID, emails varchar, and password is text. We noticed that user is still a thing though. It didn't get rid of that. So that's something I guess we're gonna have to clean up ourselves if we want to. But I think we're gonna be doing lots of different changes to this. So we'll be cleaning this up in a future video because it's very easy with migrations. So when we do migrations, we'll also clean up like these extra tables we've left behind. But okay, so we have our database table in order. Now we can actually create stuff. So in our resolver over here, we're going to actually put the logic for registering a user. So first things first is I want to take this password and hash it, because I don't want to store the password as just text in the database, because if we get hacked, then everyone knows, well, at least the hacker knows everyone's password, which is not good. So to hash this, we're going to be using bcrypt, and we're going to be using the JavaScript version because this seems to just install and run better on everyone's computer. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to be doing the async version. So if we come over here, we can see the different ways of how we can use this. We're going to be checking the password when we log in, but we're currently just needing to hash it. So we're going to be using bcrypt.hash. This is the async version. We can either use a callback like this with a function, or it'll return a promise if we don't pass a callback. And so we're going to use the promise and use async and await. And it'll go ahead and hash it for us. So to make this function asynchronous, I just say async in front of it, and now I can basically await any asynchronous code. So I'm going to say const hashed password is going to be await, and I'm going to import bcrypt. And now you'll notice we have a little red line, and it's the usual. We've just installed a JavaScript library. We're going to have to install the type for it. So yarn add @types/bcrypt JS, and then -d at the end for dev dependency. Alright, so, and it looks like it doesn't have a default import, so let's just add the star. Cool. So now I'm going to do bcrypt.hash, and the first thing is the thing I want to hash, which is the password. Second thing is the salt, and from what I heard, I think you want this 10 or greater, so we'll put it at 10. And that's enough. We'll now get the hash password here. This is asynchronous, but we're awaiting it, so that means we're going to wait until it's done. And then when it's done, what we want to do is just create our user. So we're going to grab our entity. So if I just type user, I can auto import it. So we're getting this user from entity user, and I'm going to say create. And now I'm going to pass in basically the things I need to create it, which is the email and the password, which is going to be the hashed password. And then here at the end, we're just going to return true. Now the other thing is this is also asynchronous, or at least it returns a promise. So I'm going to wait this until it's finished. And now we can also grab the return value of this, which should be a user, but we're not actually doing anything with the user right now, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and I'm going to start up my server. Oops. And the next thing I'm going to do is go over to the GraphQL playground and try this out. So we're going to go localhost 4000. So here we can try all our GraphQL queries, and the one we want to try out is that register command that we just did. And I'm going to create a new tab here. I want to connect to my database and show you guys we currently have no users. So select all from users, and we can see the ID, email, password, there's nothing, 0 rows. But when I run a register mutation, email is going to be bob.com and password is going to be Bob. Alright, let's run this. We get registration was true. If I come over here, I select, we have still no users. So this is odd. Let's come back over here and see if something crashed or whatnot. And it doesn't. It looked like it just like straight did not. Oh, I'll tell you why. I forgot that's how Typeorm works. So this does not actually create the user in the database. So I make this mistake all the time. I'm coming from SQLize, which when you run create, it actually runs it. It basically just creates an object which then you can do stuff with, but it is not in the database. And I actually think, does this even return a promise? It does not return a promise. And the way I knew this didn't return a promise is I just hovered over here and I see this colon here. It says it returns a user and not a promise. So after that, to actually save this in the database, I have to call save like this. And if I hover, we can see this does return a promise. So I can just await that. Okay, so we're going to try this again. I don't have to restart my server because we already have it automatically restarting. But now we are creating the user and then we are actually saving in the database. So no database calls are made until we get here. And that's verified, as you can look at over here, all the code that's getting run, and no SQL was run. Okay, let's hop back over here and we'll run this select query after we register this guy again. Alright, so we're just going to run the exact same mutation and we get true. And we select all, and now we can see Bob, we can see the UUID added. Then we can also see here's the hashed password. So perfect. So it was successfully added. So yeah, don't forget to actually save it when you're doing things in Typeorm. But that is it for this video, guys. We are now able to create users. Now, we're not quite done with register, so there's some things I want to add. Off the top of my head, there's 3 things I can think of. First, I want to send confirmation emails. So when we create a user, it should send them an email and it'd be like, hey, do you exist? Is this a legitimate email? Secondly, we should be able to handle duplicate emails. So right now, you'll notice I gave no constraints on this being unique or whatnot, which is going to cause a problem. So we're going to fix that because we should have unique emails across, like I shouldn't be able to create bob@bob.com twice. And then lastly, right now to test this, I just went over to GraphQL Playground. But what I want to do instead is set up jest, and so we can just automatically test this. And I think that's what we're going to do in the next video, is set that up so we can actually test the mutation and see the value getting in the database and do it that way. Hey guys, so we're going to be setting up jest today so we can start testing our code. Now, before I begin with this stuff, I just want to mention I'm pretty new when it comes to testing GraphQL stuff, and testing in general I don't do a ton of. So I really want to get feedback from you guys as I'm doing this, how you would do it and what you think of this approach. And my goal with this is to basically cover the most amount of code with the least amount of tests. So what I was thinking is doing some kind of like integration type tests. So we'll get into like what those tests are in a second. Let's first start to set up jest. So here is the Typescript jest version, and we're going to be using this because we're using Typescript. So here is the installation for it. We just have to install jest tsjest, and then the types for jest. And these are all dev dependencies, so I'm doing -d. And then after that, I'm going to copy this bit right here, and this is just from their GitHub page for tsjest. This is just, I guess, specifying what in our package.json over here. So underneath scripts, specifying that we want to use tsjest and whatnot, and that to look for Typescript files. Alright, so we have this set up nicely. And so the first thing I was thinking was creating a folder, and I wasn't sure if I should put this inside of source or not. I went ahead and put it inside of source. So I'm gonna just say tests, and okay, I already have a folder here, cool. So I have a folder called tests, and I'm gonna call this register.test.ts. The .test is for jest, so it knows to basically that this is a test. And there's one other thing that I wanted to set up in package.json real quick. In scripts, I'm going to say test, and we're just going to run jest. So now I can just run yarn test, and it will run jest, and jest will test our code. I want to just like basically get the hello world running to make sure that's all good to go. So I'm going to just copy, this is from the getting started from jest. So I'm going to copy the sum, and I'm going to copy this test. Okay, so here is jest testing to make sure that this sum function works. So the way we run this is by saying yarn test, and it'll now run jest for us. And we should see this little output, and we passed, so we're good. So that means if that worked for you, you have jest correctly set up. So next thing is I want to start testing the code. And what I was thinking was using this library here called GraphQL request. It's really handy. What it allows you to do is just have a query like this, and then I can send a request to a server. So I'm thinking I don't want to just test the resolvers like this. So I could, for example, call this function here, but like I said earlier, I want to test as much code as possible. And I think in this case, a better way to do this would be to send a just GraphQL request and then check, make sure everything works. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to install this library, and this just makes it easy to send basically GraphQL requests to our server. So we're going to copy that, yarn add, and what I'm going to do here is we don't need this sum function, and what I was thinking is I would start the server and then basically just query it with GraphQL and then register a user, and then after that check the database and see if the user is there. So to do this, I was like, alright, it'd be nice to be able to start the server from within my test, right? So I was like, alright, why don't we transform this stuff right here into a function? So I was like, alright, why don't I do like const start server, and then I just wrap all this like that. But the thing is, we're now not, and then also start server like that. So if I were to run this with TS node, for example, it'd still run the same way as before. But now I can export this function and call it within my test if I wanted to. And then I also want to make this asynchronous while I'm at it, and that way I don't have to use .then here, and I can just use await. So I'm going to await that and my server.start, and then at the end we'll say console.log everything started up. Okay, so I just kind of like flattened this all out turning it into an asynchronous function and using await here. So now I was like, alright, the first thing I want to do in my test is to start the server. So I'm like, let's start server. And I need to make this asynchronous. So asynchronous. And I was like, alright, let's call this register user. And I was going to create an email up here, so maybe bob@bob.com, and a password, you know, something like that. And then I'm going to write my mutation, and we're just going to do it like this. I'm going to call register, and I'm going to have an email, and the email is going to be like bob@bob.com, right? So we're just going to use the email up there, and I'm also going to do the same thing for the password. Okay, so here's the mutation that I want to run. Here I'm starting the server, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const response is equal to, and what I'm going to do is just call request from GraphQL request. And I'm going to say await, and we're going to request, and here I want to put the basically URL of my server, and this could change and depending on the environment. So I was like, alright, why don't I make a file called constants.ts, and I'll just export the host, which for now is going to be localhost. And then maybe later I'll change this to be an environment variable or something. But now I can just import host from constants here. And then as my second parameter is going to be the mutation or the query that I want to run. And so now it's going to go ahead and we started the server. We're now going to make the GraphQL request to our server. We're going to call this mutation. And then after that, the first thing that I wanted to just do was just to expect response and to equal an object that said register and true. So basically registering worked. So I ran this, so yarn test, and it kind of worked, it kind of didn't, and we'll see what I mean by that. So first thing, you can see it spits out all the logs, right, because we started the server. And the second is this thing breaks. So for whatever reason, I get this listening 4000, and I guess it's because we tried starting the server within Jest, and it didn't like that. So I was like, all right, that's fine. I guess it's best not to start the server like this from within Jest, or maybe there's a way around this. Please leave a comment below if you do know how. So my next thought was, all right, I won't use this like start server function like I originally thought. What I'll do is I'll just like start it in another tab. So I'll open the tab up over here, and I'll just say yarn start. So now I have my server started over here, and I can now in my other tab do yarn test, and we'll just query the server, and then we'll expect the response. And that seemed to work a lot better. And here we go, cool, we passed the test. So then I was like, all right, I want to make sure it actually inserted the user in the database. So I was like, all right, let's create a connection, and we're going to await that. So this is going to connect to our database, okay? And then after we connect, we're going to say const users, and we're going to use our user entity. So I just imported two things pretty quickly. So I imported create connection from typeorm, and I imported the user from entity user. And I'm going to say user.find, and I'm going to say where email. So I'm basically finding all the users in the database with this email. And then first off, I'm going to expect users to have length 1, right? So really how we want it is this user to only be one user in the database with that name or with that email. And then the next thing is I want to expect, so we'll say const user, we'll just grab that user, and we're going to say to equal at least the email. It should equal the email that we passed in above here, right here. And we also expect the password to be different, right? So not So we're hashing this password, so it should not be equal to the plain text password that we have here. So those are like a few checks that we can add in. And now I can run yarn test and test this again, and it's gonna fail because I've run this a couple times now. So we've created bob@bob.com a couple times, well actually a lot of times. So right now I have 15 bob@bobs.coms, but maybe I changed this to tom@bob.com, and we'll see if that works out a little bit better. And cool, we pass. Now I'm sure if you've done testing before, or if you have worked with some of the stuff before, you know this is a very bad way to do it, at least how I'm doing it right now. And here's what's currently what I think is wrong. First, I'm testing on the same database that I'm developing on, which is a no-no. And I'm not dropping the database before every single test run. So let's write out like a comment of things that I want to change. So first, I should use a test database. Secondly, after I create this test database, whatever I do in the test, I should drop all data once the test is over. So we shouldn't have just like test data sitting in our database after the test is done. And then the other thing, when I start the server, or I shouldn't have to start the server separately. I just run, when I run npm test, or really I'm running yarn test, it also starts the server. So maybe I, in my package.json, I set something up where it automatically starts the server, because we also don't need no daemon to be running while we're testing. So that's a thing. So those are the things that I want to work on next, and that we'll be doing in the next video, is setting these things up. That way we're basically using better practices while testing. And then the other thing also is I shouldn't have to create a connection in every single test. I should basically have like a hook that's like before running tests, create the connection. So that's another thing we'll set up. But also, again, tell me what you think of this. I'm still going to use this type of kind of test where I'm doing a request, but then I'm connecting to the database to check to make sure it's in there. Let me know what you guys think of that. If you think if that's just like a bad idea and I should do this a different way altogether, or I think this tests it nicely. The thing that I do like about this is that I'm able to send an actual request. So it's going through the server, it's going through the GraphQL engine, and it's going through my resolver. So it's making sure all these things are working nicely together. And like when we start adding cookies and authentication, I can make sure all that is playing nice together. But maybe that should be a separate test. Hey guys, so when I left you last, we were working on testing, and I mentioned these 3 things that I wanted to do. And so we're going to be working on those, and the first thing we're going to set up is basically a new database that we can use for testing. Now this is actually pretty easy with Typeorm. So we have this thing called orm_config over here, right? And this specifies basically all our information to connect to the database. And if we want another connection, for example, for testing, we can. So what we do is I'm going to just add an array here instead of just an object, and I'm going to copy this and paste it. And now I just need to add a curly brace and a comma there, and give that a save, and awesome. So now I have a second connection. So now to differentiate these connections, I have to give them a name. So name, I'm going to call this one development, and I'm going to call this one test. And then I can change pretty much anything I want here. So test, I want to change up so it does a few different things. The first is I don't want to see logging with Typeorm whenever I'm testing. The other thing is in my database, I want to call this test at the end. So this is going to be a totally new database here. And then lastly, I want to drop the database whenever I create a connection. Basically, I want to reset all the data, get rid of all the data. That was another thing. One of you guys recommended, instead of dropping all the data at the end to do it at the beginning. And I thought that was a really good idea, because then we start fresh and we make sure it's consistent that we have an empty database. So we're going to be doing that. Okay, so here are like the connection options that we have, all the options from Typeform, and I'll link this if you want to check this out and see all the different things you can do. But the one we're going to be using is this thing called drop schema. So I'm just going to copy that and put it in here, and we're going to say true. So now we're going to drop the database and synchronize it and make sure all our tables are good to go. So I'm going to have to create this database. So I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to copy this and just say create DB. If I want to, I could change any other parameters, but I'm going to keep them the same. I could create a new user, but I'm going to keep that one the same too. Alright, so we're good to go, at least with this connection. So now we basically need to conditionally connect. And what I mean by that is when I do yarn start over here, so in my package.json, I'd like to connect to the regular database. And when I do test, I'd like to start up the test database. So what I'm going to do is create a new command here called start. I'm not going to call it start, we'll call it test server. And it's just going to say tsnode source/index.ts. Now the way I'm going to know that this is testing is I'm going to pass an environment variable. So I'm just going to set the node environment to test. So this is a way how you can pass an environment variable to your code right before it runs. So we now have access to this environment variable, and we can basically do different things with it. And I'm also going to set one up here, node_env equal to development, and I'm also going to set it in test. So node_env test. Now I assume Jess probably sets this to the right thing, but just in case it doesn't, I'm going to set it there. Alright, so we're good now. We just now need to, in our whenever we call create connection now, we need to conditionally create different connections. So what I'm going to do is create a folder called utils, and I'm going to say create typeform connection, and let's call this .ts. I'm going to export const create typeform connection, and I'm going to make this asynchronous. So we are going to use this. But now, before we actually just call create connection, before it was automatically reading the orm config, right? And it was able to know which one it was, but now we have multiple. So the way we're going to solve this is by saying connection options, and we're going to await connection options. And this is something from typeform. Oops, I don't think we want the reader. It's connection options. I actually can't even remember the name of this. It's for overriding, so it's in creating a connection, I believe. Overriding, so we want to use the get connection options. Alright, so get connection options. So we can either manually change these, or we can actually pass in the name that we want. So I'm just going to pass in process.env.nodeenv. Okay, so what this is doing is it's grabbing the options based on what the node environment is, and we are just going to return that connection options. And we're just importing both of these from typeform. Okay, so remember how here we specified development or test. So whenever we're running, whatever environment we are, we're either passing the string test or development. And then if we pass in test, it's going to give us the test connection options. If it gives us development, we're going to be grabbing these, and we just pass that in to typeform so it knows what type of connection to build for us. So now anywhere that I use create connection, I'm just going to say change it to my own connection called create typeform con. And I'm also going to do that in my register function. So create typeworm con, and now it's going to drop the databases whenever it creates this one. So I'm going to just do it at the very beginning here. That way when we request this, we add a user and then we drop the database. I don't want that to happen. Okay, cool. So now we should be on every single test dropping the database. And we might not necessarily want to do this. So another way you can do it is here with Jest, they have a couple functions we can use. So we can either use before each. So this will run before every test, or we can use before all, which will be run before all tests. So for now, I'm just going to say before all, and we might change this to before each in the future. And I'm just going to say async, and I'm just going to move it up here. So basically, before I do any tests, what's going to happen is we're going to create the database connection and wipe the database because we specified in our orm config that we were going to drop the schema. All right, let's give this a try now and see if this works. So now to start up my server, I want to test it, so I'm going to run the yarn test server. And we'll let that boot up, and we can just, and if we want to, notice how we didn't get any logging. Just do yarn start to make sure that works too. And here we should see logging. Perfect. So notice how I was able to read different options because we passed in that environment variable. So start that server, and then I'm just going to come over here and do yarn test to test it out. And let's make sure it finished starting up. Perfect. And we'll see if this works. Okay, so connection default was not found, so it looks like something went awry. Okay, so I found a workaround to this error right here. So it says the connection default was not found. And what I think what's going on there is Typeworm uses the default connection when making queries. And when we went over here to orm config, we changed the name to development and the other one to test. So that was causing a problem because we are feeding it in. So what I did is when I create this connection now, I keep all the options that are there, and then I just pass in the name of default, and it's now able to run okay. Here's the test working, and we can just go ahead and test this guy again. So yarn test, and it's able to drop all the databases or the database and run again. And I can just control C this, run it again, and we'll have no problem with, for example, duplicate users being created because we are dropping the database each time we run it. So that is perfect. So that's what I wanted to do in this video. We still have not done this part right here. We're currently starting the server in another tab. So there's two things I want to try. The first is this library right here. What it does is it starts the server, waits for the URL to finish, or to basically come up, and then it'll go ahead and run your test. And then after that, after it's done testing, it'll shut down the server. So this one looks pretty promising. The other one I want to try out is supertest. What supertest allows you to do is actually pass in your express object. So see how it says app equal express, and I can just directly pass that in. So instead of actually starting the server up, I would just basically use the express object, which has some nice benefits. So I'm going to try this. This is my preferred option, and we'll see if this works with GraphQL Yoga. The downside of this one, though, is if we wanted to do this in production, and I wanted to just run the tests in production, this would be more like how the production tests would happen. I could hit the server, but that might be a separate issue for a different time. Hey guys, in the last video I mentioned a few different options to be able to start the server, run the tests all in one command. So the first thing we're going to be trying is this library right here, and basically it's just a little utility that will run two commands. So we're going to install it, and then what we have to do is we're going to add a new script in our package.json. So let's copy this and let this download real quick. So I'm going to say yarn add as a dev dependency, so capital -D, and let that go. And so then in our package.json in scripts, we're going to add a CI, or you could call it whatever you like. And we're going to put the name of the package. And then here we're going to specify the name of our npm command to start the server, which is going to be whatever we have in scripts. And then after that, we specify the URL. So this is where your server is running. And then lastly, the npm command to start the test. All right, so let's look at package.json, go to our scripts, and add that stuff. So I'm going to call it CI. And then to run our server, we say test server. And then we are running on localhost 4000. And lastly, we just run test. That's our command to run test. To run jest, I mean. All right, so let's try this out. If I do yarn CI, it should go ahead and start up the server, and then after that run the tests, and then we can just close it all down afterwards and be done. So you can see server is running, localhost 4000, awesome. And here we can see our test is now running, and then when that's finished, cool, it's passed, we're all done. I can control C out and we're done. So that's a pretty good option. It's a little bit slow, as you may imagine. It took 6 seconds to run the jest test, which I guess there's nothing we can do about there. That's probably just how long it takes to drop the database. But then also to start up the server, we're doing a lot of duplicate work. So what I wanted to try was this thing called super test. And what it allows you to do is just pass in your express object. So here's express. They say const app is equal to express, and we use request app, and then we can make requests. Now, GraphQL Yoga uses express under the hood, so I thought this might work. And when I was debugging this, I almost got it to work, but I actually stumbled upon something I like even better just because of how simple it is. I found this little gist, which I'll link, and we're going to use basically a very small part of it that works nicely for testing with GraphQL Yoga. Basically, when we run app start, we can just pass the port of 0, and then I'll go ahead and I'll show you. We can pass in the server address and then this thingy right here, but I'll explain that all right now. Alright, so to do this in our index.js, what we need to do is conditionally specify the port. So here I'm going to say port, and I'm going to say process.environment, and we're going to get the node environment. So if we're testing, we want to do port 0, otherwise we want port 4000. Alright, so now we're going to conditionally start it, and I also now need to save this. So I'm going to say, call it app, and I'm going to return the app. So now I'm going to call start server over here. So I'm going to say const, I'm going to call it app is equal to start server, and I'm going to need to await that. You'll notice I got rid of the create typeform connection. The reason for that is we're already creating the connection here, so we don't need to create it twice. The other thing, we're returning this, that's perfect. There's one small problem with running it like this though, and we'll see that problem if I were to like run this right now, and that is start server ... When we import it right here, and we can close these guys, it's going to run this start server here, and then it's going to call start server. So basically it's going to be run twice because we're calling it here and we're importing it, and when we import it, it's getting called. So really what we need to do is create a new file, and maybe, yeah, we'll just create a new file called start server.ts, and I'm just going to move the logic, so all this stuff, to start server. And I'm just going to export that, and so then I'm going to call it here. Okay. So now in our start server, the whole purpose was that is we don't have the function call in this file. So now when I call index.ts over here, we're still starting the server because we're calling start server. But now over here, I am not calling it. So alright, so I have this app. So now I want to get the port, and we just need to import this from a different location now. So there we go. So const, and I'm going to say port is equal to app.address. Okay, and really what we need to have is the port be, I'm going to say, so before I was saying the host was constant, I now need to create basically a little function here where I'm going to say const, and I can just say const get port, or I'll call it get host, and by default it's gonna return an empty string, but I'm gonna set get host equal to, so we're gonna make this let, that way we can redefine this function. So I'm gonna say get host is now equal to a string, and this string is going to be HTTP 127.0.1, and then at the end port. So the port is actually going to change every time we run this, so that's why we need to get app.address, at least when it's when we specify the port of 0. Alright, so we have this, we set our get host function, and so here instead of just using the hard-coded host, we're going to use get host. There might be a better way to do this, getting the port here and whatnot, but this should work because before all should finish running before everything. But yeah, let's give this a try. So just yarn test. So didn't start up any server, we're just basically letting all of our test code run. And nice, so it went ahead and passed, it worked, awesome. And now we didn't even have to start up a server, well, at least externally. We just run that one command with this. So this is the way I like it, and I think I have basically a decent setup for now doing tests and how I'm going to be doing tests in the future. We can go ahead and just clean up a little bit of the code so we don't need this comment anymore. And in our package.json, we can kill both of these, and then also we can just uninstall that library because we don't actually need it. So you could use this if you want to. I'm going to do it this way. Just do yarn remove to get rid of that package, and then we have testing working pretty nicely. I'm not sure how I want to kind of like share this code across multiple I guess tests. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do that quite yet, but basically, like, if I create, right now this is register.test, if I create, I don't know, login.test, I don't want to basically run, I guess I'm going to export my before all logic into like a function that I can call multiple places, or maybe I need to create like a global before all, if there's a way to do that. So I'll have to look at Jest and check that out. Alright, so we still have some work to do on our register mutation, but before we go too much farther playing with it, I want to set up kind of like a module system, or break out our code into what people refer as features. So right now we have a file called resolvers and a file called schema. And this is nice, it's simple, but the problem gets when you have a lot of resolvers and your schema grows, it gets really big in this one file. So a nice way to do it is to break it up between basically the different resolvers. So for example, I have a register resolver. So I want to split this into basically its own little folder, where I have a register folder where I have the tests for the register, I have the resolvers for the register, and I have the schema for the register. And to help us out with this, we are going to be doing some schema stitching. So this is something from GraphQL tools, and it works really nice. So here's like a little demo of it. You'll basically have a schema that looks like that, and a schema that looks like that, and then you can call merge schemas and combine them into one thing. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let's go ahead and get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder called modules. And basically all my modules are going to go in there. So the first one is I'm going to create a register module, and I'm also going to create a temp module. The temp module is just so we can make sure this works, and I'm going to put the hello query in there. So okay, let's start off with register. I can go ahead and I'm going to create a file called resolvers.ts, and inside of that I am going to copy all the code we have here, paste it into resolvers, and now I'm going to get rid of the query because we only want to have the register mutation. And now we change the path of those things, so we're going to have to re-import them and re-import user. Okay, so that's our resolver. We're also going to create a schema.graphql for it, and I'm going to just copy in just register. Alright, perfect. So we were pretty much done for this register file. Now I'm going to create the one for temp, so resolvers.ts, and again we can just copy what we have here, and then here we're just going to get rid of the mutation and only keep the query, and we have to re-import stuff, and then also add a schema.graphql. And then for this, we're just going to copy just the query. Alright, so we now just basically cut everything in half, right? So we put the resolvers, the mutation resolvers over here, and the query resolvers over here. That's not necessarily the way we split it. We might have also some mutations over here and some queries over here. It just so happened that we had hello and register. We're really just splitting that sort of thing. But you can really split this up however you'd want to, right? But this makes sense. And then we have, what's going to happen is it's going to push these all together, or merge them all together. So let's do that. So in our start server now, instead of just like importing a single schema.graphql, what we want to do is basically grab it from modules. Now there's a couple different ways we could do this. One of them involves just like importing for each module, but what I want to kind of set up is kind of like an automated way. So for each folder, I automatically import it. I thought that'd be pretty nice. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to import file system from Node, and the first thing that we're going to do, so we need to create a array of schemas, and the way we're going to do that is by looping through the modules. So I'm going to get all the folders, so const folders is equal to fs.read sync, and we are going to say here path.join, pass in our directory name, and then modules. So what that will do will give us all the folder names. So it'll say register and temp. So after that, we are just going to say folders.forEach. So we're going to loop through each folder. And here we're going to basically get the resolvers, which we're going to require. And so we're going to do /modules, and we can make this a template / our folder / resolvers. So that'll import our resolvers, and then we also want to import our typedefs, right? And our typedefs is just the schema in that folder, and we can use import schema again from GraphQL import, and we're going to get the path, and then we're going to say /modules / the folder again, and I'm going to make this a string template again. Okay, so now I have the resolvers and the typedefs for this folder, or this module, if you will. And what we're going to do is we're going to push this onto schemas. So I'm going to say schemas.push, and here's where we need to actually add a library. So we need to add GraphQL tools. yarn add GraphQL tools. And then after that is done, we can import from GraphQL tools. And what we want here is two things: the merge schemas and the create, or maybe it's called make. Yep, make executable schema. So we're going to call make executable schema, passing in the resolvers and the type defs. So basically what we're doing is we're creating a schema for each folder or for each module using its resolvers and its type defs. And then we're going to basically have all our schemas right here. And so it's getting mad at us because we don't have the type of this. So what I like to do is to figure out these like sort of types is I hover over make executable schema and I'll just like peek the definition. And when I look at this guy, I can scroll to the very end and see that it outputs a type of GraphQL schema. So really what I want right here is an array of GraphQL schemas. GraphQL schema and an array of it. And this is mad at us probably because we have not actually installed GraphQL. So it's not listed as a dependency. We can just add that. So yarn add GraphQL, and that error should go away. All right, let's see what it's mad about here. So it's because we have some shadow names. So we can get rid of resolvers and type defs there because we're not doing that anymore. So then when we pass to our GraphQL server now, instead of passing type defs and resolver, we can actually return a schema. And the schema we're going to pass it is the merged schema. So merge schemas, passing in all of our schemas like that. And cool, and that's it. So just let's go through the code one more time. We're basically keeping a list of all of the schemas that exist. We're looping through the modules folder. We're getting here all the folders, and we're looping through each folder. So starting with register, we are importing the resolvers. So we're importing these guys right here. And then we also import the GraphQL right here. And then after that, we make it a executable schema by merging those two together. Or not really merging, but using the resolvers and the type defs, creating a schema. And then we do that for each folder. So temp as well. And then we add it to our schemas. And then at the very end, we just merge them all together. Okay, cool. And also the idea with this, so we have that merged and all that. Let's run the code real quick, and then I'll talk about tests. So yarn start, and we'll see if all this code works. And cool, looks like it did start up. Let's go over to playground over here. I'm just going to refresh. And if I click on schema over here, I see hello and I see register. So I can say hello, and it does go ahead and recognize it. We can also run register if we want to. Mutation, register, and we'll see if that works. Password. And okay, root query root type must be provided. Okay, so I did some research on this error, and it doesn't seem like it's something we messed up, but it looks like there's just a bug in GraphQL tools. So here's the pull request, and basically it just has trouble merging the schema whenever there's not a query specified. Now this pull request is closed and should be fixed, but a dude at the very bottom is having the very same problem we're having even after this pull request, and this was 4 days ago, where it says query root must be provided, and he's doing the exact same thing we're doing where we didn't add a query. So I think what we can do for now to get this to work is we could specify just a dummy query. So type query, and we could say by, which is a string, and we could pass query in here. Oops. And we could say by. So we could do that, and we'll let this restart, and hopefully it should work now. But hopefully the bug should be fixed soon, If you guys know any other workarounds or have experienced this, please leave a comment below, and we can fix this. But for now, I guess that's what we'll do. We can go ahead and run this, and it goes ahead and registers stuff perfectly. So it doesn't look like we messed stuff up, at least with our logic over here. Just something with that. Okay, so lastly, I want to talk about testing. So I had this folder over here called tests. Now that I have basically set up a folder for register, I can just remove my tests into register. I might have to, get rid of both those guys here, and we'll go ahead and re-import to fix that and fix that. And so we're gonna basically keep the tests in the same folder as the feature or the module. So now I don't need this constants, can just kill it. Oops. And I think we're good to go. So as we expand in this project, what we're going to do is in modules, we'll create a new folder for each basically new feature or new chunk of code that we want to write. And then we'll write a resolvers, a schema, and then also test it as well. And then this will scale well as we have a lot of different things that we add on. So now we can delete resolvers, and we can delete this outer schema as well, because we won't be needing that. Now this does provide a small problem in, we can get rid of yarn error. It does add a small problem with our dude over here. Let me see if I can find him. Here he is. Our generate schema types, where we just ran GQ2S source schema. We now don't have a central schema. So before we can generate the types, we're going to have to basically kind of copy some of the code over here to merge the schemas and then run the type on that. We'll worry about that in a future video though. And I want to just run tests real quick and make sure those still work though. So I'm just going to do yarn tests, and hopefully it should be able to find, and yep, it did find the register test and should run and should still work. And perfect, it does. Hey guys, so we're going to be going over how to handle errors in your GraphQL resolvers. So right here I have the register mutation, and what we want to do is handle a user that basically already exists in the database. We don't want to allow someone to create multiple users in the database with the same email. So there's a couple different ways we could do this. The first is by just go ahead and on our email field making it unique like this. So just setting unique true, and then what that would do is basically Type1 would throw an error and be like, hey, Postgres threw an error and said you cannot insert an email that already exists. And we can have the database do the check. I'm not going to do this in this situation for basically two reasons. One, we might want to add at a later date like phone number and allow users to basically have their email be null, and in that case we can't have it unique because there might be some null columns in that case. So I'm not going to use unique here, but instead I'm just going to go ahead and check. And also it makes it just slightly easier for error handling to just do the check ourselves. So the way we're going to do the check is to basically just search for a user. So I'm going to say const user already exists, and we're going to await user dot find one. So as long as there's at least one, and we're going to say where and passing in that email. And the other thing, I'm going to select only the ID. So this is just like a small optimization. I don't want to select all the fields because we don't really need them. All we're doing for this is to just make sure that this kid exists. So I'm going to say if user already exists, then we're going to go ahead and we want to throw an error, right? And this is where the error handling comes in that I was talking about. And there's also multiple ways to do error handling. So one of the approaches I used to do was to just throw an error, and you can say hello or whatever you want to say in that. And then also there's a way to set up errors to where you're actually able to pass an object in like this and be like, all right, email already taken. And that's kind of how I used to do it. But there's another way you can do this, and I've started to like this way better. And this is something I've done before as well, and that's basically you pass the error as an object. So I'm going to return an array, and I'm going to say the path is email, and the message is already taken. So basically what this is now I'm going to return an array of errors from my resolver. And what the errors look like is they're of this shape. So it's going to be an object where the path is a email and the message is whatever you want it to say. And the reason why I have two fields right here is this is basically the field it references, or the path it references. Like, is there something wrong with the password? Is there something wrong with the email? That sort of thing. Like maybe we want to validate how long the email should be or how long the password is going to be. So we have to specify what field we're talking about. That's what's wrong with one of the fields. Like their password might be perfect, but their email is already taken, right? And then the message here is whatever we want to say. And then I'm going to return, instead of true, I'm just going to return null down here because we get no errors. Okay, so we have to change up our GraphQL now because right now we are doing a slightly different stuff is what we're returning. So let's just look over the code real quick. So here we are finding a user if he exists. We're checking if we got, and by the way, it's going to return undefined if it can't find one. So we're checking if we got anything back. If we did get something back, we're returning that the email is already taken, and this is an array because it's possible we have multiple things wrong with basically what they input, so we could return multiple, but in this case there's only one thing wrong. And then down here we do the same old stuff you did before, and then we return null. So now in my schema.graphql over here, instead of returning a boolean, what I want to return is an array and of the type error. So here's what error looks like. So the path is going to be a string and the message is going to be a string as well. Oops. And both of those are required fields. So we're going to say error, and notice how we're going to say errors are required in the array. Notice how we're saying no bang sign at the end of the array. That means we can return null from this, and that's how we know whether we get any errors at all. We just check if it's null or not. And also the other thing is this error type I might want to use across multiple different schemas or modules. So what I'm going to do is create kind of a, I'll call it shared.graphql, and I'll put some of this code there. So any GraphQL I want to share across schemas, I'll put here. And then the way I access it is thanks to the GraphQL import library. What we can do is actually add in a comment, hashtag, and then import b from GraphQL. So we're going to do that. So in our case, we're going to do import error and from, and we're going to do dot 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 shared .graphql. So now we have this error kind of in a shared GraphQL file, and then we can access it. And maybe we will need to modularize the shared GraphQL later, but I think this is fine because I don't think we're going to be sharing too much stuff between schemas. This is just kind of probably about the only one. Alright, so we have all that. Let's go ahead and now update our tests, because our test expects different stuff. So I'm now going to select both the path and the message to get that back. And then now let's set up a test for this. So we are going to wait for the response, and now we're saying what it's equal to. So now register really should be null, because we should be able to successfully register. And then we can keep the same logic here. We're just finding whether there how many users there are. It's only only one in the database and all that stuff right there. Okay, and then after this, I now want to try to sign up again. So we can copy this, and I'm going to say response 2. And then here we're just going to basically check to make sure we did get an error back. So we can then copy this expect, and we're going to say register, and now we expect to get an array back, and the array should have as the path email, and then the error, or I should say message, is going to be already taken. Now I don't think this is great the way I'm doing this, and what I mean by that is if I change the message, this test is going to fail. I don't really care what the message is here per se. I only care that I get register back and I get an array and it has one element, and I guess the path is email. So I don't really care what this message is, so I'm going to break this up into like a couple different things. So first I'm going to expect response 2, and I guess to have length, and I should expect the length to be 1, and this is going to be of dot register. And then after that, and I don't know why it's getting mad at me, oh, because this is an empty array, I'm going to say this can be of the type of any. And then after that, I want to check and make sure the path is an email. So 2 equal, and we're going to get the first element, we're going to get path, and that's going to be email. Okay. Alright, so just to go over this check one more time. So we're making a request, which should cause an error, and the way we check we have an error is that register returns an array, and in that array we have a length of at least 1, and well actually it should be exactly 1 in this case. We don't expect to get any other errors. And then the first element we're grabbing, checking the path, making sure it's telling me that the email is what's wrong. And the other thing I want to do before we run this test is in package.json. In the test here, I'm going to add -- force exit. This is a tip that one of you guys gave me, so then we don't have to Control-C after running this test. It'll just finish automatically. And we'll see if this goes ahead and works, or if we have any problems we need to fix. And cool, so it looks like we passed alright. So now we're successfully actually sending an error message back to the user. And in the future I'll go over how you actually would handle that in your front end with, for example, React. And there's one last thing I wanted to do, and that was another cool tip you guys gave me. So right now we are doing a before insert here to pass in the ID, and this is for basically creating users. So whenever we create a user, we're creating a new UUID, and we're doing this before we insert it. But we don't actually have to do this at all, and the reason for that is because we can get Typeworm to do it for us by using this generated primary generated column. And because we've specified UUID here, it's going to automatically generate that for us. So if we wanted to, we can get rid of these two, get rid of this, and if we don't care about that library anymore, we could just remove UUID from this project. Don't think we're going to need it again. We might have to add it later for something, but we can slim it down. And if we run yarn test again, make sure everything still works, and then we're good to go. Assuming this test works, we're all done with this video, guys. So thanks for watching. What I want to do next is to do a little bit more error handling, and that is, for example, like the length of the email or the length of the password. Maybe I want to check for some special characters, that sort of thing. But we'll talk about more of that in the next video. Now the next step with this is to detect more errors. So the other thing that could go wrong is if they give us a bad email or a bad password. So we want to validate both of those fields. And the thing that I like to use to validate this is something called yup. And what it does is you create basically a little schema of what you expect the type to be, and then if it gets messed up, it throws an error, and we're just going to return that error to the user. So we're going to install this, and then I'll show you how it works. So let's go ahead and just do yarn add. We also need to add the types for it, so we could add them first if we wanted to. So we're going to add them as a dev dependency, and then at types yup. And then after this, we're going to install yup itself. So yarn add yup. Alright, so we have the library added. I'm going to go ahead and import it here. So import and as yup from yup. Okay, so we're going to create a schema right here. And what you do is you first say what type of schema you're making. So for us, it's going to be an object. And I'm going to say .shape. And here we're going to specify the shape of the object that we expect. And so what I mean by that is we have an arguments, email and password. So this is an object. So we expect to have two fields, an email and a password. So email. And the email is going to be of type yup string. And I want to have a min length of, let's say, 3 characters and a max length of 255. And this 255 max is also matching what we set in the database for our entity. Okay, I can also specify I want it to be an email. So you can see I have very quickly just set up basically a schema for this email. These are all the properties I expect. So I expect it to be a string, I expect it to be at least the length 3 and a max of 255, and an email. Now I can also do the same thing for the password. Yup string, it's going to have a min length of say 3 as well, and a max length of 255. This 255 is more for make sure we're not hashing something forever. We don't really care that if you have a really long password, we're fine, but 255 is we're going to cut it off. It's good to have like hard caps on everything. Okay, so we have like this schema thingy here now. Next we're going to do is basically validate this argument against this schema to make sure it fits. And now we're using strings and stuff. This also works for integers and booleans and other types, and we'll see that as we do more validation in this series. So first thing I'm going to do is change this to args. So I'm going to call this args, and then down here I'm going to just email password is equal to args. And so the reason why I am moving it down here is before I basically destructure the arguments, I'm going to validate this schema. And the way you validate it is by calling validate on it. And you'll notice how I'm setting up a try catch block, and the reason for that is validate will throw an error if it goes wrong. So we're going to wait, we're going to say schema, so that's what we called it right here. And I'm going to say dot validate, and I'm going to pass in my value with its arguments. So args, we're validating against this schema. And I'm just going to console log the error and show you guys what this thing looks like. And I like to use an option called abort early and set that equal to false. So if I set that to true, the first time I encounter an error, it's going to stop. But really I'd like to show all the errors. So for example, if there's something wrong with the email and something wrong with the password, I'd like to see that, and I want to see that error. Okay, so let's go over to the test and now mess this up. So not a user but a register test. So I'm going to make this a really short password. So it's 2 characters long. And let's go ahead and just run yarn test, and we should be able to see that console log statement to see what this error looks like. And then from there we're going to format that error in the format we want and then return it. So here we can see here's the object that it gave us, and we can see we did get a validation error, which is exactly what we expect. And then we have the inner object here, and inner object is really what we're going to be grabbing, and we're going to turn this thing into what we want to return. So this is basically the same shape. We're going to grab the path and grab the message, and that's what we're going to return. So here the path was password was bad, and the message was password must be at least 3 characters long. Let's also try this on the email, and you can kind of see what this would look like. So this is a bad email, and we can run that again. And if we come back over here in our resolvers, so what we're going to do is take this error, format it, and that's going to return back to the user. And the other thing is you might not like the message here. So alright, so here we see the message. Email must be at least 3 characters, email must be a valid email. So it's breaking a couple rules, right? So what we're going to do is pass this back, basically this object. But let's say we don't want email must be 3 characters or whatever, right? You can pass as a second parameter like bad length. You know, you can say whatever you want to, and it's going to go ahead and take that message. So you can go through and customize the errors or the messages very easily as well. So we see it says bad length now instead of what it was before. I'm happy with what the default messages say though, so I'm going to just keep it like this. Okay, so I'm going to add a utils function. So I'm going to say format yup_err.ts. I'm going to just export const format yup_err. And what I want to do is just return from the resolver after this. So I'm going to say return format yup_err, passing in our error. Okay. So then over here, we're going to take an error, and this is a validation error, and this is coming from yup. And what we want to return is an array of errors. And this is going to take be a certain type. So the type of these errors, and we can just look at our schema over here, is we want to return, well, I guess this is in shared. So we're going to return an array of error, and error is going to have a path, and it's going to have a message. So we look right here, we're going to basically take each validation, grab the path, grab the message, and then get rid of the rest, and that's all we need. So for errors here, I'm going to say an array, and then it's going to have a path, which is a string, and a message, which is also a string. So then we're going to say error.inner, and we're going to just loop through each one. So for each error, we're going to say errors.push, and we're going to add a new one on. And we're just going to grab, so path is going to be e.path, message is going to be e.message. And at the very end, we're going to return errors. So this is us just like cleaning up the error object that we get back and kind of getting rid of all these extra fields that are on this object. And it's a validation error, not just a plain object. Okay, so now we should be passing back just a plain vanilla object that looks nice. And now hopefully our test should be failing because we're no longer passing back a good response, at least to this user. Let's go back to our resolvers. So because we're returning early now if we get a bad validation error. So perfect. So instead of returning null, which means we successfully registered a user, we returned an array of this object. And we can see we have 3 errors here. 2 of them have to do with the email, 1 of them with the password, and we can see wrong characters, must be valid, and then must be 3 characters for the password as well. Okay, so let's write some test cases for this. So we come over here to register, and I just want to just undo and put this back to what it was before. Perfect. So after we do these tests, I want to do a third. So here we're check for duplicates, and maybe let's write a little comment. Test for duplicate emails. And here we're just gonna, up here, the first one we did, check, make sure we can register a user. And then next thing we're gonna do, catch bad email. So here is our mutation. So instead of just mutation like this, I want to make mutation a function. So it's going to now take 2 parameters, an email and a password, and that's what it's going to return, a string with these. And I'm assuming because it's shadowing, yeah, so I'm just going to call this E and P. We'll say E, oops, and P. And both of these are going to be strings. So mutation here, I'm going to pass an email password, and same thing here. But then down here, when I call mutation, this is going to be response 3. I can keep the same password. So this is going to be a valid password and a invalid email. So that's what that's going to be. And really here, I'm not checking to make sure yep works. I'm checking to make sure I'm returning the right response. So for example, the email is wrong. So I want to make sure with the response, I'm seeing an error that tells me the email is wrong. So with response 3, we're going to just check this. So again, I expect to have it a length of 1. That's perfect because I have 1 error. And now I want it to tell me the exact same thing. So right here, I should have a problem with the email, right? Now we have a problem with like the length of the email. And so maybe it's worth putting in the error message or checking the error message here to make sure it differentiates between a duplicate email. Because right now we're doing the same check and this check works, but I want to make sure we actually get a bad password response, and here we get a duplicate email response. So in my resolvers, maybe what I'll do is create a file called errormessages.ts, and we'll export const duplicate email. And this is what we're going to say when we get a duplicate email. Already taken. Duplicate email. Okay, so now we have this over here, duplicate email, and that's what we're going to be returning in our resolver. So now in this check right here, I want to actually just confirm that what this guy equals. So now I'm going to say the path is equal to that, and now the message is equal to duplicate email. So before I wasn't doing this because I was like, if I refactor the message, it's going to break this code, right? But now, since I'm splitting up the error message into its own TypeScript file, when I change it here, both the resolver is going to return something different, and when we test it over here, I don't have to now change the test case. So I want to do like the same thing over here. So I'm going to say export const email to email not long enough. And I'm actually just going to copy the error message because I'm happy with what this error message says. And now in our resolvers, we'll use that. So email not long enough, and then also now in our test. Oops. And I guess maybe we can test this a little bit different, and we'll discuss that after we type this out. So message, and this is going to be email too short, or not long enough. Can't find the name. I think I just need to import it. There we go. So both of these I auto imported, so just make sure you guys are following along. This is from error message. Got both of those. Okay, so let's run this and make sure this works. So yarn test, and we can see what's going wrong, if anything. And then the next thing I want to try is passing an array. Okay, so email. Oh, I received two error messages. That's fine. So the first one. So really, what I want to say here is twofold. So I want to just actually expect the whole object. Expect response 3 equal to. So let's make sure this works. So I expect to get back an object that says register, and register returns an array. And in this array, the first element should be this guy. And we can copy that. Well, really, just this. And the second one, object in this array, should be invalid email. And we'll add that as our error message. And we'll copy that same error message. And then in our resolver, we'll say invalid email. Alright, so then we update our test to look like this. And I think this will be a nice way to do it. So do yarn test, and we'll check this out, make sure the objects do match, because we're actually getting 2 errors back. And cool, so that looks good. Next thing I want to check for is a bad password. So we'll copy this. So this case will be when we get a good password, or sorry, a good email, but a bad password. So like that. So we expect one thing back, and the path should be password, and the message should be bad password, or password not long enough. We'll call that. So let's add that error message. Password not long enough. And let's copy what that error message will be. Cool. And we'll use that in our resolver. And now in our test, we'll just need to import this, and then we'll run this to make sure that works. And then while it's running, I want to make one last test, and that is when we both have a bad password and a bad email. So catch bad password and bad email. So this will be email, and I'm just going to do like that. So too short and we can copy these 3. Now the order might be off is the only thing. So I don't know how I want to do this to make sure. I guess this is fine for now, but what happens if this array returns back password is the first element? I'm still happy with that, but it would say the test failed. Alright, so this test passed. We'll do yarn test again. I guess I could sort this maybe. I think for now it should return it in this order every time, so it shouldn't be a problem. And alright, so yarn test passed. So now we're doing 3 tests, which I'm pretty happy with, making sure just the email is bad, just the password bad, and here is the email and password bad. And here's us each time. We're just making sure we get the right error messages back now. And we made a new file over here called error messages that is now just going to hold all our messages for errors. And then our resolvers over here, we're using this and returning back this formatted error before we do anything else. We validate it. You'll notice I did not add it to, like, for example, max. I'm not testing max. I'm fine with that. I'm fine testing. I know yup is going to work. Yup should be testing their code to make sure their stuff works. I just want to double check and make sure that I am indeed getting an error message back. So I know min works, so I expect to get a good error message back with max. If I wanted to, I could also add some test cases for max, but I think it's overkill in this case. So that's it for this video, guys, and this is how I'm going to be doing validation for other stuff as well, is setting up a yup object like this. And another thing I didn't mention, the reason why I really like yup is I can use it both in the back end and in the front end. So I can use the same schema here in my front end when I have the user typing, so I can check the email and the password before they even send it to the server as well. So that's super cool and really nice. Hey guys, the first thing I want to do is fix our register test. Well, not really fix it, but take one of the suggestions that you guys gave. I thought this was great, and we kind of have it broken up into different parts now, and Jest lets you do this in a better way. So instead of having test at the top here, we can call this describe. And this is going to basically describe a bunch of tests. So here we are registering a user, right? And we're basically testing the register a user function in multiple different ways, and we can wrap each one in its own test block. So I can say, give it a string of what we're testing, and inside of that I can do async code like so, and then I can move, like for example, this bit of code here. This is where I register a single user, and then I register another user and make sure that you can't have duplicate emails. So check that, we'll just say check for duplicate emails, and we don't really need the comment here now. And then we can do the same thing below. Now we can use test or we can use it. I'm going to use it because it's a little bit shorter. Both are the same thing. It is just aliased to test. Oops. And so let's do it here. So it check bad email, and let's make this asynchronous. And now we can check bad password. And now in doing this, we're going to have a nicer output as well. Give this a save, and this is our last one down here. So we're going to say check bad password and bad email. Async, and we take this chunk, put it in here. Okay, so now that we've basically split up our register tests into multiple little smaller tests, let's see what this looks like when we run. So yarn test. It should now have all these little tests printing out, and we should see exactly which register function fails now. And it just kind of makes it easier to tell. So here we can see register user, and then under register user we can see the individual tests. And actually this is kind of nice. We can see how long each test took, and we can see the duplicate emails took quite a bit longer than the rest of them, with the 2 requests. Okay, cool. And maybe the server was like warming up and stuff or whatnot. I don't know. But that's not today's main topic. What I want to do today is work again on the register resolver. And what I want to do next is send an email to the user. And the reason why I want to send an email to the user is to make sure their email is actually legit and they own that email. And the way we do this is I don't want them to be able to log in, for example, before they have confirmed their email. So we're going to add an entity, or not an entity, we're going to add a field on our user. So I'm going to add a column here, column, and I'm going to call it, well, it's going to be of the type Boolean, and it's going to be called confirmed, and this is going to be a Boolean. And I'm also going to give it a default value of false. So this field will be whether the user has confirmed their email. So by default they haven't. And what we're going to do is we're going to send the user a link. And when they click on that link, we're going to turn confirmed to true. But if they never click on the link, then, you know, whatever. I won't let them log in because we checked they're not confirmed. So what we're going to build today is a function called create URL, or we'll call this create confirm email link.ts. So we're going to export const create confirm email link. So what we're going to do is take the current URL, and the reason why we need the URL, so this might be, for example, HTTP localhost, or we might be running on, localhost 4000, or we might be on, I don't know, https:/mysite.com. So I want to take this as a parameter, and what I'm going to output is something like this. So we'll take whatever URL we have, so maybe it's this site, and we're going to append confirm, and then we're going to have basically an ID at the very end. And the ID at the very end, what we're going to do with that is store it in I was originally going to store this in the database, but I think a better place for this is Redis. And we're going to be using that to store our session data anyway, so might as well double up and store this as well. And what this ID is basically just corresponds to the user, and I want the link to last 24 hours. And this is basically I'm taking off of the Forgot Password cheat sheet for OWASP, where it talks about basically some best practices. So originally I've used like JWT tokens before, but one reason I don't want to use those is because I want to be able to, once the user has confirmed their email, they should not be able to click on the link anymore. Basically, it should be invalid, the string or the ID. In JWT tokens, you can't really invalidate the token anytime you want unless you store it somewhere. So we might as well store our own token. So that's what we're going to do. So here we're going to do a couple things. Basically, we just need to store a key pair, and for this, we first to create the link. And this is really going to do two things, right? It's not just creating the link; it's also storing something in Redis. And so to store something in Redis, we're going to have to use a Redis client. And curious what you guys think about this. There's like two main Redis clients. There's this one called IO Redis, which I've used before and liked, but there's also another one called like Node Redis, I believe. And yeah, it's called Node Redis. There it is. I'm not sure which one's better. Both of them look really popular and used by a lot of people, so I'm going to use this one, but let me know in the comments below if you'd recommend the other one or vice versa. So we're going to install this. So yarn add IO Redis, and we can also go ahead and install the types for this, because I don't think it's written with Typescript either. /IO Redis. Okay, cool. So what this URL thingy is going to do is first create an ID, and this ID, I'm thinking the best thing to use is UUID. So I know we just uninstalled this. We're going to reinstall this because it's just great for making IDs. So yarn add this ID, and I want to say we already installed the type for it. I don't think I uninstalled that. I didn't. So we don't have to reinstall the types. Alright, so step one, from UUID. Also, this is a trick one of you guys told me about. I can just import it like this instead of using the slash. So we'll go ahead and do that as well. So we'll say const ID is equal to version 4. Okay. And the other thing we need to pass to this function is the user ID. So user ID. So URL is going to be a string. User ID is also going to be a string. Okay, so we now have the ID. And why don't I, in start server over here, we need to create a Redis client. And we also need to pass the Redis client here. So we'll pass it as a third parameter in 1 second. So I'm going to just import, and we can just copy their hello world example. So import Redis from IO Redis, and we're going to have this in our create server here. So we'll create an instance to Redis, and I'm just going to pass this to our context. So I think just say context and then pass in Redis like that. And okay, so what is the type of this? Can we get that? Oh, it's any. There we go. Alright, so this is a redis.redis, so let's copy that. So we want to take that as one of our parameters. Oops. Is that right? Was it capital R? Redis, both capital R's. Okay. And there we go. Redis only refers to a type but is being used as a namespace. There we go. Okay. I don't know if this is the right type. We might have to change this, but it looks good for now. So what I'm going to do is say redis.set, and we're going to set the ID here. And the second parameter is going to be the value, which is going to be the user ID. And then the third one, we're going to say EX, and this is for expiring. And I want this to expire after, I think 24 hours seems like a good amount of time. And this is in seconds. So I'm going to do 60 seconds. So we have a minute, and I want 60 minutes, and I want 24 hours. So that should be, what, 30? Yep, I think that's correct. And so redis.set, I think this returns a promise. It doesn't tell us what it returns. I think it does. So I think I need to await it. And we'll say async. Okay. So after we set this ID, next thing that we want to do is actually return the string. So I'm going to return, and we're going to pass in the URL, have / confirm / ID. And this is going to be the URL that the user clicks on. So when they click on this link, they're going to be taken to our server and go to this URL here. So now in my start server, I'm going to create an endpoint. Now you'll notice I'm not going to be using GraphQL for this. I find it just simpler to do this. I actually don't know if it's possible, at least without a front end, to do this with just GraphQL. And so I think it's easiest to just do this with REST. So I'm going to say server.express.get. And I looked this up because I haven't used Express in quite a while, at least making a get route. So we can make a route like this, and we can put parameters like so, and then we can do request.parameters to get these parameters. So I can say /confirm /ID, and here we're going to say request res, and I think next is the last one. I actually don't even know if next is one for the get parameter. Okay, and then here what we're going to do is we're going to get that ID from request.params. And then when we get that ID, the next thing we want to do is say redis.get that ID. So const user ID is equal to await getting this Redis. So we'll do async. And then next thing after we get this, the user ID, is we're just going to set the confirmation. So we're going to say user.create, or not create, update. And we say what do we want to update by. So I want to update by the ID. So ID is equal to user ID. And then here we set what we want to change. I want to change the confirm or confirmation. Or I think I said confirmed is what I called it. Yep. And we're going to set that to true. And we're going to wait. And then res.send. Okay. Now if we were using this for real, what we would want to do is like redirect them to our front end, but we don't have a front end yet, so I think this works okay. There's one last part of this, and that is in our register resolver is to actually call create confirm email link. So let's do that real quick. So really after we save the user in the database, assuming that worked okay, we're going to create a confirm email link. So we need to pass in the URL. We'll talk about how we create the URL in a second. Well, we need to pass in the user ID, which is going to be user.id. We need to pass in Redis, which we're getting from this guy up here, the context. And I'm going to wait because it is a promise that we return from that. And this is going to be the URL. So we're going to do something with this URL or this link very soon. Okay, it didn't like this. Oh, because this is our context. For now, or I guess we can add this to our context. So now in our context we have Redis, which is Redis. Okay, so we have a single thing in our context. Perfect. So how do we get this URL, right? Well, I looked this up and this looked like a nice way to do it. So on the Stack Overflow, we can get this from the request. I have in the past set like environment variable, but I think this will be a little bit easier. So whatever they requested, we can get the protocol in the host and use that as the URL. So let's go ahead and back to our index over here, start server. I think they actually just changed this, so now the request is one of the parameters. Sorry, this is the wrong thing. I hope this was the context. We want to touch context. There we are. Here's context. So from context, we want to return an object now. And I forget, I think it works like this. So whenever I come across something where I'm like, I don't remember how this works, what I'll do is in Visual Studio Code, I can right click, go to definition, and I can now see how this guy works. So I can see one of the things is props. I can click on props. I can see, oh look, I can either pass context a object called context or a context callback. Let's see what context callback does. All right, well it takes some number of parameters and then I return a context. So what are these parameters that I get? Oh nice, it has the request object, which is exactly what I want. So let's use that. So parameters request, and so here what I'm going to return is the URL, which is going to be exactly what we got from those guys. So request, and the reason why we didn't get the original URL at the end is I don't care what's after the slash, all I want is the host. So for example, it might be localhost 4000 / GraphQL. I don't care about this bit right here. That's what original URL would have given us. So all I care is about this part and the HTTP part, which is what this gives us. Okay, so now I have the URL passed into the context as well, and now I can update my type. Okay, so I now have the URL, which is a string. So now my resolver over here, I have URL, we'll pass the URL in. Okay, so this was a lot of stuff, so I want to just like recap everything. So let's go through how this is going to work. So let's start with start server. So now whenever we start up our server, we also connect to Redis. And we basically can use this to do any kind of Redis commands we interact with this Redis object. We're also getting the current URL of the server, so whether we're on localhost, whether we're on mysite.com or whatever. We pass these two as context so we can use it in our resolver. So now in our resolver over here, I have those two things. And at the very end, after I save my user, so they've successfully registered, I want to create a link which then I can then email to them. So this create confirm email link, we're taking the URL, the ID of the user, and the reason why we need the ID of the user is we need to know who the heck we're updating, right? Whose email needs to be confirmed, who are we confirming. So to actually do this, we're just creating an ID. I'm doing this as a UUID because it's safe to put in the URL, and it's also unique. Here I am setting an ID or setting a key value in Redis, and I'm saying it should expire after 24 hours or 1 day, and I have the ID which we set here, and the value is the user. So whenever we fetch this, we're going to get the user ID back. And then I'm returning the actual URL, which is the URL / confirm and the ID. And really what we might want to do here is really just return the ID, and then the person creates the link from that. I'll think about how I want to do this. I think this is probably fine for now, but we are also returning the string of what the user would click on if I sent them an email. So when I send them an email, I want to send them this link now. And then finally, when the user would to click on this link, what's going to happen is they're going to come over to this over here. And we're going to get the ID from the parameter in the URL. We're going to get it from Redis. This will give us the user ID, right? Because that's what we stored. And I guess it's going to return null otherwise. So maybe we do like a little if statement. If user ID, otherwise res.send invalid, something like that. But if we do get a valid user ID, all we're doing is we're changing user ID to confirmed. Or we find that user and we update them that they are confirmed. And so when logging in users, I now can just check this field and see whether they're confirmed or not. Now, I think this stuff works, but this was a pretty long video already, so I'm going to stop it now. And in the next video, we'll write tests for all this and make sure everything functions and works all well. Between now and then, I would recommend installing Redis because we're going to be starting this up and using it very shortly. Hey guys, so I wanted to write a test for the function we made in the last video. And the way I wanted to do it was to create kind of a file here called create_confirm_email link.spec.typescript and then test it and make sure it works. And in doing this, I was like, hey, it would be nice to have the server started up so I can also check and make sure the link works. So then I was like, alright, ideally I don't want to run start server every time I run a test. I want to run this before all my tests, so globally. So there is a way to do this with Jest, and that's what we're going to get to work today. So we're actually not going to be testing the email link, but we're going to be setting things up so we can test it in the future and write tests for pretty much everything and have the server start up only once per each test. So let's go ahead and get started with this. So to help us out with this, we had to do a global setup. And so this is something that runs once before Jest starts. And here's how it's going to work. So here's an example that Jest has with Puppeteer. And the first thing is in our config for Jest, we are going to set up a global setup. And this is basically the file that gets run before everything else. So our Jest config is in package.json. So right here, and I'm just going to say global setup. And I'm going to have to create a file here. Now, you'll notice in the example they had over there, they have a setup.js. Now, for us, we're using TypeScript. So I was like, all right, let's see if .ts works. And it did not work. And I found actually an issue here where they talk about it to be able to work with the global setup with transforming, because some people use TypeScript. And it doesn't look like they have quite a change yet. Here's a dude talking 11 days ago about it. But luckily, there is a workaround we can use right now. So we're going to create a file that basically calls our TypeScript file. So we're going to use this code right here. So before I do that, I do want to create kind of a folder for this. So I'm going to create a folder called test setup. And I don't know with folder names if it's bad to do a camel case like that, but we'll leave it for now. And then I'm going to create setup.ts. So in here, what I want to do is pretty much just copy the register test, at least this beginning part here. And we're going to just put it over here. And we're going to grab that and just import it. So then in our register over here, we will not need any of this. And we'll come back and fix the errors. Okay, so now that we have this set up, what's going to happen is we're going to copy this code here, and I'll explain how this works in just a second. And we'll say call setup.js. So this is going to be a JavaScript file. So here, I guess we're registering TS node, and I guess that's what calls the TypeScript file. And then here is our module that we want to import. So the module we want to import is setup, and this will be called setup. So really we want to, and I'm just going to expand this or destructure it. So in setup over here, instead of before all, we're going to say const setup is equal to this async function, and we're going to export it. So now we're going to export this function here, and instead of setting get host, what I'm going to do is set this as an environment variable. So process.env and .test host. So we don't need get host anymore. And I don't have to change in our other test. I was using a function, but a string is just fine. And the reason why I'm doing process.env.test host is this is going to run, and this is going to be a global thing that we can access in our test, and that's what we're going to do. So then in call setup, we're importing that function, and again, this function didn't really change. We just start up the server, grab the address, and set the test host that people can access it from. And then call setup over here, we have that, and then we're just going to call that function. Oops. So call setup. And that's it. So in our package.json, we point it to the JavaScript file. So source /source /test setup /call setup.js. So now that function will run before all our tests. If you just say before all in this test right here, it would only run before all the tests here. If I create another file with tests in it, it does not affect it at all. So each test file is kind of isolated. By creating this is going to run before everything, which is important. And I'm going to just find and replace right now. So right now we have a get host, and we want to replace it with, and we want quotation or parentheses around this. So everywhere we see get host, we want to do process.env.test host, and I'm also going to say as string and replace all these. And the reason why I do as string, and just to show you guys the error, when using process.env, things can be undefined. So I know and I trust that I have this set. So to trust it, I just say as string and we're good. And now there's no more errors or anything in this file. We can go and run the test, and you're going to see we're going to get a few errors, and I'll show you guys how we can solve each one of those. So I think the first one is just has trouble, just has trouble compiling, and it says link is declared but value is never read. And if we take a look, here's the call stack. So source modules register resolver.ts. So register resolver, and we can see this is on line 66. So I can go to line 66, and we can see, hey, look, our link is never read. So I can get rid of that and refresh, and now test again. And it's going to should now run the tests, but one test will not pass, and we'll see that, and it should be the duplicate one. Cool. So one passed, three passed, one failed. So the one that failed was check for duplicate emails. Pretty weird, right? So let's see what's going on there. And the reason for this is, you'll notice with this test we're doing one thing different, and that is actually accessing the database directly. Let's see. Right here I'm accessing the database directly. Below here I am not accessing it directly at all. And that's why that one fails. And the reason for it is we're not making a connection in this page anymore. And we can fix this by just saying for all, and we add a function, and I'm going to say async, and I'm going to say await create type warm connection. So now we're going to create a connection before all these tests, and it'll go ahead and work. Now we could just create the connection for this one since that's the only test that needs it, but I think this is fine in case we add tests that need it. So now if I do yarn test, we'll go ahead and all the tests will pass. So perfect. And now this sets us up for being able to do tests anywhere and be able to use that same server. Hey guys, so we're going to be writing a test for this function and this other function over here. Basically we're going to test them both at the same time, make sure we're able to create that link, and then make sure that link is valid. I'm actually able to go to this Express server with this link, and it does work. So first off, we're using Redis for this. So I'm going to start up my Redis server. So just by typing Redis server, we can start it up, and it is now running. So next things we're going to do is I'm going to create a test for this. So create confirm email link.test.ts. And all we're going to do here is we're going to say describe. And here's going to be our function. And here I'm going to say make sure create confirm email link works. And I don't think right now we have like more than one test. We could actually just turn this into a test, and then maybe later I'll switch this to describe if we need to do more than one test. But there's really only one thing I need to make sure that it works. Well, actually, there might be a couple things. We might convert this over in a second. But to do this, we're going to call that function. So create confirm email link. And I need to pass it a few things. And by the way, we don't have to start the server in this test because we already have it automatically starting. So as we can see, we need a URL, which we're getting from process.env.host, test host. So that's what we set up yesterday. And then the user ID is the user that we want to create this email link for. And right now we don't really have a user that we want to do it for. So I'm going to set up a before all, and what we're going to do is set up the user there. So I'm going to say create type1 connection, and let's make this asynchronous, await that, and then I'm going to say user.create, and we'll .save that, save in the database, and we'll say user. And we also need to await this. And so fields email is going to be bob5@bob.com, and password is going to be, I guess we should have this hashed and stuff, but I think that's fine for now. And all I want to do this for is, so now I have a user ID. So I can say const user ID, and I should say this is let because we're going to be using it down here. So user ID is equal to user.id. Okay, so we're creating a user down here, or at least before this test is run, and we're setting the ID. So that's the user I want to check this for. So user ID, and then lastly we need to pass in a Redis instance, and not this. And this is coming from that library that we installed, Redis, I believe. There we go. And Redis. And do I import it? Is that the default import? We can see how we did it in start server. And yeah, cool. That's exactly how we want to import it. And then close that. Okay, so this is going to give us a URL back, and I need to say as string and also as string for both of those. Does this not let me cast it to a string? I'll just set the default equal to an empty string. Okay, so I have created this confirmation link. So now once I've created it, two things should happen. I should have updated something in Redis. So right, we set something, and it should expire after a little bit. The other thing is we now have this URL that we need to test and make sure that it works. So I want to basically hit that URL, and the way we're going to do this is we're going to make a request to our server, because our server's running, and the way I'm going to do it is by using this library called node fetch. There's a lot of them out there that you can just make request, Axios. This one's pretty simple and it's similar to fetch, so I like it. So I'm going to be installing this and using this. So let's add this, yarn add node fetch, and we can import node fetch. And also, I guess I'm gonna have to install the types for this as well. What we're gonna do is we're gonna just do a GET request to this URL and see what happens. Now, after we make a GET request to this URL, what should happen is, if we look over here, we should get OK back, and it should say invalid after we've already requested it once, which it currently does not do. So like, check out our code here. So we're doing redis.get, but we never like kill the ID or remove the key, right? So we're getting the ID here, but we are able to confirm it again, which is okay in this case, but I think it's better to remove the ID from the database or from Redis once we have confirmed their user ID, or once the ID that we generated. Okay, so let's also install yarn the types for node fetch, and then I can import it up here. Okay, so let's go ahead and request this. So I'll say response is equal to await fetch URL. And it's actually not just, actually it is URL. I was thinking it wasn't just URL because I forgot we actually do append confirm to it, so that's perfect. We need to make this asynchronous. And fetch is not liking it. I think it just doesn't have the right type, I'm guessing. Cannot invoke an expression whose type lacks a call signature. Alright, so I think what we need to do is just import it like so, maybe. No. Then it's like this. This is the last thing I try usually. Cool. And oh yeah, this is going to be a promise. So good thing TypeScript caught this for us. So when we call this function, it's returning a promise. So let's await. Alright, cool. And we have response here. Let's go ahead and we can say, I think we're returning a, over here, just a string, right? Not JSON data right now. That's fine. What we can do for that is say const text is equal to response dot text, and that should be a promise again. And I'm just going to console log the text because I don't know what we're going to get. We should get OK or invalid, but I want to make sure it does in fact give us that. And I don't want to run these tests over here over and over every time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in watch mode. So force exit. So instead I'm going to say watch. And I'm going to start this yarn test. And after this starts up, I shouldn't have to restart it every single time. Alright, so we can see server is running on localhost 4000, so that was our setup. And cool, so it's running this, only this test. That's exactly what I wanted. And it passed, and okay. We see the word okay. So I think that was from our console log over here, so in fact it did say okay. So let's go ahead and expect that. So expect text to equal okay. Oops. It looks like I guess when I save this, it reran the test, and looks like, I don't know, that the user ID up here, or not user ID, when we create the connection, looks like it already has the name default. It never closes the connection. There might be a way to check whether the connection is already open before we open another one, but I guess I can just control C this. I'm not sure the best way to avoid this error happening and to be able to just quickly iterate through the tests. I'm gonna have to play with that a little bit. Okay, so I get okay. So there's two things I want to check now. I want to make sure, one, confirm is equal to true for this user, and two, we remove the key from Redis. So let's check the first thing. So I'm going to say const user is equal to user.find1, and we're just going to say where user ID is equal to, or actually it's just ID is equal to user ID. So we're finding the user that we have here, and we expect user.confirm, or confirmed I believe is what it's called, to be true, to be truthy. There we go. And let's see, it's possibly undefined. So I guess what I should do is I should also check that. So if user so I don't know, this is not really part of our test if we're not able to find the user. I think actually I'm just gonna go ahead and say cast it, or maybe I guess I should really just cast it to a user if it'll let me. There we go. I'm gonna assume we get a user back. There's no reason to like check and make sure it's undefined and things. If it is undefined, we have a different problem because we didn't create it up here correctly. All right, so there's that, and then I also want to, I guess let's keep a handle on our Redis instance. Pass it in here. So redis.get, and I guess there's not a great way to get, I guess we could do it with the URL. What I wanted to do is check if the ID is still in Redis, but I guess we're returning the ID on the very end. So what I could do is say chunks is equal to url.split, and we're going to split by a slash, and then I can get the last one, which is going to be the Redis, we'll call it key is really the better name for it, chunks, and we'll get chunks.length -1. So what I'm doing here is I'm grabbing the ID from the URL, which is the last thing, right? So I split by slash, which turns the string into an array, and I'm getting the last element, which is the ID. And so I now have this key, and now I want to get this key, and I expect this to be undefined. So and I think I have to await that. So expect, and yeah, get the key, expect value dot to be I guess undefined or maybe null. I don't know which one it'll be. So we'll keep this for now, and then we'll see what it is. And by the way, this test should fail. Let's make sure it does indeed fail. And let's see. If it doesn't fail, okay, cool, it does fail. So we do go ahead and get an ID. This is what I expected because we have not actually removed the key. So let's do that. So start server. So after we actually successfully update this and confirm it, I'm going to say wait redis.remove. I want to remove a key. I don't know how you remove a key using this. I guess we could set the ID to, okay, so I looked it up, and we can use delete or del to destroy this key, and so it should no longer be in there, and we can run our test again. And I guess I really should just turn watch off because it's getting messed up. Oh, that's okay. And I don't know if there's anything else I want to check with this. And yep, so we get null. That's what I was wondering, to be null. Null makes more sense for it to be the thing that it returns. And I don't know if there's anything else I wanted to test with this. I guess the other thing we can test is I pass in, or I go to that URL with a bad ID, and that doesn't give me anything. So let's try that. And I'm going to create the Redis instance up here. So Redis will equal new Redis. And so we don't have to use it here. So I'm going to go ahead and split this up into two tests. So describe, and we're going to be testing this. All right, so test one, we're going to do make sure it confirms user and clears key and Redis. So the second test I want to say test sends invalid back if bad key or bad ID sent. Okay, so in here what I want to do is just like this bit right here. And I guess this is kind of a controversial test right here, or at least including this test in this file, because really this bit right here is only testing this function right here. It's not really testing this, and I'm putting it here. I don't know if this is, I should split this off and actually put it in its own folder. I think I'm going to leave the tests for now, and then next video I think I'll split this up because I think that makes more sense. Alright, so sends invalid back if a bad ID. So to create a bad ID, what we're going to do is just like put some random numbers or something. So process.inv.testhost /confirm / and then the ID goes at the end, so I'm going to just like put that. And our response should be invalid. Okay. We'll go ahead and test this again. And we'll see what that gives us. So cool, both tests work. So I think that's all I want to do for this video, guys. I think what we'll do next video is clean up these tests. And I might split them up and also split out, do some refactoring of this code and clean it up. But this is kind of the idea of what I wanted to do to test these. I'm also curious, I was thinking a lot about how I wanted to test these, what you guys think of this method if you would test this in a different way. Hey guys, so I wanted to go over how to fix this error in our tests where we have already has an action or active connection. So before we jump into just the details of how to fix that, I want to talk about Redis real quick. So I have Redis up and running right now, and whenever you shut this down, it actually creates a little thing called dump.rdb. And this is something I would actually recommend going into just your git ignore and ignoring that. So I'm going to do that right now. And the reason for that is it's just like a dump of Redis and what your current state of your database is, or Redis store at the time when you close it, so it can restart and have all the data of before. But it's not recommended to have that in your Git. Alright, so let's go ahead and fix this error. So at first I thought this error was getting caused by this create typeorm connection being created multiple times. So the first thing that I did to just like to try this out, try to fix it, was to say const, and we'll say, well, not const, let, and this is going to be connection, and we'll say connection is equal to that, and then just after all, calling close on it. So after pretty much all the tests are done running, we're just going to say connection.close, and I'm going to make this the type connection, so that's coming from typeorm. And I like to have my absolute imports first, so I'll move it up there. Okay, so this does not fix it though, and we can see, I don't know if it ran again, but I can just run it myself and see what happens. It should give us the same error. So let's see what happens. So it runs fine the first time. It's whenever we make a change. So let's say I get rid of the semicolon, save it, and it reruns. So what I found out was the real problem was start server. So basically we would start the server up again even though we already have the server started. And the reason for that is in our setup over here. So we call setup, and we're basically just calling setup multiple times. So one approach would be to try to close the connection that we create in here. So we're creating a connection somewhere in here. There it is. And closing that whenever we're done. But something that I got to work that was quite simple was just in our call setup function, just to check if we've already created the server. And to test whether we created the server, we can just see if the environment variable that we set was created. So here I'm going to say if we don't have test host, then go ahead and set up. And if we go to our setup function, we know in setup, we start the server and we set the environment variable test host to this value. So we're just checking if that has not been, initialized yet. If it hasn't, go ahead and set up. If not, we're good to go. So now, when I yarn test, it seems to handle this better, and now we can make as many changes as we want to our test, and it just reruns them, and now it reruns them really fast, which is really cool. And we'll see that. So alright, so green, we passed it, get rid of the semicolon, save it, reruns, and it works fine. So that's all we need to do to fix that. Alright, so the next thing that I wanted to do was actually to move this test out of here. So this test right here really doesn't have anything to do with this function, create confirm email link. It really is just testing the capability of this code right here. So really I want to split up this code into its own file and then test it over there. So I'm going to create a new folder, which I'm going to call, I guess, routes. And inside routes, I'm just going to put all my REST endpoints. So this is one REST endpoint for confirm email, and I might have other ones for like OAuth and other things that we do later. So I'm going to say confirm email.ts, and I'm just going to copy this, paste it over here, make it a function, and actually I should just copy this whole async part. There we go. And 9 down. Okay. So I'm going to say const confirm email, and I'm going to export this. Alright, so now I just need to import some things to get this to work. So the first is, I guess we need to specify the types of these. So I want to just copy whatever the types of them here are. So we can look at him, that's a request, and that's a response. So let's say request, and that's a response. And params does not exist, so why does it work over here? Probably because it's a different type of request than the request that I have here. So let's see, I want to get request from express, perfect, and response from express as well. And okay, so it looks like it's complaining because we do not have express in our package.json, even though we're using it. We're using it indirectly through GraphQL Yoga, and I just wanted to see if I could put this. Doesn't look like I can. I'm just going to go ahead and add this guy as a dependency. Yarn add express. I don't think this will really change our bundle size or anything because we're already using express under the hood, and now we'll have this. And I guess actually really what I should be installing is the types for it, for express, which should then have what we need for that. Okay, so the other thing is the user. We can import that. And then lastly is Redis. So we now need to have an instance of Redis here and an instance of Redis in start server. Now I don't want to, with Redis, basically create multiple instances of this. So I'm going to just create a file called Redis, which I then import from everything. Okay, so I'm now creating one Redis instance in this file, and we can copy IO Redis over here. And now I'm just going to import Redis wherever I need to use it. So I need to use it here, so I'm going to import it. Oops. Doesn't like autocomplete's not liking it right now. I guess, I just need to save it probably. Nope. We'll just import it the hard way. Import Redis from /Redis. Okay. And then we're gonna do the same thing in confirm email over here. So import Redis from up Redis. Okay. So I'm now happy with confirm email. Let's go ahead and create confirm email.test.ts. And we're gonna just go, I think it's utils. This is what I want to test. And I think just fetch is what I need to import. Oops, I want to go back to that test. There it is. So I need this, and I think that's it. I think this file is good. And then over here in this, I don't need to describe. I just need a single test. We might add describe back later if I end up testing this more, but I'm pretty happy with the single test for the confirm email link. And so I'm good with this test. Confirm email over here is good. So now my start server, instead of using this, I'm going to call the confirm email function. Okay, and I guess we don't need that anymore. So let's go ahead and run the tests, and now we should have 3 different tests running. And it might even run the register test right now because we made changes to start server and some other things. We'll see what it does. Alright, so it's running. Okay, cool. So it ran both of them. Perfect. Create confirm. Didn't look like it ran register, but that's okay. I can push A if I want to run all of them. And we can see we passed all 6 tests. Nice. Okay, so next thing that I wanted to do is I'm happy with all that other stuff. Inside of our modules register. So our resolver, right now we have this create confirm email link. Ideally we send this in an email, and I don't think I'm actually going to implement that right now. I might implement this at a later date, but it's going to be different depending on the project that I work on, because I feel like depending on the project I might use a different email client. I might use MailChimp or something else, and then send the email different ways. I might do different templates with different designs and whatnot, but it'll be very easy to add because we have this logic. I might change my mind and go ahead and show you guys how to send the emails too, or we might just do that when we actually do a project. But that's the last part really to do with register, is to just actually send the email here. So the next part we're going to work on is logging in. And before we can start working on logging in, I want to get our types. So before, inside types, we have this guy, schema. So this thing is pretty much broken right now. And what I mean by broken is the way we created it was with this gen schema types, where we would run GQL to Typescript and it would generate that for us. But this no longer works because we used to have a single schema to GraphQL, and we no longer have a single schema.graphql. We have multiple, and we stitch them together, right? If we look at start server, we're stitching them all together. So what we can do is that same utility has a very nice one called GQTS from a schema. So we can just pass it the schema that we stitch together and then create the types from it. So that's what I'm going to be doing next. Now, before I go on with this, multiple of you guys have mentioned there are pretty nice libraries out there called, I believe, TypeGraphQL or Vesper, which allow you to do kind of the same thing, where you get types for your GraphQL resolvers. And I really like those projects, and I think they look really cool. But I'm waiting on them to get developed a little bit more before I actually use them. And so in the time being, I'm just using this as kind of a monkey patch / it's fine for the time being. So to use this, we're going to first start off with installing it. So here are the different things we can install on their main README. So the one we're going to be using is from a schema, and then this is how you actually use it. So we're going to say yarn add that. And now I want to move this into its own utility. So we can just call this, because we don't really need to put all this in start server anyway. So in utils, I'm going to create a file called generate schema.ts, and we're going to export a function called genSchema. And from this, we're just going to return the stitched schema, which is all this stuff right here. And then we also want to do merge, and we're going to merge the schema over here. And you'll see also the advantage to moving this into its own function that we're going to get in just a second. So schema, and I'm going to call it genSchema to grab that. And I just need to import a couple of these guys. So I guess all these things right here. And this also declutters our start server now. It's a little bit smaller, and that's pretty nice. Okay, so in genSchema over here, we might need to change the dir name because we're now inside of utils, and we might have to go up a folder. So I'm going to say up one here, up one here, up one here, because we're currently in utils. So I'm just going to do yarn test, and we'll see it and make sure this code does still work and that we didn't just break how you create the schema. Now if this does work, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new folder called scripts. Okay, nice. So it did go ahead and work still, so I'm just going to Control C out. So in scripts, I'm going to say create types.ts, and in create types, I'm going to import this stuff right here, and we're just going to do this. So we're going to use the generate namespace, and in here I'm basically going to say, and we're just going to have this as one big function, or one, we're going to call this with TS node, so it's going to be kind of like a script. So that's why I made a folder called scripts inside of that. So create types, what we're going to do is first generate the schema. So we're going to call utils, and we can just copy this, oops, and pass genSchema in there. And then from that, we're going to do fs.write. There we go. And here you have to specify what file to write, or the namespace for this. So the namespace, and what we just need multiple arguments for generate namespace. I'm just going to go back. I think when I tried to do this all in one go, it was just a bad idea. So let's get rid of this. So first we need to generate our namespace. What this namespace garbage is this. So it's just going to output a string. So if we look at this, it should output a string at the end. I guess it did. Here we go. That's the final. I was looking for this. So very end, we're just going to get a string, which we could just say Typescript types. So generate that, and I'm going to call it GQL, genSchema. Alright, so now I'm going to write the file, passing in Typescript types, and we're going to write this to up a directory types /schema.d.ts, and that's it. And let's see what it doesn't like. So we need to have 3 to 4 arguments, but got 2 for a write file. I think it just wants a callback at the very last one here. So we don't really want to do anything in this callback. Error, oops. I forget what's first. Does it tell me? So third option, we'll just call it A and B. Okay, and we can console log A, console log B. Doesn't like it? It doesn't want it. I don't know what we're supposed to pass as the third parameter to this. Alright, so let's actually just peek the definition. I should have done this a while ago. This would be the easiest way to do this. And actually, instead of peek, I'm going to go to definition. Alright, so this is the TypeScript definition. So it wants a path, which we provided it, options, and then what's the last thing? A callback, which only includes the error. Okay. So error, and we can console.log the error. Alright, perfect. So we're pretty much done with this now, and then in package.json, I just want to call this. So instead of using this right here, we're just going to say tsnode, and we're going to call source/scripts/createTypes.ts. So yarn gen, and what did I call it? Gen schema types. And we'll see if that works. And I guess we can look at schema.d.ts. No such file or directory. Oh, I also misspelled schema. And I bet this is going to be the same thing that we got before with problems with the path. So we solved that in our gen schema over here by using path and doing path.join with the directory name. So let's do that as well. Let's close some of these. We have enough files open. Okay, so path.join. And here's the directory name. Okay, we'll import that. And let's give it another go. So this is why I wanted to move gen schema to its own little file. So now we can call gen schema like this in multiple places if we need to. And alright, so we created the new types. And okay, this is me misspelling it. I forgot to change the spelling. And we can run that again. Okay, so we can now generate the types for our entire schema by first stitching it together and then just calling generate namespace on it, and we're good to go. So then as we add stuff to our login resolver or whatnot, we can then generate the types and have that for that. Hey guys, so one of you guys wanted to see how we would actually send an email with register or register resolver. So I thought, why not? Let's do it. It doesn't take that long and it's pretty easy. So I'm going to be showing you in this video how to actually send an email and send it with the link. That way they can actually click on it and confirm their email. Now for this, I'm going to be using something called Spark Post. The reason I'm picking this thing is just because it's easy. I can use it with any email, and they don't restrict you for the free version. So I'm just using the free version of this. Didn't have to put my credit card in or anything, and they have a nice API and whatnot. So I'll be using this to actually send the email, but if you guys want to use a different one, you can. It's pretty much just up to you. Now I've done a few things already to get this set up. You need an API key to actually send this to them or send it to an email. So I have set up the API key in a file called .env. And then I also, in my package.json, I added a new library called .env right here. And what that does, here's the README for it. It's really nice. It'll go ahead and automatically read the .env file and load it into the process so we can use these things. So this is what my file looks like. And I have one that says spark post underscore key or underscore API underscore key. So I'm going to be using that. So if you want to follow along, go ahead and create an account on Spark Post. I've already done so. Grab that API key, create a .env file, and then inside of there do sparkpost.api-key and then paste key. So paste your key here. And then in the index.ts, go ahead and install .env and then import .env like this. And so now I have all that information. And you could also just put the API key as a string if you wanted to, but I'm going to set up this way so I don't reveal my key. Alright, so that's it for the setup. Oh, one other thing, in the .getignore, I added .env, and I accidentally had temp in this for some reason, so this folder was getting blocked or not uploaded, so hopefully I didn't mess anything up. Now it'll be included because temp is just like this hello query. Alright, so let's go ahead and send emails. So we can close all this stuff, and I think we just need to install stuff. So here's the stuff that we need to install. SparkPost. So they have a nice SDK for Node.js, so we can use this. So we're going to install SparkPost like so, and then we can look down here. We're going to pass it our API key. I'm going to be getting it from the environment file, but you could pass it as a string like this if you wanted to. And then we're just going to send an email. So let's do yarn add SparkPost. And in my utils folder over here, I'm going to create something called send email.ts. And usually you might want to create a whole file for email because you're going to do forget password, that sort of thing. I'm going to keep this simple and just have one because I don't want to do too much email sending, at least with this. Alright, so I have send email here, and I also need to install the types for SparkPost. So SparkPost at types, and we can import it at the top here. And okay, it looks like it already, I didn't even realize this was a thing, but it looks like it'll automatically read SparkPost_API_key. So that's perfect. That's already what I have set. But we could explicitly say process.env.sparkPostAPI-key if we wanted to. And I kind of like saying it explicitly here better because you wouldn't know how this library works otherwise. And let's go ahead and import SparkPost like that. Alright, and there we are. And let's see, the client, okay, so we just haven't used it yet. So really what we need to pass to send email is the, I guess, the recipient, and then the URL. And this URL is going to be like basically the link. And both of these are strings. And if we come over here, we can just see they have the basic hello world for sending an email, and we'll just copy this. Alright, and we can make this an asynchronous function. And we can get rid of all of that and just say const response is equal to await, and we can just console log that. And then if we get an error, it's going to just error out, and that's totally fine. So here's the recipient's address. So here we're just going to pass the recipient's, well, I said S, but really there should just be one. And then here you'll notice we're building an HTML body. We're fine keeping this testing at sparkpost.com, subject hello world. I guess we can change the subject to confirm email. And then in our body here, I'm fine keeping this test stuff, but the most important thing is we need to add an anchor tag. So let's drop this to multiple lines so we can see what's going on. And yeah, so I guess right after this text I will add it. So we're gonna add an anchor tag with the href, and this is why we created that link function earlier. So we can pass the link to an href that the user actually clicks on. So we're gonna say confirm email and then close the anchor tag, and that's it. So now we can test out this send email function and make sure it works. So inside our register resolver, I'm going to call it. So send email. I guess, yeah, there we go. So this is the URL. The recipient is going to be email. So the email that the user passed in, we're going to be using that as the recipient who we're going to send it to, and then we're just passing in the link or the URL to send email. And let's await the response as well. Okay, so now we can test this out, and to test this out, we are just going to do to start up the server, and we're just going to come over here and actually send an email. And I'm going to send the email to, let's refresh him. I'm going to send the email to this account right here. I really like the service. It's called 10minuteemail.com. You can send to your own email if you want to, but I'm just going to send it to this guy right here. And basically you get an email for 10 minutes. So it's nice for like spam email stuff too, if you want to sign up for a service. Okay, so where do I want to go? Localhost 4000. This will be the playground that I won't go to. So it looks like it's started up okay. And let's create a new tab here, and I'm going to say mutation, register, email, and the email I'm going to pass in is this guy right here. And password, and I'm going to put a bad password, which is the exact same thing, and I want to get the path and the message of any errors that occur. Alright, so let's send this email. Null value in column ID violates not null constraint. Alright, so this is kind of interesting. It looks like the ID is not getting created for some reason. We're getting a query failure. I'm guessing it's having a problem with the automatically creating the UUID over here with the primary generated column. Let's fix this in a later video. What I want to do right now is just see if the email sending works. So I'm going to actually just create a UUID with it. So import version 4 from UUID. And we'll go ahead and create an ID for him. Alright, we'll let this restart and we'll resend it. Another thing we need to be careful about is we're now sending email right here. So unless we want to send an email for a test, when we run tests, we might have like if process.env.nodeenv is not equal to test, right? Then we don't send an email. Okay, and alright, so we can just run the same command again, and I guess the server's still starting up. There we go. Okay, so we got register null, which means it should have sent correctly. If we come over here, it looks like total accepted recipients is 1, so it should have sent it. So let's come back over here. Haven't got anything yet. We'll see how long it takes to receive this. I'll just try refreshing. We haven't got it yet, so I'll just pause the video and wait for it to come in. Okay, so it took only a few seconds later and it's already popped through. We can click on this, we can see our little test email, and I can click on confirm email if I want to. And it takes us to localhost 4000/confirm, and it does go ahead and say okay. So we're able to confirm our email, and that's pretty much the whole process of how it works. And we can even do a little test. If I refresh, I should now say invalid because I've already confirmed it. So perfect. So that's it for this video, guys. We were able to take a Spark post and actually send an email using the link we created in a previous video, and we were able to successfully confirm our account. And then what we'll do next video is start the login process, and then also fix this ID. We shouldn't have to specify version 4 here because we have a primary generated UUID here. I believe I know the problem. We have to add an extension to Postgres. Hey guys, so we had a little trouble in the last video in our register resolver, and that was with the ID. So I had to actually explicitly assign a UUID to the user. And I think what the problem with that is our database. It worked fine when we ran tests. It was just when we ran it ourselves regularly, we had problems. So what I'm going to do is just drop the database and restart it. So to do this, I'm first going to, we don't need this anymore. And then to test this out, I'm going to basically create another user, and I don't want to send them an email, so I'm just going to go ahead and comment out the whole bit where we send an email. And we're also going to have to comment out these guys and these two up here because we're no longer going to be using them. And then also that. And I think that gets rid of all the green in this file. And then the other thing is in our orm config, I'm going to just copy the drop schema from our test and move it up here and run this once. So now hopefully when we start this up, our database is going to drop its schema, restart it, and we should automatically create that UUID now. Alright, so it's up and running. You can refresh this. And we'll try registering this. So this guy is no longer in our database, so I can re-register him. And awesome, so it registers just fine now that we're not creating the ID. So that's all we need to do is synchronize that. So I'm going to stop the server, and I'm also going to remove drop schema because we don't need to drop it every single time. And what we're going to work on next is logging in. So I'm going to create a new folder under modules called login. And first thing I'm going to do is create a schema.graphql file. And we'll paste it in. And I just copied what we have for register. I'm going to go ahead and I guess keep like just this dummy query for now. We're going to need, hopefully this error gets resolved. I haven't checked the issue yet, but we'll leave it for now and we'll see. And so the mutation is going to be login. And to log in, we're going to take an email and a password and then return some number of errors depending on how it goes. So that's perfect. We can copy resolvers as well, paste it in here. And we don't need a schema per se. And error messages, we don't have anything from there. We can actually get rid of a lot of this stuff, at least right now. We do need an entity, we do need a resolver map, we don't need yep. Okay, so we're going to keep this, and I'm going to call this login. And then you'll notice we have some arguments here. So all I need to do is, to get the TypeScript types for that, is to run yarn gen schema types. And now we should have some types for logging in. And, oh, cannot find module, error modules. I think what it was, where is this coming from? Login resolver. Okay, so it actually is reading our code here, so we should actually get the errors to go away first. So let's remove all this stuff. There we go. And I guess I'll just say we'll return null for now. And I'm going to go ahead and generate the schema types now. Oh, it's not going to like it. Okay, so I guess tslint is blocking this. I guess I'll comment out all these things. We'll let this run and then we'll restart it. Basically, it's compiling the whole project to run this. That's why it's having a problem. Query.by define resolvers, but not in schema. Oh, it should be by too. Because we already have a single by. There we go. And there we go. Finally got it to work. So we can uncomment this now. And so I'm going to get GQL, login, and really what I should have done is maybe run the resolvers first, or the types first. So why is it, oh, we need a comma here. So here we're going to do login, login, and it can't find it. There we go. And don't need anything from our context. So first thing that we're going to do, and actually we can grab the username. And by username, we don't have one, we just have an email. You can grab the password. Alright. So first things first, we're going to try to find the user. given the email that they pass in. So we're going to say const user is equal to user.find, and we're just looking for a single one, and where the email is equal to the email. So here we can then check if we get a single user. So if user, really we should be checking if not a user, then we just return an array and we have a single error here. And there's a special way I like to do errors with logging in. So here really the problem is we couldn't find a user. So for example, I could say the path is email and the message is could not find user. But I don't like sending messages back like oops like this, because this gives, while it helps users, it also helps people that are trying to do malicious things with your code. So they can actually tell if anyone is in your database by checking this, right? So if we return this back, we know the person using our website knows that user does not exist in our database. But if they get a different error, they know it at least exists in the database, so they can use this to figure out whether the email is wrong or the password, and it makes it easier to hack. So what I like to do instead is just say invalid login. So super generic, and I return the same error message, whether they have a wrong password or wrong email, any of that. So I'm going to create a error messages.ts, export invalid login, const, and we're just going to say invalid login. So we'll use that here, invalid login. Okay, so assuming we have found a user, we then want to check and make sure they gave us the right password for this current user. And to do this, there's a function from bcrypt, because this user's hash path, so user.password is hashed, but this password is plain text, so we can't just do that, right? We have to hash this password and compare. So bcrypt gives us a function for this, bcrypt.compare, and let's see, so first thing is the plain text string, so that's password. Second one is the hash, so the hash is user.password, and it's going to tell us whether it returns a promise and then a boolean. So the boolean is true or false, whether it's valid. So I'm going to say const valid is equal to await. And what doesn't it like? Password? Oh, we just need to await when we find a single user. And here I'm going to say if not valid, and we're just going to return the same thing. And maybe what I do is up here say const error response, because we're going to do the same error response for these. Oops, I want to be consistent. And then I'll just return error response and error response here as well. So now whether they have couldn't find the user or whether they give us a bad password, same error. If they make it past both of these checks, that means they exist in our database, they gave us the right password, so we trust them to be the correct user. And so we're going to go ahead and return, and we will return null because they are no errors. And that's what we basically our contract or signature. We return null if it's successful. Okay, so I want to test this now, and ideally also, and what we're going to do next video is make a session and a cookie for them, but we'll be handling that next video. What I want to do is test the logic for logging in, and oh, this reminds me, there's one other thing I want to do. So even though we found a user, I need to make sure they have confirmed their email, so user.confirmed. So if they have not confirmed their email, I'm going to tell them. And this is okay to send them a message back for. So this one I actually like to say message and like please confirm your email. So export const confirm email error. So like please confirm your email. information. What did I call it? Confirm email error. Confirm email error. There we go. And I actually just imported a wrong thing. There we go. And the reason why I like to do give them a message here is they might not know that they needed to confirm their email before logging in. So this is just to be, cause less friction when the user forgets or whatnot. And I don't think this gives away too much information either. It does a little bit because they at least know it's a database, but we'll be handling rate limiting also so that we don't get too many login attempts. Alright, so I'm happy with this. Let's write a test. So login.test.ts, and here we're going to test and test login, and this is going to be async, and we're just really going to have one test here, and we're going to have a few different queries. I want to go ahead and basically register a user, try logging in, and then if I can't, it should tell me I haven't confirmed that user, which is perfect. I guess let's actually do a describe because there's a couple different things I want to test out. So describe, test, we should just call it login because we know it's a test. I guess the first thing we can do is something really simple and just make sure we can test whether a user gives us invalid login when we passed in a bad email. So let's go ahead and build the query, and we're going to do it the same way we did for register test, where we use GraphQL request. So we'll paste that, and then also we're going to go ahead and do the same thing where we build out a mutation. Oops. Okay, so we have this for email and password. We can use this for our register mutation because we're actually going to be registering the user later. This is going to be a login mutation, and it actually has the same exact structure except it's login instead of register here. Okay, so we're going to say const response is equal to await request, and we're going to say process.inf.testHost as string, and then here we're going to pass in our query, which is just a login mutation, and email is going to be junk, right? Well, you know what, why don't we do bob@bob.com. So it's a valid email, it just is not in our database, and we're going to do whatever is the password. Oops. So what we expect to get back from this, so expect response to be, or to equal. So it should actually return login, and it should be an array. Path is going to be email, and the message, so we expect to get an error back. And the error we expect to get back is invalid login. Alright, I'm going to comment this out because I want to run this test and see if it works. So here what we're testing is bad email, or email not found, sends back error. So yarn test. And the next thing we can test is to make sure the confirmation, and then we can also test bad password as well. Okay, so cool, test passed. So next test is going to be email not confirmed. And we'll say, yeah, that's fine. Oops, it's test, not text. Async. Okay, so the first thing here is we're actually going to create a legit user in our database. So we can copy the response. So this will create a good user, and I'm going to use register mutation. Wait, what did I call it? Oh, I commented it out. And let's use that email and that password. Alright, so when we first register a user, they're not going to be confirmed. So the next thing that we want to check is to make sure it does not let us log in. So I'm basically going to run this exact same code right here, I guess. So we can copy it, paste it here. The only difference is, so response 2 is we have a different login for email and password here. So maybe I can just create this in its own little function, say const login email, we'll call it emp string, and we'll just put this here, and we'll make this async. So then our test, we're just going to call await login, and we'll pass in these two parameters, and we'll pass EP here. Alright, so now I can call this same code right here, login with email and password. So I guess we should say login, I should refactor this, so login expect error. Oh wow, I'm actually a noob, so I guess we'll do this next time. We'll still use this function, but in this case we're actually expecting a different error message. I guess what we could also say as a third parameter, error message. So error message. So the error message we expect here is invalid login. Yeah, that works nicely. And the error message we expect here is going to be confirm email error. Alright. And I guess we don't really care about the response from register, so I can just do that. Alright, so we're going to expect the login to fail, and we expect to get an error about it not being confirmed. Next thing, I'm going to actually update this user. So user.update, and I just need to also auto import update. We're going to say where by the email, and then here we're going to set the confirmed to true. And what doesn't it like? I guess, is it aware by default? There we go. I guess it's just, I don't know if the second parameter or the first parameter is supposed to be aware. Let's peek the definition. Alright, so update, does it tell us? So T extends base entity. Second is, okay, so this second key is the criteria, which, does it accept aware? Doesn't look like it. I think I did it backwards. So here the first parameter is what we want to pass confirmed, or what we want to update. So confirmed is true. Second is what we want to search by. And I'm going to try putting where and see if it wants me to do where. It does not. I might have this backwards again too. We'll just try it and see what happens. Other thing, we're doing a typeform right here, so we have to go ahead and do a before all and create typeform connection. And I thought I also closed the connection. I guess that was in this test over here. I guess it was a different test. For some reason, I thought I actually closed the test or the connection to typeform, but I guess it was the other thing that was causing the error before. We'll see what happens though. Alright, so at the very top, we'll paste this in. We'll need to import it. And okay, so I kind of want to give it a run, just see what happens. Okay, so it already passes, perfect. And then next thing we're going to do is give it a bad password. Oops. So I'm going to try logging in again. But the password is going to be like a bad password. And we're going to expect a invalid login. And then after this, so I guess save that, see if it runs. Alright, so we still need to confirm our email. That means this update did not work. So let's switch these, because I guess I had it right before. So confirmed is true. There we go. And then lastly, this is the last thing I want to do, at least for right now, is to check and make sure we successfully log in. So no error. I guess we could put I guess we just do the whole login process again. So we can copy. So here I'm going to put login mutation, which is going to be email, password, and we expect response.to be null. Oh, I guess actually we don't expect it to be null. We expect it to be an object that says register, which is null, and I mean login. Alright, so let's see if that worked. Perfect. So we passed all our tests, and we set up our login function. One part of logging in users is keeping them logged in, because a lot of time when you revisit a website, you don't want to have to put your credentials in again. So the way we're going to be doing this, because right now we don't have any code in here to actually do that, we're basically just returning null if we get a good login, and if we get a bad login, we're throwing an error. So to actually persist users and keep them logged in, what we're going to do is send back a cookie. And this cookie is going to have an ID in it, and we're going to create a unique ID per user. And we're going to store some information on that user in the server. And then whenever that user makes a request, we can look up their data given the ID that they send with their cookie. So there's a nice library to help us out with this, and it is called Express Session. So this is what we're going to be setting up today. So first things first, we need to install it. So let's come on over here. I'm going to do yarn add express session, and then I'm also going to install the types for it. And we're going to set this up in our start server, and this is middleware for Express. And we can do yarn add types express session. Alright, so when that's done installing, we'll go ahead and import it. I'm trying to decide whether we need to add types, or not types, but the session middleware for this route right here. I guess it would be kind of nice to see if the user confirms their email, but I actually changed my mind because we're going to have a setting where we don't track them until they actually log in. This might be something we change later though. Either way, I'm going to add it right here. So we're going to say server.express.use, and then we're going to pass in our middleware right here. So we're using GraphQL Yoga, but we can access Express right here, and we can add any type of middleware, and that's how we were able to add this route right here as well. Alright, let's go ahead and import it. So import, and it's going to be, I'll just call it session from Express session. And I think, yep, we just need to import it like that. And then the settings that I like to use for this are the ones that I've done in a previous video. So I'm going to explain how these work. We're going to use these two bits right here, because we also need to set up cores, which I'll talk about in a second. And we can get rid of that. Alright, and there's going to be one quick difference, and that is we're also going to be using Redis. But that's a separate library we're going to add. But if you want to see any of these settings or what they mean in more detail, check out the README. They explain it quite well. But here we go. We set up the session object, and the first thing I specify the name. I call it QID. The reason why you want to give it a name, it can really be just something. The default one is just called ID, and so it's nice to just make it different so people don't know right away just from the cookie name that you're using this library. I don't know why I called it QID. You could call it anything. I could call it BID, any letter. I just gave it a random one. Secondly, we need to specify a secret for it. We can go ahead and say const session secret is going to be something like that, and you probably want to pick a better secret. What I'll do next video is in between them I'll add this to my environment file. I don't want to open it right now because I have my API key in there, and then we'll get it from the environment instead of just having the secret here, because it's not a good idea to have your secrets in your source code. Next, this is resaving. I turn this off. What this does is if you get a session, so let's say someone has an ID and the cookie ID, and they contact your site or they hit your server, make a request I mean, you don't want to basically resave their session every single time. You can turn that on, but I'm just going to keep it off because we only really need to store it once and then just update it if we want to. We don't need to save it every time. This is the save uninitialized. What this means is we don't store anything about the user, or we don't create a cookie for the user until I actually store some data on them. And this will make more sense in a second. And this bit right here is just settings for cookie. Here, HTTP only is very important. What this means is JavaScript cannot access your cookie, which is important for security. And then here, this is for secure. Secure is for HTTPS, so it'll only send the cookie over HTTPS. This is really important for production, and you should be running HTTPS in production, so this shouldn't be a problem. So I have this little setting right here where I check whether we're in production. If we are, we turn it on. If not, we're not running HTTPS in development, so we turn it off. And then lastly, here's the max age. This is just how long you want the cookie to persist for. 7 days is what I have right now. I might change this to a really big number, like a year or something later. I haven't decided how long I want the cookie to last for. The other thing is here's setting cores. I don't know if this will cause an issue with our testing, but we have the credentials to true, so we can send a cookie back. And then we also origin. This is basically where our front end is located. So our front end is localhost 3000. This will change depending on where my localhost or my front end is going to be. But for now, I'll put that. And we just pass the cores to the server right here. So cores, it's a setting you pass to that. And yeah, so that is all set up. I mentioned Redis before, so that's one thing we're going to add. So we're going to be using this thing called connect Redis. And actually, let me show you guys. If we scroll down, we can store the data and look at all these different places. So I mentioned we're going to store data for each user. So we can store this data in a number of different places. I'm going to choose to store it in Redis, but you could store it in any number of these places. Redis is a really good choice because it's fast, and we're already using it for some other stuff. So that's perfect. Another good one probably would be like memcached, but you could also store it, for example, in Postgres, which you wouldn't even need another service if you wanted to, since we're already using Postgres. But all of these are different choices you can have, but you can see Redis is a very popular one. So let's go ahead and install this. And we're also going to need to install the types for it. I did not copy that correctly. And we're just going to import it and then add it as one of the options to our session. And then automatically it'll start storing the data in Redis instead of just by default it stores the session data just in memory, so when you start your server everything refreshes. This will persist stuff. So connect Redis. So alright, so we have the types, and now we can import this guy. So import, and I think we just add it. Yep, so we just say Redis store, and then we can just pass the store, and we can pass it any options. Here are the options here. We can just do the default ones though. So we'll say store, and we'll say new Redis store, and let's go ahead and import that. So we'll call it Redis store and connect dash Redis. All right, cool. And I forgot a comma. And what is it? Oh, it just wants some arguments. You can pass in an empty object. Only a void function. Okay, it's not liking this. Maybe I need just import it like that. Oh, it has no default import. And when I install it like that, it doesn't like it either. Okay, so what I always forget when using this library is we need to pass in the session that we're using. So express session up here, and then we can create a new Redis store. So what I'm going to do is up here, I'll just call this, I'll call this connect Redis. And then I'll create a store. So const Redis store is equal to connect Redis, passing in our express session. And then here I don't need to pass in, I guess we do still need to pass in empty object. Okay, so we're all good for setting up sessions, so we can actually use this now. So in our login resolver over here, and actually there's one last thing I forgot. We actually have to pass it in. So down here, actually it's wherever we do context. Okay, context is right here. So in our request now that we've added this middleware, request is going to have a session inside of it. So we can pass, I'm just going to pass in request like so. And now we can access request in any of our resolvers. And the thing we want to access on request is that session object. So in my login resolver, all the way at the bottom, so assuming, login successful. So what we want to do is add a cookie or create a cookie for that user. And the way we do it is I'm going to say request.session, and we're getting request from the context. So I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to say request, and we're going to have to change our resolver map because we have a new item in our context. So in our resolver map, we also now have a request, which is a request from not node fetch, from express. Alright, so that's what this guy is, and we now have a session, and what we can do is we could look at anything inside of this session, or we can set something. So we're going to set the user ID, and that's going to be coming from the user that we just logged in. So we found a user up here, so we're going to save its ID in the session, and I guess it's possibly undefined request.session. So we can do a little check, I suppose. So if request.session, we want to do this thing. Otherwise, I guess we want to throw an error basically. So if the login is not successful, or I guess, I mean, the login is still successful, but if we don't have access to the session object, something went wrong. And maybe we should just assume that session is defined. And I think that's probably the best case, because we could log it, but I think it's just going to be a problem with the library itself. So I'm going to say request.session, and we're just going to cast it as any. And what I think I'm going to do at a later state is when we start adding more things to our session is we'll actually specify a type. And maybe I'll want to do this slightly differently now that I think of it. So I think in my types over here, what I want to actually export as well is just an interface for the type, or for the session. And so in the session, we know we want to store maybe a user ID, which will be a string. And in our start server over here, instead of passing the whole request object, what I think I'll just pass in is the session. And this will be request.session. And so in our context over here, we're now going to have a session. So request is now becoming session, and we could have done session. So we could do it like I was doing before, but I think I like this a little bit better. And we don't need that. So this is us just setting the session ID. And we get this from the context still. Okay, so what this will do is I mentioned earlier in start server that we have save initialized to false. What this means is it will not set a cookie for the person that made the request until we actually change the session. So express session looks for whenever you make changes. So we made a change here to the session object, and when we make a change to the session object, it then creates a cookie and stores the data. So it's going to store the user ID for this user. So then what we can do is whenever that user makes a request to our server again, we can look at session.userid to see what their user ID is. And that's pretty much it for creating a cookie for the user, at least when they log in. We will be doing some more stuff in the future with this. And I'm not sure, I don't think I want to add any tests particularly for this, because this is pretty much just testing whether express session works, and we shouldn't need to test that. That should be someone else's job. But I do want to test that this integrates and works with other requests, which we will be doing, that the stuff persists and whatnot. And I do want to, before we end this video, run our tests and make sure I didn't break anything, because we now have some other stuff. And looks like no tests even ran by default, so I'll do A to run them all, and we'll see what happens. The only thing I could see is, okay, so here's what I was wondering about. So now that we have Redis, so make sure, I guess duplicate key violates unique constraint. I'm guessing it's because we might be passing in 2 Redis clients. So right here, when we create a new Redis store, we're creating a connection, and we are already creating a Redis connection over here. And if we look at the setup over here, it looks like they use Node Redis, which is different than what we were using, but it does say down here that it's compatible. So right here, it's compatible with other Redis clients like IO Redis, which is what we're using. So let's try that. So we can pass as a parameter the client, which we can pass in Redis. Doesn't look like it likes it, so I'm just going to cast it, and let's see if that works. We'll let this run all the tests. If this doesn't work, I'll have to do some investigation. Yeah, so I'll do some investigation and see what's going on. It looks like we just broke our Redis connection for some reason. I guess maybe the Redis store is maybe clearing possibly the values that are not in Redis or not pertain to the Redis store. I'll have to look in and see what it's doing. Hey guys, so I mentioned in the last video that I was going to replace the hard-coded string I was passing for the origin for the cores to environment variable. So I went ahead and did that, added it to the .env file, and I'm now using frontend host as the name I gave it. So now in development, this will be equal to localhost, and then when we move this to production, we'll do whatever the production string is and just change that environment variable. Alright, so the other thing that we need to change from last video was the tests that were failing. So at first I thought it had to do with Redis, because that's really the only thing we added. But I went ahead and ran the tests again, and they seem to all pass. So this is like a sporadic error that sometimes pops up, sometimes doesn't. And I actually think it has to do with the connection, so connecting to the PostgreSQL database. And what I think is causing it is we're not closing the connection for typeworm, at least in 2 of the files, register and the login test. I was doing it for this one, and I just forgot to do it for register and login. So I'm going to go ahead and change that. So we're going to have a connection handle, and we're going to do it in the same way we did for the other one. And then we're just going to get access to the connection, and then after all the tests have run, we're going to just close it. So connection.close. And we are going to copy this and just move it to login over here, and just re-import connection. Alright, and we'll let these tests rerun. I don't know, it looks like this one took a really long time to run, and we are getting, so this is, I think this is the exact error that we were getting last time. I talked about query failed duplicate key, so I think this is the one I'm talking about. I think it's a Postgres error, not a Redis error, even though it's failing the Redis test. And I'm going to just restart the tests. Now that we're closing the connections, everything should be closed and should be able to restart okay. It's taking a little bit longer to run. Okay, interesting. So the relation users does not exist. So this just means that the database is not up. I'm curious what's going on here because we're resetting the database and synchronizing it every time. I don't know if we're just running it too fast or something and we have a race condition in here. I'll just try running this again. And there we go, all the tests worked. Let's run it again one more time. So we probably have a race condition in here somewhere. I'm not quite sure what it is. For now I'll leave it because it seems to work most of the time. And I want to move on to the topic that I want to cover today, and that is creating kind of some middleware for GraphQL. And we can just close this test, and the reason for that is we have in our login resolver, we're now setting the user ID for this session. So now we can set up kind of a system for permissions. So maybe I want to allow someone to only access something if they're logged in, or maybe if that user is an admin or something. So we want to add a way so we can run some code before our resolver runs to check whether the user is the correct user. And I wasn't sure exactly how I wanted to do this. I had done it before, but I felt like the way I did it was too complicated, and I wanted to simplify how I did it. And the first thing that I was considering was schema directives. And the way these work is you actually add something to your schema. So here's an example right here. We can see there's a type of person, and he adds a schema directive rename to it. And this code runs, and it can do pretty much anything to the resolver result, and then also to basically the context, the arguments passed in. It can manipulate all that stuff. The one thing, there's really two things that held me back from using this. The first is I never saw any examples where they were using multiple directives. Like maybe they use a rename directive, and then they also use, for example, an auth directive, and I kind of wanted this middleware to stack so I could use multiple and kind of reuse the middleware all over the place. And secondly, I didn't really like adding it to my schema. So even if I could stack the middleware, I didn't like having to add it to my schema. I preferred just like having this logic in the resolver itself and keeping the schema clean from this. So I moved to a different solution, and I was looking at how GraphQL did it with GraphQL middleware, and I thought this was a decent idea of how they did it. But the way they did it is they basically set up a whole new schema that they use for middleware that runs before the old schema. While I liked how they set up their middleware, I felt like it was unnecessary, and that we could just create a simple function that does something very similar to this. So what I'm going to do is create a new query called me, and it gets the current user. And we're going to add some middleware to it. And what I want this middleware to do is to check if the user is logged in or not. And so the way we're going to do this is I'm basically going to have a function like so. And we're going to pass one of the parameters as resolve. And what resolve does is it'll just go ahead and this is going to be like the resolver for our actual code. And we can just run things before we actually call this resolver itself. And this will make more sense when we actually do it with our own code. So let's go ahead and get started with this. So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is create a module. I'm going to call it me. And this is really just kind of like a test module. And I'm going to create, and I guess we can copy over the schema. So for this, don't need a mutation. I just want a single query called me, and it returns a user. So type user, and it's going to have an ID and an email. And that's pretty much the only fields I want to pass back to the user. I don't really want to tell them if they're confirmed or not, or what their hashed password is. We can copy resolvers as well, paste that in, and we can get rid of the whole mutation bit, and we don't need this error response or any of that stuff right now. So it's just going to be me, and we need to run some code before it to make sure they're logged in, but we have a parent, which we don't care about, arguments, which we don't care about, and the third parameter is context, which we do need the session, because from the session we can get the user ID. So we can say user.find1, and we're going to say where the ID is equal to session.userID. Okay, so if we ran this code right now and we tried to query me without being logged in, it would just return null. But maybe instead I would want to, for example, throw an error or do something else if the user is not logged in and trying to access this query. So I'm going to create a file which I'm going to call middleware.typescript, and we're going to export const middleware, or I should really we'll just export default function from this. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, so it's going to take the resolver. So this parameter here is going to be this, and then it's going to take all the other arguments. So it's going to have parent, args, context, and then also info. And this is going to be of type any, and then the resolver is going to be of the type resolver, which I think, do we have a type for that already? We don't, so I'm going to create a type right here called export type resolver, and it's going to be this function right here. And we'll put that back here. So resolver, and we'll let this prettify. So a resolver is a function that has these parameters here and then returns anything. So then my middleware, this is going to be a resolver. Perfect. Okay, so what I want to do is, so this is going to be where I put my middleware. Then I can call my resolver. So resolver, and I can pass in pretty much anything in here. I could take parent, args, context, info. So I could just pass in those four because that's what it expects. Or maybe I pass in, for example, something else. Like I want to modify the context. So I'm like, alright, we'll keep the context, and maybe I'll pass in logged in is true, or whatever field I want. For now, we'll just do this. Oops. Pass in context. And then afterwards, we can run afterware. And then we can return result. So this is how basically this function is going to work. It's going to take the resolver as one of the parameters. Then it can do anything before that it wants, anything after that it wants, and then it's just going to return pretty much whatever we want. And let's do this with a practical example. So what I could do for this, and what I'm going to do, is create a higher order function that handles all this stuff. So I'm going to say create middleware.typescript, export const create middleware. So this is going to take two parameters. The first is the middleware function, and the second is the resolver function. So our middleware function is this thing. The resolver function is this thing right here. And what we're going to do with that is return a regular resolver. So we're going to return, so a regular resolver would have parent, arguments, context, info. And what I want to return, and let's drop this to a new line. What I'd like to return from this is the middleware function. And the middleware function will take the resolver function as its first parameter, and then the parent args context info. And let's save that. And that's it. That's what all my create middleware function is going to do. So it's a higher order function that takes two things, the middleware function and the resolver function, and we just need to add types for all of this. And then it's going to return a regular resolver. So this is a regular resolver. And the regular resolver is just going to return the middleware. And parent can be anything. All of these can be anything. So the resolver function is going to be a resolver. And let's go back to GraphQL. Export type middleware function. We'll say GraphQL middleware function. And it's going to have basically all these same parameters. So, yep, all these same parameters. Oh, I didn't copy that well. Go back. Yeah. And the only difference is this first one is going to be a resolver. Okay, so that's the type GraphQL middleware function. So what I'm going to do is here's my middleware, and then in my resolver I'm going to say create middleware, and the first function is going to be my middleware, so we'll grab middleware, and our second is going to be our regular resolver. Okay, so we basically are just wrapping this with create middleware, and there's a lot of different ways I could do this. I don't know if this is the cleanest way to do this, but all I want to do is have this function here run before, basically, this function has access to the resolver and can do whatever it wants. The other way I could have done this possibly, and maybe this is a better way to do it. Actually, no, I don't think this is better. I think this is fine. This is probably, let me know in the comments below if you guys think of a cleaner way or a simpler way to do this. But we have our resolver here as our second parameter and our middleware as the first one. Okay, so now I can do whatever I want with this beforehand. Now before I actually do this, I want to create a test so we can make sure all this stuff works. So I'm going to say me.test.ts. And for this, we're going to need to log in to actually get the session. And I was going to use what we use for, like, for example, login, which is this request from GraphQL request. But I couldn't really get it to work very well with cookies. So we're going to be using a different library called Axios. So I'm going to do yarn add Axios. And for those of you that are not familiar with Axios, it is just a request library. And it just happens to work well with cookies. So I'm going to import Axios from Axios. And I guess it's written in Typescript because I didn't have to install any types for it. So that was nice. Or at least it's bundled with some kind of TypeScript types. So here's going to be my test. And we're going to say async. Okay, so what am I testing here? We'll test me query. And really I should say describe the me query. And we could just call it me. And we don't need to have it async because there's two tests that I want to do. So I guess the first one is for can't. I guess we want an error to be thrown. So can't get user if not logged in. Alright, so we want to basically have an error thrown at us in some case, I guess, in this case, or we could just have null returned. But this is whenever we make a query and the user is not logged in. And we'll handle this case in a second, so we'll do this later. The case that I really care about is that we're able to get the current user. So get current user. Alright, so first things first, I need to log in, and then I'll try to get my user. Now, to log in, there has to exist a user. So we're going to copy our register. And actually, not a register, I like this guy better, where we create a user. Copy all this, and we'll paste it in our test. And so all I want to do here is to create a user that we can use. And we don't need Redis, and I don't really need a user ID. So let's import all these things. And I'm going to say const email and const password, because we're going to be using this in different places. And same thing for password. And then I'm going to say confirmed is true. And did I just, what did I do wrong? Oh, there we go. So I'm going to say confirmed true, so we don't have to confirm him. We don't care about setting the user ID here. And there's one problem with this right now. We're not hashing the password. And we could do this in two different ways. We could either just hash the password when we create the user here, or we can add a before insert hook to our entity. And I kind of want to do that because I think that'll save us some coding. So I'm going to say before insert, and I guess we'll just add our function. I'll call it hash password. And we're going to say self.password. Or sorry, not self, that's Python, this.password. And here we're just going to hash the password. And we're just going to use the same logic that we do in our register. So if we go to resolvers, we can see ourselves hashing the password here. And we can copy that and back to our entity. And we need to make this async. So we just need to import bcrypt. So import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Alright, so now every time we insert a user, before we insert it, we are going to hash the password. So now in our register resolver over here, we don't actually need to hash the password, and I can just get rid of that. Typearm will just handle that for us. And now in our login over here, in our login or me test, I don't have to actually hash the password, it'll get handled for us. So step one, logging in, because we already have a user now. So I'm going to say Axios, and I'm going to await this. Axios we're going to make a post request. First is our URL, which is the same as always, so test host as string. Second is our data. So here you can pass in our query. So this is your GraphQL query that you want to run. And for us, we want to run the login one. So I'm going to just copy the login code from our test over here. Oops. And back here, paste it in, and call it. Passing our email and password that we use to create a user. And then lastly, I'm going to say with credentials true. This is an important one. This is what will save the cookie. So Axios is going to automatically save the cookie for us. After that, we are just going to make a request to access the user. And I'm just going to console log this for you guys so you can see what the response looks like. So axios.post, and first, same thing as always, pass in the test host as a string. Secondly, our query, and here is just going to be our me query, which we have not written yet. We'll do that now. So const me query, we'll say me, ID, email are the two fields we want to grab. So we'll pass that in, and then lastly, with credentials true, this will pass the cookies that we got here into this post request. Yeah, so let's see what that does. I'm going to comment this out. We should just get a regular user back. And you know what? I'm going to not just wrap this whole thing. I'm going to say const response, and then I'll console.log the response. Okay, and then in our middleware, we're just returning whatever the resolver returns. So we should just get a user back. We'll run a test, and we'll see which test gets run. I don't know if it's going to run all of them or if it's just going to run this single one. And we just need to, it's mad at us because we left a variable that we're not using. There we go. Compiling. Oh, we might actually have one other problem, and that is cores, because expecting we can only do cores for this guy right here. So we'll see what we get back. If we get a problem, we're going to change the origin here. So okay, cool. It does go ahead and fail, so we get this cross origin null forbidden. So if you get this thing, that's a problem with cores. So we're going to say process.env nodeenv, and if we're currently testing, so we're checking the environment, we're testing, we're going to do a star. And what star does is that it allows any origin in, whereas this only allows that origin. So only the front end can make requests. Now anyone can make requests with this. And we just have to restart the whole test because it doesn't read the changes that I made, because this is a setup, is when we start the server. Alright. Okay, cool. So it's only running 2 of these tests. Alright, so looks like our register one is failing. I bet if we run them all again, it'll pass. But here's the response. And we get me, which is equal to null. So we actually have some problem here. We would expect to get something back. So how I'm going to debug this is in our register resolvers over here. Sorry, not register, our me. We are just going to console log session.userid and see what we get. So cool. So we're only running the me test. That's perfect. And okay, so we are indeed getting an object back now. Not sure what was happening before that we weren't getting an object and now we are. I don't know if the code just didn't recompile or something. So in my test, I believe that was the body. Hopefully it'll show us. I think I just need to get the body. So dot data data. So data dot data. Refresh. So it's also running the login tests. And the login failed. But here we can see we currently get Bob, which is nice, and we get this ID, perfect. So at the bottom here it says watch usage. I can just specify W, and I can specify the exact test that I want to run. So I don't want to be running all these different tests while I'm doing this. So I'm just going to type me to only run the me one. And it still ran the other test. That's really weird. And we're also getting null now and this other thing. Did I close the connection up here? I'm even closing the connection. Oh, we don't need to we can get rid of this. So it looks like we're getting quite a few errors now. And my regular expression is not working because I only wanted to run the me test. And now it's working. So filter, oh, yeah, filter by file name or by test name. I wanted to do file name, so I want me.test.ts. Perfect. Okay, so I don't know why this works sometimes and why it fails sometimes and why we randomly get connection errors and sometimes don't. It's kind of weird, but we're getting this, and this is exactly what I wanted to check and make sure that we get. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to expect it. Expect response.data.data and .me.email to be or to equal and the email that we have above. So we could also check against the ID, and actually I guess that makes more sense. So I was thinking like we don't know the ID, but we actually could get the ID up here when we create the user. I could say let user ID string, and we can just pass in the ID right there. So then down here we could actually do the whole shape. So it's going to be me, and inside of me we'll have an ID, which is the user ID, and an email. And nice, so we pass now. We don't need to console log this. So really we're just expecting here that we get the data that we should get back. And this video is getting quite long, and I haven't actually kind of delved into how the middleware is going to work or done anything with the middleware. This actually video turned out more to be how to actually, one, test things using cookies, and two, in our resolver over here, how to use the session to get the current user ID and to get the current user who's actually making a request. Because notice here it actually knows who I am, right? In this test over here, just based off, I didn't specify who I was when I made this post request, right? It's looking at the credential or my cookie, and it can tell me what my ID and my email is. So we can look up users and do stuff. So alright, what we'll do in the next video is I'll talk more about how you might use this middleware.typescript. And then also I'm curious what you guys think, or if you guys have done GraphQL middleware before, how you use it, and what your setup looks like. So before we go any further, I want to go ahead and squash this bug that just keeps popping up when we run tests. And here it is right now with duplicate key violates unique constraint. And I was thinking a lot about this, and I was testing out a lot of different things, and I know the cause of this now, and there's a few different solutions we can do to try to remedy this. So what I think is happening is we're having a race condition. We have a race condition, obviously. Well, it wasn't obvious to me at first, but because it happens sometimes and sometimes it works, depending on the order that things are getting run, we get this error popping up. And so that's what's known as a race condition, if you don't know what that is. Now, if we come over to our ORM config, we can see we are dropping the schema. So here's what I think is happening. Whenever we create a connection, we're dropping the schema if we're creating a test connection. So we're creating a test connection here because we're in the testing environment. We're also doing it when we do a me test, and we're doing it when we do a register test. So for every single test that we run, we're dropping the database. So we're dropping the database a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And these tests are running all in parallel. So if one test drops the database in the middle of another person's test, then there's going to be a problem. It's going to reset and break everything. So that's what I think is happening. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to make sense, and this seems to be just like a straight up bug. So one way that we can solve this is by stopping the parallel runs of the test. So we can do this with the just and run them sequentially. Here's the Stack Overflow by passing in this parameter. So we can go ahead and try this, and I think this is going to be ended up the solution I'm going to go with. But I also want to discuss some other ones we could take. So we add that, and now they should all run in order. And there is also another big problem. So if I come over to my index.typescript, you'll notice I am importing .env in this reflect metadata. But we don't actually use index.typescript in our testing. So this .env and these two files are not being imported. So I need to actually just move them to start server, because start server needs them. So now at the top of start server, we're importing these two files that it needs. And now if we're testing and we only include the start server module, these files still get imported, whereas before they weren't because they were just an index. But if we start run our server regular, it's going to call index.typescript, which is going to call start server, which will import these, so we're still good. So that was another small thing possibly causing problems in the mix. And we can try just Control C, yarn test, and we can see if this does go ahead and run the tests okay. And I'm just going to run them all. But there's one kind of big downside to doing this, and you'll notice they run sequentially. Cool, it all passed, and that is it's slower, right? Because we're running one test after the other, and really this is my least favorite option, is just doing it like this, because I can see this taking basically it's just going to take longer and longer and longer as we add more and more tests. They can't run in parallel, which is unfortunate. But here's one way we can try getting around these things. So I talked about earlier that the race condition was happening because we were dropping the schema, right? For every single test. There's really no way around that. If we're dropping the schema in some of these tests, it's going to break the other tests because they're trying to touch the database. So we cannot drop the schema on every single test, right? So we have 4 tests. We only drop the schema in our global setup. And that's one way to do it. But this will introduce a new problem, and that is the state is going to be shared. So for example, in my register test over here, I register a user, right? We can see right here, I request and mutation right here. Or it's, I guess right here is the register mutation. I guess we register a couple users, but somewhere in here we register a user, right? That means this user is now available and can be accessed by the login test and whatnot. And in that same vein, it can mess things up. So if we're using the same login, the name, which I don't know if we are, I think I changed them. Nope. So this is a perfect example. So here we are registering a user called tom@bob.com, and we're doing the same thing in our login test, and this will cause a problem, right? Because we're trying to create 2 users in the same database. So one way to avoid this is to be very cautious about this and not use the same email across tests and whatnot. But I think it's just like a bad way to do things, because we really want to isolate each test and have it have a fresh database on every single test, which really just leaves us with the previous solution, which was to drop the database on every single test, which is unfortunate and makes it really slow. The other solution I had was I was thinking about and playing with transactions. So when we create the typeform connection here, so in our test over here, we create a user, right? So I could create this user in a transaction, and then I could just keep this transaction for this test, and then I roll it back when we're done. And for those of you that are not familiar with transactions, basically it's an isolated thing where if we make a change in the transaction, it does not affect the whole database until the transaction is committed. And you can also roll back this transaction and then nothing's affected in the database. But that didn't work for a different reason, and that's we'd create the user in the transaction, right? And then we would, I don't know, request something from our server, and our server would not be using that transaction, so it would just cause a mess because the server's not using the transaction, but I am using the transaction here. So that wouldn't really work. So I think the really only option is if I want to do parallel tests is to have them all touching the database, and then I just have to be very careful not to have one test mess up another test, doing something, I don't know, like I'm deleting a user that user is using or whatnot, or that test needs. So that's one way. I think for now I'm just going to leave it like so, where we just run them all, and maybe I'll consider doing it like I said before, where they're all basically running at the same time, affecting the database, and then just being careful. But it kind of feels bad to me doing it like that. But I kind of want to just like talk about this and see what you guys think. What are your opinions on it? What would you recommend? I think what I'll do for the rest of this series, unless you guys have a brilliant idea, which would be great, is I'll just use this flag, and the test should have no problem passing. So I want to finish up the middleware and show you some different things that you can do with this. And I want to go ahead and finish the test first that we wrote for this, and then play around with the middleware. So just a reminder, we were creating a query called me that would fetch a user, and it would fetch the user based on the cookie. So we'd grab the session, and we are storing inside of the session the user ID, which we'd then fetch the user by that ID. And right now we wrote a test. So one test, we first log in, which will add the cookie to our browser. But in this case, since it's not a browser, it just stores it in Axios. And then we make another request right here, which actually grabs the user, and we make sure it actually gets it. Now I want to write another test. What happens when the user is not authenticated? So what I'd like to do is return null if no cookie. So in this case, we try making a request like this, and we just immediately, and let's say with credentials, we don't add that part, right? So we're not sending a cookie for sure. Even if we have a cookie, we're not sending it. But we just don't have a cookie, right? We're just immediately trying to do a me query. And what should happen now is we should get null back. So what I want to say is response.data.data.me is equal to null. And so I want to run that test, and I already had yarn test up, so it automatically is rerunning this because it saw me save it over here. And cool, so go ahead and passes. So let's go over some different things you can do with this middleware. So this middleware is now running before, well, it's just running this code, right? It's calling our resolver and returning the result. But we could do some fun stuff. So first, we could easily add logging to this. So a lot of times what you'll see people do is, I would recommend adding a logging library too. I'm not going to add it right now just for the sake of simplicity. But you'll go ahead and maybe really context, maybe you want to print out. Definitely you don't want to print out info. Really the main thing you want to print is the user arguments. So args given, and we'll print out the arguments. And then you can also have the afterware, so result. So this is a result that we get back. So we have easily added logging right here, right, to each request. And then we could do other stuff besides that. So we could, for example, check if the user is logged in. So maybe instead of returning null, I want to throw an error. So then I have a little function here that checks the context. So if context.session.user ID. So if there is not a user ID, so if there's not a session or there's not a session user ID, we know the user is not logged in. So here's the check that we can do to see if the user is logged in. we could right away just return null, right, if we wanted to, and this would pass our test, I believe. And it's not doing any console logs for our middleware. That's sad. I wonder if it's just not loaded in because it's restarting or what. The other thing we could do is after that, let's say we want to check a permission on the user. So we know the user is logged in. What if I want to make sure, check if user is an admin? So right now we don't actually have an admin field, but this is how you would do it if we did have an admin field. So we know that context.userid exists because we check it up here. So we could say user.find1 where ID, and this is basically the same check we have in me, right? And we'll just await it. And then I could say if user.admin, so if they're not an admin, we return null, or we could also throw an error in here. So not admin, sorry. Now obviously we can't do this check, so we have to check not user. So if we can't find the user, or the user is not an admin, we can throw an error if we want to, or we could just return null. But this is the type of thing that you can start adding to your code before and after basically this resolver runs. And the other thing that we can do is we can start creating functions that do this automatically for us. So let's say in my utilities I could create a new file called, I don't know, logger.ts, and here I say logger, and he takes parent and args and info. Well, third one should be context, right? And maybe he just logs all of these things, and that's his only job. Context and info. So that's all he does. We'll say any. So in our middleware over here, I can just call, instead of having it like this, where we have all three of these arguments like this, I can just say params, and this is an array of anything, and then I can just pass in the parameters. So I can call my logger function, pass in the params. So this makes it a little bit easier. Let's import him. Save this. Did I not export him? I didn't. Export, import. There we are. Expected for got 0 or more. I guess because in this case we should just take an array number of arguments. So args any. Alright, so now what I can do is I can loop through. So args.forEach, and this would really be parameter. So params, and I would say console.log p. So I don't know, something like this maybe is what I would do, and this just saves a little bit of typing. So here are all the rest of the arguments that we get. So these are all the parameters afterwards. So we can log these parameters, and here, if we want the arguments, that's param1, and context is params2, and we could just check it like that if we needed to, or we could easily pass in the params like that. I don't know if it's a great idea to do the spread like this. It might be better just to pass individually. But anyway, those are some ideas of how you can run this stuff and what you can do with the middleware. Logging, authentication, checks, and then setting up functions that you can reuse and whatnot. We don't really need much for what we currently have as far as the middleware, but this middleware will come in handy when we actually start using this boilerplate or this project and use it for bigger projects. So for now I'm just going to clear this out. We don't need any of this stuff anymore. And for now I'm just going to return the resolver, and let's pass in parent args context info, and we'll have any and we don't need those. Okay, so we're back to that, and I can delete this, and there we go. And I guess what I can do is I can show you guys, I didn't show you guys the throwing the error and it actually working. So this is like the middleware. So if not context dot session, let's see if we can get the error, and we can see, so no cookie. So we don't get a session ID if there's not a cookie. So not context or not context dot session dot user ID. So if there's not one of these, we know we didn't get a cookie passed in. And I'm just going to restart the test because I don't think it read in this code, or else at least we're not seeing the error getting thrown right in our test. So that's why at least I think is happening. Okay, it doesn't even run it here either. I wonder if the middleware is even getting used or getting called then. Let's double check and make sure it is. So here is create middleware. So we return a function which then calls the middleware function. Yeah, so middleware should be getting called. So I'm gonna add a console.log. I didn't see this, so called. So this is what I'll usually do. So I'll just show you guys how I would debug this, because we're not seeing anything here. I would expect something to be different, because I should expect an error to be thrown. Their middleware function. In our resolver over here, we're calling create middleware. We're passing in a middleware. So this too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a console log statement here. Middleware function, resolver function, and I'm just going to do an OR. And that it did not like that at all. And the same statement are forbidden. Alright, we'll do it like this. I just want to add some console logging to see what's going on. So return. There we go. So before we return the resolver function here, I just want to console log and see if this is getting called. So console.log create middleware, and we can see what's going on. I would think this function is getting called because we're calling it right here, like the code looks good. So alright, so we see create middleware, and we see function 1, function 2, and it even says the word called. Alright, so I think it is working now. So we see called. I guess context dot session is a thing, and the user ID is a thing. So I'm wondering what's happening here. We can get rid of this now. Is instead of doing called, what I want to do now is log what the context is, because I would expect the context to not have a session in it. So, and we'll just restart this. So our code is all being called, but for whatever reason it's not throwing an error. I'm thinking it might be because it's persisting the cookie, and a cookie is being sent even though we don't want a cookie to be sent. Oh, this is a big junk. Is that just because our Redis object? Yeah, that's Redis. And we can see the session, and we even have a user ID. And it just did not finish the test. So I just want to print the session. So there should be 2 tests running. Oh, and I forgot, every time I change the code here, it doesn't recompile the middleware.typescript file. It only recompiles the test itself, which is kind of interesting. I kind of want to see if I can get this to throw an error and the test to fail. Alright, so here we go. So here is a session right here, and we take a look at this cookie. It does not have the session in it, so we should throw an error. So console.log throw error. I wonder if we are throwing the error and we just don't realize it. I think that's probably what's happening. I'm guessing the response is still null when we throw an error. We'll see what this response is, or whether this gets printed. Yep, so we are throwing an error. So then I'm curious, I guess it's just our test over here. I can console.log the response and then the data. So I'm surprised. I guess yeah, here we go. So the data null. So we are sending null back, but we're also sending some errors back as well, where we say that there's no cookie. So really we don't want to just check whether me is null, but we also want to check is whether this errors object has stuff in it. But that would be the case if we're throwing errors. This was just, I wanted to see if when we throw an error, what would happen. So we just need to check this errors array in the response body. But okay, so our middleware does work, and it does indeed throw the error, so that's good. I'm going to leave this for now. So we're going to code how to log out a user. Now we're going to add a new module called logout, and we can pretty much copy over similar to what we did for me. So I can copy the test, I can copy the resolver, and then also the schema as well. And then we're just going to put in new information. Oops, we don't want to delete. Okay, so starting with the schema, we have to have a query because of the bug. So I'm just going to create a dummy one that returns a string. And then we're going to have mutation, and for the mutation we are going to have login. Or sorry, not login, logout. And we don't need to pass it any arguments, and we don't really need to pass any return value. So I'm just going to create a boolean that returns true or false, but honestly it doesn't really matter what it gets. And then I'm going to call this logout.typescript. Oops, logout.test.ts. And then in my resolvers we're going to have the same thing. So we'll have a query which is dummy, and this returns dummy, and then we're going to have our mutation. And then to log out, we're going to do something very simple, and that is to destroy the session. So to log out a user, we really just need to remove it from the session, which is in Redis, and then also remove their cookie. But really just removing it from Redis does it, but I believe it does both of these things, because we're persisting the user with the session library, express session, which also uses a cookie. So we could get rid of that cookie, but we also want to get rid of the data on our side, and that's why we have this mutation, to destroy the data that we're storing on this user. And that's really what we want to do when we log out the user. So we don't really care about the first argument of the resolver or the second one. We really just care about this third one, which has that session. And now what we want to call is session.destroy. And what this does, it'll destroy, and we can get rid of this stuff up here. It'll destroy the current user's session. Now it doesn't like it because we don't have the types destroy on this, and we can fix this by going to our types, GraphQL utilities, and instead of just having a session here, I'm going to have it extend express session. And now this should be better. Here we go, yeah. And session.destroy takes a callback instead of a promise. So the way you handle callbacks, at least when you want to do them asynchronously, is we can return a promise. So new promise, and here we have our function. And the first parameter is going to be the resolve, and we're going to resolve this callback. So here it'll give us an error, and we can console.log log out error, which we really shouldn't get any. Oops. So if there's an error, we'll console log it to see what it is. Otherwise, we'll resolve true. And that'll just return the boolean true, which is perfect. And that's pretty much it for our mutation right here. So we just destroy the session, and when we call session.destroy, what this will do is it'll clear it from Redis, any data we stored for that user. So now let's test this out. And we pretty much are going to run actually the same test as we did for me. And I can get rid of this test here, but this get current user one. So I'm going to test log out here. And a lot of this code is going to be similar, so there's no point in writing this same stuff out again. So I'm going to create a function here that we can export. So export const login and query me, and we'll call it test. So login and query me test. This is async, and I want to do this stuff right here. Paste it in, and I want to await. So await, and what did I call it? Login and query test. All right. So now I can run the same test in my logout over here instead of doing all this stuff. So login and query me. All right. And the reason why I am doing this login and query me thing is I'm making sure that I'm able to log in, which will create a cookie, and it'll start storing some information on me. And then I'm querying me to make sure I can actually get that data, and that it has my user ID and we can fetch the user. Then what I want to do is call logout and make sure this fails when I actually call the me mutation or the me query. So we can get rid of the login mutation here, and we're fine doing before all right here, creating a user. That is just fine. All right. So we're going to create a user just like we do for the me, because we're going to use this user to actually log in. So this test logging out a user. So as I said, after we do this, what we want to do is log out. So const logout mutation, and I'm going to call mutation logout. And again, no arguments need to be passed here. Nothing really needs to be done here except nothing gets passed back. That's all we need to call. So here we're going to say Axios, and we're going to say post, and we're going to pass in the URL, which is going to be process.env.test_host as string. Data that we're going to pass in is going to be our query, which is going to be the logout mutation. And then lastly, and here we go, with credentials is going to be true. So after this is called, we're going to await this. There's really no point in checking whether we got a Boolean response true, because we don't really care about that. What we really care about is the token getting cleared or the data getting cleared. And to make sure the data is cleared, all I really want to do is to query me and make sure we get null back. And so that's going to be this right here. Yep, this is my me test, so this one right here. Not this test, right here. So no cookie. So why don't we export const no cookie test, and put that in there. And we'll await no cookie test. Alright, so now I'm going to call the no cookie test. Okay, so let's run the test for this and see if this works. What should happen is we log in, creating a cookie, storing the user ID in Redis. Then we're going to query that user, calling the me query. That should work. Then we're going to call Axios post. We're going to log out, which should clear the data that we have on our server for us. And then lastly, we make another request, and hopefully it should send back nothing. And really, with the no cookie test, what I want to do, I'm going to say with credentials is true. Well, I guess I want with credentials true if the other one, and with credentials false here. So actually, I'm not gonna create this with a test. So here I want to make sure I don't think I can have a function that I use in both places because I want them to be slightly different. So let's move this back. I thought maybe I'd be able to make it so I don't have to repeat code, but I think it's better to just split it up like so. Because what I want to do here is say with credentials true. And the reason why is I want to make sure, even though I may be sending a cookie, that that cookie does not have any data on our server. I'm not 100% sure if destroy clears the cookie or if it just removes the data in Redis. But either way, we should not be getting any data when we call this. Alright, so let's give this a try. So yarn test and see what happens. And we'll just let this run the logout. Hopefully it should be able to find that that's the only one we changed. I guess I also changed the me test, so it's got to run that. And alright, cool. We failed. Let's see what happened here. So already has active connection error. Cannot create a new connection. That's kind of interesting. And first off, I noticed we don't need that, and no cookie there. I'm not sure why we're getting that, the connection already open thing, because we have this closed, like we close it in the test over here, and now we're running them synchronously. I'm just gonna try running it again. And I had it run all the tests. I'm curious whether, okay, so it's literally only this test that breaks logout.test. I'm guessing it's because we are, I'm importing from the test that it is messing it up. So what I'm going to do is create a new file called testutils.ts. Do I want to do test utils? You know what? I won't even do that. I'm just going to copy and paste. I think this will just be easiest. And maybe I'll change the test in different ways later on. Another thing I was kind of worried about if I used a function was maybe the cookie would not be saved in the Axios instance, which would not be good. Alright, let's get rid of that. So now we're just going to go ahead and do the whole test and log out instead of trying to share code, because I think that would just cause us problems. I need to add the login mutation back though. Alright, let's see what else code we have to change. The user ID, and this we'll call response to. So then over here, I had removed that before. Let user ID, and we'll say user ID is equal to user ID. Alright. And one last error. We need that to be a string. Alright, let's see what's going on with that now. And nice, so all the tests are now passing. So that means we are successfully logging out the user, destroying any data we're storing on him. And just to prove this, or to test my theory, we should be able to, for example, do the exact same thing. So I should be able to request the me query again before logging out, and I should get me. So this is just me doing it again. So this is response 3. This is actually just me wanting to try a little something. I'm going to remove this out of the test because I think it's redundant. But I just want to make sure that we can indeed request the me query multiple times, and cool, it does work. So again, let's go over this one last time. We're pretty much all done with this. We log in, we request our user, it knows who we are based on the cookie. We then log out right here, and after we log out, when we request our user, we get null back. So perfect. Now we're not done with log out quite yet, and the reason for that is we're not handling the case where there are multiple tabs open. So let's say I open up, or I log into this using my mom's computer, and then I later log in using my phone. I'm now logged in 2 different places, so when I click log out, I'm only logging out of the place that I logged out of. But what I want to do really is universally log out that user. So if they log out on their phone, it then logs them out everywhere. Now, this might not actually be the functionality we want to do for log out, but this is a mandatory feature to have. For example, forget password. So when a user forgets out a password, we want to log them out of all their accounts, and not let them basically be able to be stayed log in even after they've changed their password. So I was planning on doing some more stuff with log out in this video, but I'm thinking I'm going to do one thing before that. I don't know about you guys, but the tests are starting to get harder to read, and they're just getting quite long, and really they're not really complicated tests. It's just that each request takes a lot of lines of code, and a lot of it is very duplicate. So what I want to take this video to do is create like a test client that will simplify these tests a ton and abstract a lot of the duplicate code. And what this client will be able to do is like log in, log out, call the me query, and I don't have to do all this stuff right here and write the query every single time. So I'm going to create a Typescript class that's basically going to be handling all this stuff. And I'm going to put it in utils. So I'm going to call it testclient.ts. And so we're going to export class testclient. And in the constructor, we can set stuff up. And the first thing we want to set up is what the URL is going to be for this particular test, because the URL changes per test. So we'll go ahead and take that as the first parameter, and that's going to be a string. And we'll say this dot URL is equal to URL, and URL is a string. Okay, so really what I want to do is set up the Axios object so I can make all these requests in the future. But there's one thing I'm not liking about Axios, and that is I don't get fine-grained control over cookies. So there's this thing called a cookies jar that's very popular, or I think it's called Tough Cookie. And what it allows you to do is see the cookies, reset them if you want to, and it'll make testing a lot easier. And Axios does not let us have access. I don't know if it uses it or not. But I'm going to switch over to a different library called request, which is also very popular. And we're going to use kind of like an offshoot of it called request promise. And this is basically just the request library, except it uses promises, which are nice. And we're going to add the types for this as well. And what this library allows us to do is a little bit more control over how cookies are stored and reset, which we're going to need for our upcoming test. So I'm going to go ahead and import this, and it's going to serve the same purpose as Axios. So request promise. I don't know, I'm just going to call it RP. And so my goal with this is to create different functions in this test client. So for example, login. And what login will do is it'll take two parameters, email string, password string. Oops. And what it's going to return is request promise. And it's going to go ahead and it's going to make a post request, and it's going to pass in the URL. So, you know, that's going to be a thing. And then the options, couple options, we're going to be passing JSON, which is true. We're going to create a jar object, which is going to be rp.jar. This is a cookie jar, so this is where all our cookies are going to be stored, and we can copy the type of that. So we're going to say jar is equal to that, and I don't know if it's a capital R or I'm not sure what the best way to import this. Maybe it's rp dot, no, so it's request. Basically, it can't find the namespace that this is using. If I click on it, maybe. All right, so it declares this namespace called request, but it is not. I won't even worry about it. I'm just going to give it the type of any. Okay, so basically we can reuse this jar and it'll save the cookie between requests. Axios was saving the cookie between requests automatically for us. I like having this jar because then I explicitly see whether I'm passing the cookie in or not. And this will make more sense when we're using it. So I want to pass in the jar, so this .jar. I want to pass in this .url as this first parameter. And then the body I want to pass in as well, and with credentials is true. And what I want the body to be here is going to be a query, and then this would be our query that we had before, and I can just copy it if we come over here to, I think we have it in me as well. Copy that, paste it, and then we can pass in our email and password. All right. And so then I'd be able to call login in multiple different places. Okay, now you'll notice these kind of options right here are going to be used pretty much on every single request. So what I'm going to do is, again, abstract this, and I'm just going to say this.options, and I'm going to say with credentials is true, and then put these in there. So URL and jar. So now I'm going to say options is equal to an object with the URL of string, jar, which is any, and then with credentials, which is a boolean. So I can say, and I think I also had the option of JSON in there as well. JSON dot true. So JSON is a boolean as well. And I actually don't need the URL inside of here. We can move it outside. Okay. Okay, so I initialize my options up here for my requests. So I have the URL, and then these three options which we're going to use across all of our requests. Here's the types for them, and then here, instead of specifying them every time, I'm just going to say this.options. Alright, so now I can duplicate this and I can use it all over the place. So I want to do the me query, which doesn't take any parameters, and can copy whatever we have over here. Give that a save, and we can tab it over. Alright, and I want to have log out as well. And basically all the different requests now. And did I do one too many? Yeah, there we go. So log out, get our test. Okay, so this is at least a good start. So now, for example, in my resolver over here in my logout test, I'll no longer need these. All I'll now do, and instead of doing Axios, is I'm going to say const client is going to be equal to new test client, and I just need to pass in a URL, which is process.im.testhost as string, and then we only do this the first time. And now what I can do is I can say await client.login, and I need to pass in my email and password, and then I can say const response is equal to await client.me. And you can see already this is so much cleaner to write our tests than it was before. And I can say client.logout, and then const response 2 is equal to client.me. Alright, so we can see the test here is now a much nicer. Oh, I forgot to await this. It's much shorter and much nicer to read. I can now see I'm logging in with my client. I then get whoever my client is. Then I see, make sure I'm getting the right user ID and my right email. Then I log him out, get that user, and I make sure it's not null. Now I'm not sure if I still have to do this intermediate.data. I can go ahead and run a test and see what happens. I think it might be one too many, but we'll see. And I'm not exactly sure what the shape of the response is. This stuff is what Axios needed right here, and it might be a little bit different. Alright, so expected value to be equal to that, but was really undefined. So kill that. Kill that. We'll try again. And nice. So we are able to simplify that code a little bit. And now I can do the same thing for my me one over here. So I can say const client is equal to new client, test client. URL is going to be this. And then client.login. Sorry, we're doing the me query here. There we are, and then over here we're going to do the same thing. And I could also create the test client above the test if I wanted to, but I don't want to share any type of like cookies between, so I'm just going to create a client per test. I'm totally cool with doing that. Client.login, email, password, and I also want to bring over the register one as well. Await client.me. Okay, so that's that. Lastly, I guess, is our let's do register real quick. So copy this, go to our test client, async, register, email is a string, password is a string. Here's what our query is going to be. I'm going to copy the code here. Let's copy that better, like that, yeah. And oops, I'm copying this poorly. I just want to move my mutation inside of here. And do that a few times, and then pass in the email and password that they pass in. Okay. So then in my login test, I don't need this. I can go ahead and I'm going to copy that. And I guess it is a little bit more simplified here. Await client.login, and we can import this. Email password. And we're going to say response.data. Okay. And nothing to really do here because it's just calling this. I guess we don't have to create a new client here every single time. What I'll do is I'll move this to this test and to this test, and then I'll take as one of the parameters here the client, test client, and we'll pass this in like so. Alright, so we're going to say await client.register email password. Cannot find the names EP. Oh, it's actually just email and password. Here, pass in our client. Pass in our client. Lastly, we try to do a login response again, so const response. Await client.login email password. And I think it's response.data. And I think we just have one more, and that's our register over here. So let's copy this test client, register.test, and can remove this bit here. Okay, so client.register, email, password. I'll await it. Response.data. Could do the same thing down here. So response to .data .data. And again, I think this should be one of the last places. So we're going to say const response 3 is equal to await client.register. I guess we're passing in B and then password. And we say data. Email and AD. So email AD response 4. Is this the last one? Okay, yeah, this is the last one. And we do this a bunch. I guess we're checking the different ways you can register poorly though. So response 5. This is going to be df AD and should be response.data. Alright, so we just did a lot of changes to these tests. Let's see what's working and what's not. Looks like only one failed, so that's actually pretty good. So I only messed up one of them. And it's going to be get current user, response.data.data, get rid of that one. And awesome, so now all of our tests pass, and they are much simpler to just read and see what's going on now. So that is fantastic. And then in the next video, what we'll do is we'll continue on with the logout and get that to log out for multiple sessions. So we're going to do some more coding on the logout resolver. we're going to make it to where you can log in with multiple computers and then be able to log them off of all the things, whether they're using their phone or whatnot. They're all going to be logged off in one, no matter which client does it. So the first thing I want to do is write a test for this and get it to fail. So I'm going to call this multiple sessions, and I'm just going to rename this to single session. So we're going to do an async there, and we're going to create two clients, and each client is going to represent a computer. So session 1 and session 2. So you can think of this as computer 1 and computer 2, or you could think of this as someone's phone and this is someone's computer, and we just need to put a comma there. So first things first, we are going to log in. So session1.login, email, password, and then we're going to log in on the second computer. Now if I were to do session.1.me and I await that, we should be getting the same thing. This is the same person, so we expect that to be equal to await session2.me. So we expect both of these to be equal because, right, they're the same person, they're just in two different sessions. Next thing, and we can just run this if we want to. Let's do login. Sorry, not login, log out. I guess I didn't actually give this a save, so we'll Control C, yarn test again, and I didn't even save this, so save our test. We'll go ahead and run logout, and we should pass this, at least this test. And then what we're going to do next is I'm going to log out on one of these computers. So we'll log out, for example, on session 1, and we're going to do the same thing. And they should be equal, they should both be null, but they're not. So one object is null. This is null because we logged him out, but this guy didn't get logged out, so it's not null. So that is what we're going to be fixing. So let's go ahead and go to our resolver. And how we're doing it right now is we're destroying basically the current session that the user passes in. But really what we need to do is destroy all the sessions of that user. But we're not really storing all the sessions for a user. So let's start doing that. So to do that, we create sessions in the login resolver. So what we want to do is basically every time we create a session for a user is keep track of that. And I want to keep track of that by storing it in Redis. So here I'm going to grab access to Redis through our context, and I'm going to say redis.push, or not push, lpush. We can pass a key and a value. And what lpush does is it will create an array and add one element to it, or it will push these elements onto the array if it already exists. And I'm going to await that. And the reason why I'm doing this, and I'm going to create the username, or the key if you will, is the user ID, which we basically want to keep the sessions for a user, so I'm going to make the key that. So the key is already going to exist for the user if we've already pushed on some sessions, so we're just going to continue adding on. If they haven't, we add on that session. Now how are we going to differentiate the sessions, right? Well, the sessions have an ID attached to them, and they're automatically stored in Redis. And we can access this through the request object. So we can pass a session ID, or we could just pass in the whole request object. That'll probably be easiest, at least for right now. And to be able to access this in our context, we also need to update our type. So GraphQL utils type, and then our context will say rec is equal to express.request. Alright, so then in our login resolver over here, I can access the request object. and looks like, did I just not add it? Nope, I didn't. So that is context. Okay, so we basically have two places here that have context. Let's go ahead and create a type. So export type context, and this should be an interface because it's an object. And we'll replace this type here. Oops, context. And same thing here. Okay. And that should be a comma. And back over to login. So we have request, and on request dot, and there's a session ID. So I can do an if statement. So if there is a session ID, because sometimes it's undefined. In our case, it really should be always defined, so I don't think we have to worry about it. We're going to push this on into Redis. So what we're going to be creating is an array of session IDs stored by the user ID. So at a given time, if we wanted to, we could search up a user and we could find all the sessions they have open and basically see all the computers that are accessing your website at once by just searching Redis for that user ID. Now, the other thing about this is whenever we create a session, or Express creates a session for us with Express session, it's storing that data in Redis. So to get rid of it, and that's really what we want to do with logout, we can access it through Redis directly if we want to and just delete it ourselves. And the way it stores it in Redis is this session ID right here, and it prepends a prefix to it, to that key. And we can actually, I looked through the source code of how Express session works, at least the Redis one, and we can pass in a prefix right here. The default one is session like this, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it here to be positive. And then over here when we have a hard-coded string like this that we want to use in multiple places, what I like to usually do is create a file called constants.ts and export it. So export const redis session prefix is equal to sesh. So Redis session prefix. And I guess it just needs to be imported. So anytime a session is created and stored into Redis, what it will do is create a key that starts with this prefix and then also has that session ID here. So what we can do to get those, so I could do redis.get if I wanted to, and I could pass in the session ID, and I could pass in the Redis session prefix like that, and we'd be able to get the session for a user using those two combinations. Now, what we're going to do is actually delete that key because we don't want it to exist. Okay, so we have access to this now. What we want to access this through the logout resolver. So we'll get this through Redis here, and we don't really need to have this stuff anymore. So first thing, we're going to get the user ID from the session. So we're going to check if the user ID, because it could be undefined. If it's not, we'll just return false. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is first get all the session IDs. So session IDs is going to be await, and let's make this asynchronous. And normally we would use get to get the key for Redis, but we are getting a list, and to get a list in Redis we use lrange, and we pass in our key, which we just talked about how we would get the key for a session, but right here we're not getting the session, we're getting the sessions for a user, which we said is just the user ID. So we could pass user ID. And I think it'd actually be a good idea to create a prefix for this key as well. So what I think I'll do is I'll say export const user session ID prefix is equal to user session, we'll say, yeah, user IDs, SIDs. So user session ID prefix. And so in our login over here, when we push this on, we want to actually include that prefix. And the reason why we add a prefix is because we might want to use the user ID as a key later. So user session ID prefix. So then we want to get this list in our logout. So we are going to say user ID. Also, we're going to pass in our prefix. So user session prefix. And then we specify the start, which we want to get the first element, and then the last element, so we want to get all elements. So we can specify a -1 to get all of them. And then we want to loop through and delete each session ID. So I could just do a for loop. So let I is equal to 0, I is less than session IDs dot length, I plus equal 1, and we could await session IDs. We're going to get that element, and we're going to say Redis dot delete. And ESLint or TSLint doesn't like it, but I'm just going to remove that, and we're just going to return true. We were able to delete everything. I'm going to go ahead and restart the test, and we'll see if this works. I'm thinking it should work. And we actually have one small problem. Hopefully it should fail. Delete, we pass in the key. We forgot to pass in our prefix to this key. So we just have the current session ID. We need to also include the prefix. So prefix, and this is going to be the Redis session prefix. And now I'm thinking it should pass. And real quick, we can just go over the code one more time. So we're first getting the list of all the session IDs based off of the current user. So now we have all the sessions the user has. So that what these sessions represent is them logging on different devices. And then we go through each one and we delete it from Redis. We delete all data basically stored about them. So now if that session tried to come in, we would have it gone. And cool, so it went ahead and passed. That's awesome. Now I want you guys to take a look at this code. There's one thing that can be optimized. I want you to just take a look at it. It's this bit right here. Think about what's going wrong. So this is a common mistake I see when people use await. And they make stuff like this not synchronized, basically sequentially run. So we're not deleting all these keys in parallel because we're waiting for each one to finish. So this returns a promise, I believe. So what we want to do to make this parallel is I can have an array of promises, and then I can say promises.push, and then I want to wait for all of them to finish, so I can say await promise.all promises. So now all of these are going to be deleted in parallel. Still, and let's rerun that. We should have no difference in the code. It should run the same. But now all these are deleting instead of waiting for the previous key to delete before deleting the next one. So that's it for this. So we're now able to delete the session for a user no matter how many devices they're on. And this is going to be very helpful. We're going to actually abstract this in the future because we're also going to need this for whenever we forget password or for a user. So our logout is all in order. What I want to work on next is forgot password. So we're going to start off with a new module, creating a new folder called forgot password. Now forgot password is kind of interesting. We can still copy over the usual bits, but the interesting part about it is we're actually going to have two mutations. There's two parts to this. And lastly, paste over a test. Okay. And the two parts, the first part is actually sending an email. So send forgot password email. And to do this, I just need to have your email, which will be a string. And this is mandatory. And then I return a boolean, true or false, whether that worked. Again, we're going to need to have query. We do not need the error type for this, I do not think. Actually, we might need the error type for this next thing. This is dummy 2. And the next thing is change password, or forgot password change. I guess that's what I want to call it. And this is the actual changing of the password. And to actually change the password, you have to give us a new password. So that'll be a string, that's mandatory. And then you'll also give us a key, which is a string, and that's mandatory as well. And the reason why you're giving us a key as well is when we send you the email, we're going to send you a unique ID that we store in Redis, and this ID correlates to your user ID. So that way when you send us a new forgot password change, we know A, who your user is, and 2, that ID that we sent you, you're the person that we sent you the email. So basically we need to know that the ID that we sent to your email you were able to access, and you basically give us that ID back. But this will make more sense when we actually do it. And then at the very end here, we might be given a bad password back, right? So we have to, use all the same rules that we use for creating a password for our register. And which is just this. So we need to make sure this is the same so we can copy that bit. But we'll worry about that in a second. So this is it, and we're going to return an error back, possibly an array of errors. And alright, so in our resolver, I'm going to call this dummy 2, and sure, we're fine saying that. So why don't we work on the first one first? The first one is send forgot password email, and I actually think I'm trying to decide whether it would be easier if I actually just sent the email, or if I write the test for it first. I don't think we're gonna actually send the email, because to do this whole thing, we really need a front end where you can type in your new password. All right, I've decided what we'll do is forgot password test is I want to write the test first. I think that'll make just everything a lot easier. Okay, so I guess our test is actually going to be more like log out, I guess. So do I want to copy that one? No, this is fine. Okay, so don't need that for now. And first thing that we're going to do is, do we need a user for this? We do, because we're going to need to forget his password. Yeah, why don't we just copy log out? It's going to be very similar to that one. So we'll delete that old test. And I need to save that real quick. Okay. Forgot password test. Alright, so we first create our user, and we're going to describe forgot password. So I think we're only really going to have one test for this. Alright, so this test is, I guess, make sure it works. Like I guess I don't know what to say for the test, because it's going to be a 1, and we're just checking whether forgot password works or not. We could probably give this a better name, but that's fine for now. Alrighty, so first things first, let's create a client. And we do not have forgot password and whatnot in our client. So let's add that to our test client real quick. And we're not actually going to end up doing the send email one, or at least calling that. So I'm not going to worry about that, but we will do the forgot password change. And here we're going to have to get the new password, which is a string, and the key, which is also a string. So this is going to be a mutation. This is going to be forgot password change, new password, pass in our new password, and then also our key. And then we expect to get possibly error back. So I would like to get the path and the message back from these errors. All right. So first thing that I'd like to do is to call our initiate the forgot password. And to initiate forgot the password, we would call this function. And what the send forgot password email is it's very similar to our create confirm email link, where we are going to create something, an ID, we store it in Redis, then we send an email with this link. So we can copy this, paste it, and I'm going to call this create forgot password link, I guess is the best way to say it. So create forgot password link. So we're going to take in a URL, user ID, Redis. Now the URL for this one is actually going to correspond to the front end, because we actually want to redirect the user to the front end so they can type in their new password there. So change password. So this is actually going to be a route on our React application when we build it, and they're going to basically grab the ID from the URL, and then that's what they're going to send us as the key. So we'll create this, and I think I want to do basically the exact same thing. I like the time limit. We're only allowing them to do it for 24 hours, and it expires. We're storing the user ID. The only thing I want to change is I want to pass in a prefix, which I think I probably should have done with the other one too. I like the idea of the prefix. Alright, so forgot password prefix. Forgot, we'll just call it, forgot password. I don't mind making it a little bit lengthy. Alright, and then basically our resolver for our resolver over here. I guess we'll go over what our resolver do in a little bit. Let's finish writing the test. So the first thing is we're going to create forgot password, passing in the URL. In this case, we can just do an empty string because we don't really care. Well, okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can just do an empty string because we don't care about that. The user ID is going to be the user ID up there, and then Redis is going to be, I guess let's create a Redis instance up here in case we want to reuse it. Sorry, we don't want Redis client, we just want Redis. Actually, we do want a Redis client. I forgot that's how you actually create a Redis client. Actually, no, it's not. I forgot how to actually create a Redis instance. We can just copy what we did here. Okay, I figured it was something like this. The autocomplete was just throwing me off. Okay. And then lastly, pass in Redis. So what this will return is the URL. And we can get the key by saying url.split. I'm going to split by slashes, and let's see, it's just the last one. So parts const key is going to be equal to parts and then parts.length -1. So we're getting the last part, which is the key in that URL. So now I guess what I would like to do is we have this user in the database. What I want to do is change his password. So that was his password. I'm going to say new password is equal to this totally new thing. Okay. So now I'd like to call change new password. We're going to pass in our key. The other thing I guess I could try real quick is as soon as we call create forgot password link, we also want to log out that user, which I guess we can put in our resolver. We'll worry about that part when we do the resolver, I guess. I guess we won't test that part, at least right now. So we'll go ahead and call client.forgot password change, passing in our new password. And the key is key. So we'll await that, and we'll see if that let us. So we'll look at the response. We expect the response dot data to equal. So this should be an object, and the object should have a key with the same name, and it should just be null because it should work. So now I should be able to say client dot login email new password, and then I should be able to say client dot me and this should be equal to, and what this should be equal to is an object that has me. Well, I guess it has data, so data me. Inside of me we're gonna get the email and the ID, which is the user ID, which we have up there. Okay, we expect to get these details back, but the whole spiel is that the login does work, so I guess we should say expect that as well. I guess we don't really need to do this whole me part. I guess we could just expect what this should equal to equal. And then inside of here we should have data, and then inside of that we should have login. And that should be null, aka it worked. So I guess this is our test for it, and we have this thing that is changing the create forgot password link. The other part that I kind of want to test, but I'm not sure how I want to write the test for it with all this, is that I want to also log out the user before I do this. Like if someone does forget password, they should not be able to log in anymore. Because maybe they're getting hacked or whatnot. They should basically have their, well, okay, I don't know if I should lock their account. I need to double check OWASP on this and see what they recommend. So as soon as you start forgot password, should you lock their account? And then the next question is, should you log them out of all the places? And I think you probably should log them out of all the places when they they initiate. I'm not sure if it's when they initiate or when the password is actually changed. They should be logged out of all places. I'm going to check OWASP and see what they say. Consulted OWASP on what to do, and there was 3 recommendations that I saw. The first was we should only be letting the confirmation link for forgot password last for 20 minutes. So we had it on there for 24 hours. For forgot password, they recommended 20 minutes. The other thing is we should lock their account. And this means two things, and we should lock their account as soon as we send this email. They have them answer some security questions, but for us, there's not really any great security questions we can ask them because we didn't collect any information. So I'm gonna just skip over that part, and we're gonna lock their account. So locking their account means two things. We need to not let them log in, and we need to let them basically get them out of all their sessions. So we're going to be working on this 2 bits right here in this video. So first, let's convert it. We can keep the comment, why not? Let's first head over to our forgot password link. So let's make this 20 minutes instead of 24 hours. And then let's create on a new utils called lock account forgot password lock account, because there's going to be multiple ways to lock an account, and I want to differentiate these. So export const forgot password lock account. Not sure what things we need here, but the first thing I want to do is basically I need to have their user ID so I know which user to lock the account for. So that's going to be a string. And we want to create a new utility here called remove user sessions .ts. So export const remove user sessions, and for this one we can copy all the code we have and log out. So this bit right here. So given a user ID, which is a string, and a Redis instance, what I should be able to do, and we can import both of these. What I should do is I should remove all the sessions for that user. So remove, I guess we should rename this remove all users sessions. So rename this file remove all users sessions. So then in logout we'll just call remove all users sessions, passing in the user ID and Redis. Cool. So in our forgot password lock account, the first thing we're going to do, and I guess we should ask for Redis here as well. Redis, that way we could pass it in, is to log out, or not log out, but to call that function, remove all user sessions, passing in the user ID and Redis, so we'll wait. So I mentioned 2 things that locking the account would entail. First is removing all of their sessions. The second was making sure they could not log in. And I think it's actually better to make sure they can't log in first. So remove all sessions. Can't log in. And I was thinking about this. I was like, alright, we could store a flag in Redis that says this user can't log in. But this really means they can't log in until they change their password, which could last who knows how long. It could be forever. So in that case, I felt like it'd be better to store this in the database. So in that case, our user entity, I wanted to add a new column called forgot password locked. And so by default, it is false, and basically they cannot log in if they are locked by forgot password. So in this account over here, I'm going to say user.update, and the criteria is going to be ID, where the user ID, and then what we're updating is forgot password and locked is true. Now right now this doesn't do anything, but we want to change that in our login function so they can't log in. So this first bit is really just updating the database to say that user cannot log in anymore, and then here we're removing all sessions, so it's totally locking them out of their account. And let's update our login resolver. So we are checking confirmed, whether they're confirmed or not, but even before that we should check if their account is locked. So if, and oh man, what happens if they try forgetting their password and they haven't even confirmed their account yet? What should they even do? I guess they should confirm their account before they forget their password, so let's put it below that. So if user.forgot password locked, then we are going to return an error that says account is locked. Export const forgot password locked error, and we'll just say account is locked. And we want the error, so forgot password locked error. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna call this function now. This lock account function right before we send the email off to the user. So as soon as the user clicks forgot my password, we're gonna lock down their account, send them an email, and until they go ahead, click on that email link and do those things, they are locked out of their account. They can't do anything. I haven't tested this yet, but we're going to be testing this along with forgot password all in one go, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So we have the logic for locking the account, so now we're just going to put all these pieces together and finish up forgot password, hopefully in the next video. It actually is quite intensive, which I didn't realize. So now that we created the account locking, we can now use it in our forgot password. So what I want to do is finish up our test for forgot password, and then we'll actually go ahead and implement the resolver. Now I wrote a couple comments here just to remind me what the last things that we want to do. The first thing is lock the account up here. So we're just going to call await lock account, and we're going to use that same function we made in the last video, passing in the user ID and Redis. So these two functions right here is what we're going to actually be using in our resolver over here for the mutation for the send forgot password email. I'm not actually calling the mutation here because we wouldn't get that URL back. But those two are basically what's going to be in there, and we'll see that when we actually implement it. And then the next thing is we've locked the account. I just want to make sure that we actually can't log into the account. So I want to say const, and we can just, I'll put this in an expect block. So we're going to wait client.login, and we're just going to log into our account, the email, and the password that we had before, and what we should get back. So expect to equal. We should get an error back, and it should tell us our account is locked. So we should have data here. Inside of data, it should have the name, which is login, and then we should get an array of errors, and we should get a single error with the path, which should be on email, of course, because that's what we always send back. And then the message is lock account, forgot password lock account. And this message, if you don't remember, is coming from our login error messages. So that's just, we should send back the account is locked right here. And we should unlock the account when we change the password. So, okay, so that's what we're doing here. So we're just making sure you cannot log in after you've locked your account. Then we're actually going to change the password. And now what I want to do first is to actually try changing the password with the password that's too short. So I'm going to expect, we're going to wait client.forgotPassword change. Let's say our password is either a blank string or just maybe the letter A. We'll pass in our key, and then we can say .to equal. And this is something where we can expect kind of a similar response that we get here. And this is going to be the name of our mutation, which I forgot what we called it. So here we go, forgot password change. And the path should be new password, because that's what's wrong. And then we can create an error message. Error messages.ts export const password is too short, which is basically, I think we already did an error message over here. Yep, password not long enough. So what I think I'm going to do is actually not even create an error messages from my forgot password, but actually just reuse what we did for a register. So for password to, yeah, not long enough. So this is the message we expect to get back when we try to use this. And after that, we're going to try to forget the password again. And here we shouldn't have any problem with new password. This should be long enough, and everything should work. The key should still be valid, but after we actually change the password and get null back, we want to make sure that we can't keep changing the password. So for example, I'm going to await client.change password, and maybe I want to change it to that instead. .to equal. So what this should do is I should actually get a new error message. So data, and we can copy this. And what this error message should say is basically an invalid key, that this key has already been used to change the password once, and you shouldn't be able to change the password again. So for this, we will have to actually create an error messages.ts, and we'll just export const expired key. Key has expired. And I don't know if we actually want to say the word key here, because that might not make sense to the end user. This is something we might want to, let's call it expired key error. And we might want to change the wording on this when actually giving this to a user. I'm not exactly sure the best way to phrase this. But expired key error is what we expect to get back. And this is really the same error that we should get if we wait more than, I forget how long we said. Was it 20 minutes? Whatever we coded for how long the key lasts for in Redis. And then lastly, we can keep this bit where we just verify that we can now log in. Our account should get unlocked, and we can log in with our new email and our new password. All right, so let's go ahead and code up the resolvers now for this. So I'm actually just going to get rid of all this stuff, and we're going to start scratch. So in our mutation, and let me just double check. Okay, good. We call it dummy2. So let's do send the email one first. And we don't really care about the first one. We don't really care about the second one. The arguments, I don't think we're getting anything except just an email, which actually we do care about. So let's make sure we grab that. And then lastly, we just need Redis from the context. Okay. And the things that we're going to put inside of this, and I want to get the type for this. And to do that, I'm going to need to A, clean up all this stuff, and B, add forgot password change to the mutation. So we'll paste it in here, and we have a few arguments for that. Password, new password, key and then we want to get Redis from that as well. And we'll fill this out after we generate the keys and whatnot. For now, we can just put a blank return null and a blank return null as well. And I guess I'm going to comment this out and just put underscores so we don't have the little green lines. Oops. There we go. Alright, so now we can clean up all this stuff up here. I want to run gen types, and I don't think I call it gen types. I call it gen schema types. Gen schema types. And we'll see if anything else in our project doesn't compile. So some imports are unused inside our logout resolver. So we can head over there, and I guess we're just not using these constants. Okay. So we can remove that. I guess we moved it all to the remove all user session when we did the logout, that we don't need those anymore. We can write it again, and we're just going to do this until it compiles. Okay, cool, it compiles. So now in our forgot password resolver, I can have those, and here I'm going to say gql.forgotPasswordChange, and now these should have types string, perfect, and this as well, send forgot password. Okay, so let's actually write the code for these, and then for this one we are just going to copy what we have in our test. We're just going to run these two. And if we were doing this for real, let's make this async. But yeah, if we were doing this for real, one thing that we would do is we'd actually pass in the URL to the front end, which does not exist. So we'll just add a to-do note for whenever we actually implement the front end. Add, and then afterwards you'll send an email, so add front end URL, and then also then send email with the URL. Okay, so these are two to-dos that we need to do. The other thing, and I guess that's really what we're going to use this email for, so we actually can just ignore this argument as well, because if we're not sending the email, we don't care about it. But we do need to get the session, because we need to get the user ID. So we'll get the session dot, oh, what am I talking about? So I was about to just grab the user ID from the session, but of course they don't have the user ID in their session because they are forgetting their password. And really what we look this up by is the email, so we do need this. So to know which user account or user ID to lock all this stuff for, it's based on the email that the person sent. Now, this is kind of interesting, and I don't know if I should change this. This allows anyone to, I guess, arbitrarily lock someone's account, which is kind of dangerous. So that means I could just lock someone's account for forgot password. I could go in and just do that. So I don't know if this is exactly what we want to happen. Let's go ahead and implement it, and I guess we can think about this at a later date. So we'll wait, user, we'll find one. We need to make sure to import this where, and the email is equal to email. And then we can get the user ID from that. So user.id, user.id. So that's assuming we get a user. If we don't get a user, we'll just return null. So I don't know what we want to do in these two cases. So assuming we don't find a user, the user passed in a bad password, or bad email, I guess what we can do is just return an error message. So let's see what we're supposed to return from this. Okay, so we're just returning a boolean, true or false, whether it worked. So I'm gonna say true, true, and I guess I should return false here. So assuming someone sent this mutation, I guess what I want to send back is an error message and be like, hey, this user doesn't exist. So we'll do the usual, say path, email, message, and then we'll create our error message here. So export const email, email, or I guess user not found error. Could not find user with that email. Again, we might not want to present the user with this information, but we'll at least return this, and the front end could show this if they want to, and this is something we might want to change later on. So user not found, and then we'll lock their account. If we do find a user, then we'll send the link, and then what they'll do is after they click on the link, they'll go over here to forgot password change, and this is where they'll unlock their account. And I guess really what we should also send this email to, and this should be to do, is if you did not forget your password, I guess we have to look into it. I'm not sure the best way to handle this. Let me know if you have any suggestions. I'll look into this as well. But we're basically allowing anyone to lock their account, so maybe we shouldn't lock their account right away. I know what OWASP does is it asks some questions to the user before it locks their account. Like they ask secret questions, like what was your first pet or whatnot. But that's not like, if I go to Facebook, I guess Facebook might do it, but like Dropbox or like Evernote, I don't know, like big companies that build forgot password out, I don't think they're doing that. So I'm curious what they do. I guess they probably don't lock their account. So this may or may be something we take out later. But anyway, let's continue implementing this. So forgot password change. So they're going to give us a new password, a key, and then what we want to do is first verify that we get a good key. So well, actually, I don't know if we want to verify the key first or if we want to verify the new password. I guess the key is the best thing to verify first. So we'll get the user ID, I believe is what we're storing in this key. We can confirm it. Yep, we store the user ID here. So I'm going to say redis.get, and we're getting something because it's just a single key, and we're going to pass in, we need to make this function asynchronous too. And here we're going to just pass in our prefix, which is in constants, and it is forgot password prefix. So forgot password prefix, and then we're also going to pass in our key. So we can check if user ID, so if it exists, if it's null, we're going to return invalid key. So here the path is going to be key and the message. So I think I actually, in the test over here, I changed what the path should be. I said the path was new password. I guess the path is really key is the thing that is wrong, not new password. And we're going to say expired key error. So basically there's something wrong with their key. Either we didn't ever put in Redis or that it expired somehow. So we'll return that. So next thing I want to do is to check and make sure that the password is good, that it's the right length, all that fun stuff. And we did something like that over here. So this is our yep schema, and we did that for our register resolver. So what I want to do is kind of like take how we did it here and abstract it. So I want to basically make a central schema, because password is going to be the same check both times. So I'm going to create a file called yep schemas.typescript, and here I'm just going to put in basically any kind of shared schema. So in this case, I kind of want to share some of the schema, or at least the password part here. So yeah, so I'm going to import as yep from yep, and I'm going to say export const register password validation, and we'll grab that error message in there. So this I can now use in multiple places. So I'm going to use it here. So password, we're going to say password, not long enough. We want to use register password validation. Register password validation. So okay, that same validation I now want to use over here in my forgot password. And I'm going to say const schema. And I'm going to do the same thing I did over here. So we can copy that. And I just saw we can get rid of this because we're not using it anymore in our resolver for register. Let's go ahead and import yup from yup. Alright, we don't need our email. There's only one field in this case I want to check. We could also just check the password by itself, but I like checking it like this because we can reuse our function that we made over here where we call yup format error. Okay, so let's put this here. So here we want to validate new password. So I'm going to say new password, pass it in as an array, and here we'll format any errors that we get wrong. So okay, that's pretty much it for that part. So we have two pieces done. We first validate that they gave us a good key. We then validate that they gave us a good password. So if we get a good password and a good key, we can move to the next step. So assuming we got both of those things, we can update the user. So user.update and criteria. Oops. It's the first parameter and second, and I always forget which is which for update. I think I pass in the where clause for where we're doing this, so I'm going to pass in the user ID, which is going to be an ID. So we're going to update the user and await. So we're going to update the user based on the user ID that we got from Redis because we already stored. That's how we know which user to update. And the things that we're going to change are locked. And I forget what we called it. We just call it locked. So in our entity, we called it forgot password locked. So we can now unlock their account. So this is going to be false. And we're going to say password is equal to new password. And now keynote, we do not need to hash the password. Or do we need to hash the password? So we're running currently here before insert. Oops. Let's add a before update. So I was wrong. We do need to hash the password. So hash password before update. This should be hash password before insert. And get rid of that. Okay. So we'll say if this.password. So if they're updating a password, then we're going to say this.password and hash it before it actually updates. And maybe we want to just put this logic inside of that resolver because we're not always going to be hashing, and I'm not sure if this if statement will catch it. So in this case, let's go ahead and move the logic over here to our login. Oop, not our login, sorry. There we go, forgot password. So we'll say const hash password. We need to import bcrypt, but we're going to pass in our new password. And then hash password is what we're going to update as bcrypt from bcrypt. And that's bcrypt.js that we're using. And then we return null. Okay, I think this is all the things that we wanted to do. I'm going to go ahead and remove this function. And let's try running the tests and see what happens. I think we should be good. but I could have forgot some things. But I think we made our test pretty inclusive, or it's testing a lot of the cases. Okay, so I just had a problem with, oh, it's an entity before update. I added that thing and then I removed it, but it was still importing it. Okay. And should be, let's look at our test to see what part fails. Oh, it looks like, is it running all of our tests? I guess, did we change something that would, oh, we changed the schema, that's why register. All right, so cool. Let's see what's going on here. So make sure it works. What's the name of our test? Nice. So this is when we're checking login. Make sure you can't log in to locked account. Okay. So we're expected to get this back. Anonymous function, but we received account is locked. Okay, so I just passed in the wrong thing here. So this is not what I want. I want the error. So forgot password locked error. All right, so that was kind of an interesting, that was just me messing up the test. We'll rerun that. Okay, so make sure it works. So this is the next thing. So we expected to get password must be at least 3. But instead we got the key expired. Okay, so the key expired for some reason. So I'm guessing we're having trouble finding the Redis key. I think I might have just messed it up possibly. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna console log the key here. And we can see what we're getting. So this is the value of the URL. So I'm gonna say, and here's the key basically right here. Console.log key is, oops, I just pasted the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so this is what I should be checking in my resolver. So we should get forgot password, this thing. So in my forgot password resolver, let's go ahead and console log this. Console.log, this is what I'm looking for. And then let's also console log, oh, haha, that should be a not. So if we don't get a user ID, okay, we're good. Where did I have this console log? We don't need that. And then our test. Okay, so that was just a silly mistake. So reset the test. What I was doing, I went through that fast. So if we don't get a user ID, then we want to throw an error. I was doing the opposite. Okay, so I just added a bang sign in front of that. And all right, so password must be at least 3 characters. But okay, so this is good. Well, it's good we caught it. It's bad that it's wrong. But where is this? That's the response. I think it's right here. Okay, so we expected to get path is new password, but indeed it just went and worked. It should have been a password is too short. And that's when we pass in the password of just A. Okay. So new password. So we're validating the schema for that. And that's why. I had the name wrong on that schema. So I'm actually, the tests are really paying off. It's catching a lot of little typos that I made while doing this. I used to not test as much, but I'm actually really enjoying doing it now. It's actually a really fast feedback loop of like what I'm doing wrong. So here's another one. We expected to get key has expired, and that's another thing that I forgot to do. So we need to expire the key. So I'm going to say redis.delete, and we'll delete this key. So I guess I should say const redis key and that's the key that we're going to get, and this is the key we're going to delete down here, Redis key, and let's await that. And I guess we should really delete this key. Should we really delete the key before or after? Let's delete it here. I guess we could delete both at the same time. That seems actually like the best thing. So right now we're doing this synchronously. So let's say so const update promise, and this is going to be const delete key promise, and we want to await both of them happening. So they're going to happen at the same time, update promise and delete key promise. So they should now run in parallel. And every time I make changes to the code, I have to restart the test. And the reason why we're deleting the key for this is once you change your password once, you should have to go through the process again. You shouldn't just be able to click on that link. And awesome. So all the links or all the tests have worked. That's it for this video, guys. This turned out to be kind of a long one, but we finished up forgot password. I'm curious what you guys think about the whole locking account thing. I didn't realize that till we just implemented it here. Basically, anyone can lock anyone's account this way because I'm not asking for someone's confirm that they are that user, which a lot of sites do. So maybe we just forebode and just remove the whole account locking thing is probably what I'm leaning for. So in this video, I want to talk about rate limiting. So this is something where you keep track of how many requests your users are making and you limit them. And the reason why you want to do this is because no one is going to be requesting your server, 1,000 times in 10 minutes or whatever. There's some amount where at that point no regular user is, and basically a bot or somebody is just spamming your website, and you don't want it to ruin the experience for everyone else. So basically you want to stop taking requests from that user. So what this does is it keeps track of the IP address and it stores it in Redis, and it's going to keep track of how many requests a IP address is making. So in this usage example right here, they're keeping track of if this user makes, or if this IP address makes more than 100 requests in 15 minutes, then they block them and basically say, we will not take any more requests from you at all. And so we're going to be adding this to our site and just going to help it secure it a little bit from people trying to over request it. Now there's a lot of different libraries for this. I just picked this one because it had some TypeScript types and it looked pretty good. But let me know if you guys recommend any other libraries for doing this. So we're just going to install this and add this, and we'll add it like that. And we're also, I should have added this while I was at it. We're going to be using the Redis store for this. So this guy right here, and that's another separate package that we have to install. So yarn add its rate limit Redis. And we also want to install the types for this, and then we're going to just keep the default. I don't know if there's anything that particularly per site that I want to overarching. I think it really depends on the site how many requests you're going to allow. The other thing you could do this by is the user ID or something like that, but the reason why you use the IP address to track who's making the requests is someone could make multiple accounts and the bot could request from all of those, so you don't want that. So rate limit express, I believe the name, express rate limit. So we want to install the types for that as well. So @types, and then in our start server we're just going to say server.express.use, and then we're going to plop in this middleware. And we want to import it. Import rate limit. And then we also want to import the store. Now this does not have any types for it, so this is actually going to be kind of interesting. So it's going to be like, hey, there's no types, and it's going to tell you, hey, go ahead and install the types for this. But sometimes a package, and you can see this only has 32 stars, so it's not a very popular package. Not too many people are using this with Redis. So no one has created the TypeScript types for it. So what are you going to do? You have the red lines here. So what you can do is you have to actually create the types yourself. So we have this little folder called types. I sometimes call it @types, and you can create one. I call it rate limit .redis.d.ts. So what I do is I copy the name of the package. So this is the name of the package, and I do .d.ts. And then I'm just going to say declare module, and then you put the name of the package, so rate limit Redis. And then in here you could actually specify the types. So for example, maybe export defaults a boolean. Of course, that's not what it actually does. It has, maybe it's a function, you know, or whatnot. But we're not going to worry about this. I usually just do this where I say declare module like that, and basically it can take on any type that it wants. And I guess I just have to import it like that. Conflicts with local declaration of Redis store. Oh, okay, because we're using Redis store here. I'll say rate limit Redis store. And then we'll pass that in, and let's see how we do that. We just pass it as a store. So store is equal to new rate limit Redis store. And then again, we're going to pass in our client, similar how we did over here. And we're going to pass in Redis to that. And I'm just going to keep the defaults for this. I can go ahead and run yarn tests in the background, make sure all the tests pass and we didn't break any with this. But now we should be a little bit more protected against someone who's trying to spam our website. We should be storing this in Redis and keeping track of all the requests people are using and then blocking them. And I'm going to put a link in the description below for this README. Check out, there's some other cool options to play around with. I'm going to keep the default ones for now, but you could say, for example, slow down. So as they're making requests, each request is getting slower and slower for them to make, and when they go over a certain limit or whatnot. And then yeah, this TypeScript library, when they don't have types, you can just go ahead and do like I did there for pretty much any site, or you could actually specify the exact types, but I usually just allow it like this. And if you hover over it, or I guess it doesn't tell you there, if I look here, it's going to be of like type anything. You can just pass anything into this guy. It doesn't matter. And cool, all the tests pass. Another thing I was considering doing, but I'm not going to implement right now, I think maybe I'll try it later, is in the login, is keep track of the email that people are trying to log in as. So maybe someone's trying to log in as bob@bob.com. Maybe like 1,000 requests have come from the same IP address for bob@bob.com. Well, it's unlikely that a single user has typed in his password wrong 1,000 times, or you could even say this 50 times. You know, what is the likelihood that someone's going to type in their password wrong 50 times? So that's like someone, you know, it's a kind of a hint someone's trying to hack that person's account. So maybe in that case we lock their account, and then I would lock this in a similar way. Maybe I would put something in the entity here. I'm more likely to put it in Redis because maybe I'm going to lock it for like 20 minutes or so, and just send the user an email, be like, hey, we locked your account because someone tried to log in 50 times and got it all wrong, just to let you know. That's another thing I would consider to help protect against basically malicious use on your website. But that's it for now. So we're going to go over how to add OAuth to the backend. So if you don't know what OAuth is, here's an example. So I'm on Dropbox.com, and they have two options for me to log in. I can either pass in an email and a password, or I can click the sign in with Google. And when I click on that, what will happen is I'll put in my credentials for Google, and I am now logged into Dropbox. So OAuth is this part right here. So that would be OAuth with Google. What we're going to be doing is OAuth with Twitter. So allow you to log in with your Twitter account, but the same thing will work for pretty much any company that does OAuth. So GitHub, Facebook, any of those places, the same method you can follow along with. So I said we're going to be using Twitter, and Twitter needs to know that we want to use them to log into our site. And to do this, we have to create an app on their website. So go to apps.twitter.com and create an app. And when you do this, you have to put in some information. I just put a website as example.com because I don't really have a website. And then this part is important, the callback URL. I did localhost 4000/auth/Twitter/callback. The stuff after 4000 you can change, and I'll talk about what you have to change further on if you want this to match up. This part right here is just where your server is running. So our server is running on localhost 4000, and you'd want to change this to your real server when you're doing this in production, and of course change the website as well. Now when you create your app, you can head over to settings, and it'll have two new settings down here, privacy policy and terms of service. I put example.com for both of those, and the reason why I added those is because we need to add another checkbox. Under permissions, we're going to click additional permissions, request email addresses. And the reason why we do this is because Twitter will now give us the email address of the user who is signed in, and that's important, and we'll see that later. Now to actually get this working, we're going to be using a library called Passport Twitter. It's really nice. It makes it super easy to get set up, and they have a lot of other OAuth solutions. I've done Passport Facebook before, and I'm sure they have Google and GitHub as well if you wanted to do those. So we're going to install this. I'm going to do yarn add, and we also need to install Passport as well. And then after that, we're going to install the types for this. And after we install the types, so the types for Passport and the types for Passport Twitter. Passport Twitter is just like the, I guess the module that we're using from Passport. So we also need to install the core module called Passport. So that's why we had to install that. And we're going to just follow the example that they have right here. So let's first import these. So import as Passport from Passport, and import from Passport Twitter. Now I originally was just going to do star as Passport Twitter here, but I found importing it like this worked better with the types, so I'm going to import it like so. Okay. So we're going to install, not install, but we're going to follow this pretty much to the T, and then just change a few things from the example. So I called it strategy, so I'm going to rename this to strategy here. And then I need to add two keys, the consumer key and the secret key. So when you sign up to create your Twitter application, there is a little tab here. Grab both of those keys from there, and you can either pass them as a string, or I am added mine to the environment file, so I can just do process.env as string and pick them up that way. And this callback URL is the same thing that we supplied to our app. So I put localhost 4000/auth/Twitter/callback. So you're going to want to put the same thing that you did here. And then the other thing is include email is going to be true. So we want to get the email of our user whenever we basically make the request. So it does not give you the email by default for some reason. Alright, here is what we want to do after we get the information from Twitter. We're going to talk about this more later. We can comment it out for now. And then we can grab these two. Now for us, we are not using app.get, we do server.express. .get in both these places. And we also need to initialize passport. And I guess we should initialize after we do use. So server.express.use passport.initialize. Alright, so this right here is where the user is going to go to initiate things. So when I go to auth/Twitter, what's going to happen is it's going to redirect me to Twitter to put in my credentials, and then it's going to, what Twitter's going to do is call my server, and it's going to basically make a request to this callback, and then we can do whatever we want. So you'll notice this path right here matches our callback up here. That's important as well because we're telling Twitter where to send us after it's done requesting stuff. Now here we're saying where to redirect if it fails. For us, we don't really have a /login page right now. We could change this to like our front end, but we don't have one, so I'm just going to get rid of this setting. The other thing we need to do is we need to turn sessions off because we're not using sessions with Passport. We're kind of using them ourselves. And I'm just going to turn this function into something like that. Alright, so let's talk about what should happen here. So now when I do this, and what I would recommend is to just console log the profile. So profile basically has all the information for your account. I'm not going to actually console log this because it has basically all my information when I log in, but I'd recommend just doing this yourself and starting things up. So from here, stuff should work. So if you do yarn start, and then you go to this URL, so we call it /auth/Twitter. So we're going to go to localhost 4000 /auth/Twitter, and you can get this kicked off and see what happens. Now I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to console log my profile. We're going to go further on and you'll see, I want you to do this and just see what the profile has. Now the two fields that we care about are the ID, and this is basically an ID, a Twitter ID. So we're going to say from profile. The other is a field called emails. Now emails, this was kind of interesting to me. So apparently you can have more than one email on Twitter, I guess, or I don't know if it's just for Twitter. I'm not sure how I want to really handle this, or if most users will have multiple emails. So what I was going to do is just destructure this and get the first email. Which, can I do it like that? I wanted to destructure it. Email is ready to okay. Looks like I can, and then say, I don't know, a is equal to email. And does it let me? Type must have a symbol iterator method. I guess it doesn't like it. Okay. So emails, I think is, yep, it is, oh, it might be undefined. So if emails, we want to do stuff. Alright, so here's what we'd like to do. So if they have an email, we want to see if we have this email already in our database. Because sometimes a user will make a request, or not make a request, will log in, so make a login request with their email and password, and then, or they would register an account, and then they would then click on sign in with Twitter or sign in with Google, and we don't want to make two separate accounts, and we know they're the same account based off of the email. So we're going to search the user and try to find an email. The other thing is we want to see if this user already has signed in or if we need to create a user. So here is basically the ID, but this is a Twitter ID, which we're currently not storing. So what I want to do is add a new column to my database. So column, and this is just going to be a text column, and it's going to be Twitter ID, and that's going to be a string or null. So this is going to be nullable because not everyone is going to sign in with Twitter, so we can't have a Twitter ID for everyone. Alright, so what I want to do is find the users. So if emails, we're going to say const email is equal to emails 0, and then emails has a value, which is what we really want, so emails dot value. Okay, so this is going to be the email, and then we want to search our database, and we want to search our user and say user.find, and we want to do something like this. So where, and we want to be like the Twitter ID is equal to ID, or the email is equal to email. So either that. So we want to see if, one, we can find the email or the Twitter ID if there's any users that exist. Now this, I believe, is anding them together, so where this Twitter ID exists and this email exists. And the only way to do or, at least from my knowledge, is to do with Query Builder. So with Query Builder, we get our connection from Typeform, and we're just going to copy this. And this allows us to do an or statement, which you'll see. And this is why I wanted to do it after the create Typeform connection. So now I can say const connection is equal to, when we create the connection up here, and I can use it. Here we need to, I guess, make this an async function. Hopefully we can make this an async function. We'll see if it crashes. But here we want to find a user. So we're going to await a connection. We pass in our repository, which is the entity or table we're searching for. So we're searching the user table. And here we want to check where the Twitter ID. Now we have to pass in the Twitter ID in quotes like that, because that's how Postgres works. Whenever you have a capital letter in the name like that, you need to pass it with quote marks like that. So we're going to search for where the user Twitter ID is equal to the ID dot or where, and what or where says is find where this condition is true or where this condition is true. So the other condition we're going to check is where the email is equal to email, and we're going to get 1. So now we're going to either find where the person's email is or whether they have a Twitter ID. And whether they pass in an email or not, we still want to try to find the user. So what I'm going to do is move this outside. And what you're going to see me do is conditionally add this dot or where. So I'm going to say const query, and I'm going to say connection, all this stuff right here. Okay. So this query is not run until I call .get1. So what I can do is I can add things to it. So if I have an email from Twitter, we can get rid of this part right here. I'd like to add it to my query. So I'm going to say query dot or where. And at the bottom I can say const, and we can still say user.await query.get1. Okay, so now what happens is if they just have a Twitter ID, then we're going to search through our database and see if we have any users with that Twitter ID. If they have an email, we're going to get the first one, and we're going to also search if we can find any users in our database with that email. Either way, we're just getting 1, and we should really just find 1. So next, what we want to do is first if we find a user. So if there's not a user, what this means is this user needs to be registered, or it needs to be created, if you will. So we're going to say user.create. Now this is kind of interesting. So it does not have a password associated to this. So I think in our entity over here, this before insert might just crash. And we also, the password cannot be null here, or at least we didn't allow it to be null, so we need to change this to be nullable is true. Email we should sometimes will be null as well, so that's nullable, it's going to be true. And other than that, everything else should be the same. So one other thing we need to check in our entity is because password can be null, we need to double check there is a password before we try hashing it before we insert. Alright, so now we're going to say user.create, passing in the Twitter ID, which is going to be the ID up here. And I guess if there is an email, so we're going to say let email. So email is equal to this, and we'll say email, and this might be undefined, and that's totally fine. So string or undefined. Or I guess we can initialize this to null. There we go. I thought we made it so you can, null is not assignable to type string or undefined. Okay, we'll just do undefined. Okay. Oh, that's just because my entity. So now that the password can be null, I have to change my types right here. So email and password are now possibly null because we assigned nullable here. So we need to update our TypeScript types. All right, so I think now I could give this the type of string or null. All right, that does work. So if we do have an email, we'll set it right here to be an email that is a string. Otherwise, we'll just pass in null here, and that's it. So we create the user. So we want to await this, and we need to make sure to call .save. Here, the other case, so I guess else if user.Twitter ID. So if the user does not have a Twitter ID, that means we found user by email. So this is the case where they have never clicked on sign in with Twitter, but they do have an account. So here what we want to do is we just want to say user.TwitterID is equal to ID, and then say user.save. So we just want to update our database to save this Twitter ID. And then the last case, so here we have a Twitter ID. So if we have a Twitter ID, then this is really a login. And there's not really anything we need to do. We can say if user.email is not equal to email. You know, I don't even want to do that. I don't think we have to do anything in this case. So else they have a Twitter ID, they're good. This is just a login attempt, and there's nothing to do. Either way, at the end here, we're going to have a user, and I should say let user. And we're going to create a user if there's not a user. Otherwise, we have a user, and we're going to call this callback. So we're not going to have an error, and we're going to pass in our user. We don't really actually need to pass in our user, just our user ID. So you're probably wondering what this callback and me passing in the user ID here is. Well, this callback calls this auth/Twitter/callback here, and here request.user, whatever I pass right here is going to be put on the request.user object. So what I can do is I can say request.user. I can just call it ID, so ID here, and now I have the ID of the current user. So for us, how we do it is we do request.session.userID is equal to that. Now it doesn't like it because maybe these things don't exist. So I'm just going to cast them because I know they are going to exist in this case. And then lastly, we want to redirect. So here we want to redirect to front end. Now we don't really have a front end right now, so we're just going to redirect to this place, I guess, and then we need to update this later. So I'm going to say add to do. So I think this code works. We do need to test this out. It looks like we possibly have a memory leak. Don't know what's going on there. I'm going to just restart this in a second. I did see that it didn't like these two things. So token and token secret, that is for OAuth and for Twitter. We don't really need to use those things. Let's go over one last time how this code is working. So we set up a initialize of passport, and we set up a location where the user is supposed to go. So on our website, we would link to this location. And so when a user goes here, they're going to go to Twitter. And when they go to Twitter, what they're going to do is fill out their information, and then they're going to send that information back as a profile. So Twitter sends us the profile of that user. And when they send us that profile, we're going to get the ID and the email of that user. We're then going to build a query to find the user in our database. We're going to check whether we get an email. If we do get an email from Twitter, then we're going to query and see if that email is in our database. Otherwise, we're just going to try to find a user based on the Twitter ID. If we don't find a user with that Twitter ID, we create a new user with this Twitter ID. And then we do our callback and we send it back over to here. We save that user ID in a session, which would log them in, and then we redirect to the front end, or in this case here. Now, if they come here and they have logged in before with Twitter, there's really nothing we need to do except for we already got the user. We just set the session, which logs them in, and then here is a merge. So this is merge account. That happens right there if the user has logged in before but not with Twitter. All right, let's give this a try. So yarn start. I don't think really much is going to happen with this besides create a user in our database. But we'll see if we do get any errors. So what you want to do is go localhost/auth/Twitter and request token failed. Okay, when you get this right here, this has happened to me before. I don't think there's any other error here. You want to go to your keys and access tokens and just regenerate both your keys. So for whatever reason, they sometimes expire. I don't know, they go bad. So I'm going to do that to my keys real quick. Okay, so I regenerated my keys and I put them back into my environment variables, and then I restarted the server, and I'm going to try going to auth/Twitter again. And here we go, and you'll notice how I am at Twitter for a second, and then it is redirecting me back to my local host. Looks like it's frozen. That means there's probably an error in my code. Now, what will probably happen for you also is you'll have to put in your credentials. I'm already logged in on this browser, so it automatically did it for me, and I didn't have to authorize. But let's take a look. So I just have a query error. And I guess maybe it didn't like that I was doing the Twitter ID. We definitely do not have a Twitter ID in my, I think in my orm config, I just want to drop the schema. Drop schema, true. See if that works out a little bit better. I'm thinking it had trouble with the Twitter ID right here, that it couldn't find it, but I also could just have a syntax error somewhere or something else that's messing it up. And let's just go back to this. Okay, so it made it back here. I'm going to do this again, and hopefully it'll redirect. Same promise, same error. Okay, so what it looks like is they already add quotation marks around the queries when we do a where statement, so we do not need to add these. If we were doing a raw statement using, say, just Postgres, then we would need to add those, but thanks to Typeform, it handles it for us. So we can try this again, and nice. So you'll notice it redirected us back here. That means it went through the whole auth flow. Nothing happened here, but we can see it did go ahead and insert me into the database, and we can see here's my email right here that it inserted in. So awesome. It did create a user for me, and that is how OAuth works. And this is an example using Twitter, but you could also do this for pretty much any other company. Now, I'm not a huge fan of actually using this in production or using this with my stuff, so for further stuff I'm actually just going to remove this. I'll keep this in the branch, but when I actually build out some examples, I'm going to just remove this. I will show an example though of how to do this all inclusive with the front end, because there is like a couple pieces missing that I want to make sure that do work. I wanted to do a quick demonstration to show you how we'd actually use the OAuth that we set up in the last video. So right here I have the most minimal example possible. It is a single anchor tag right here that says the word Twitter, and here's what it looks like. I use Create React App for this, and you'll notice the href goes to the location that we set up our server that we need to go to, and that is the link that we were going to yesterday to test it out. Now, of course, when you're making this, you want to style this so it looks nice and whatnot, but this will work. And really the goal when logging in a user is afterwards to persist and to understand who they are. So when we click on this link, what's going to happen is it's going to take us to our server, which then is going to redirect us to Twitter. Twitter is going to basically get who we are, our user, send it back to our server. Our server is then going to pass back a cookie to this website, which we can then use that session throughout their whole browsing history to know who they are. So you'll notice right now my cookies are empty, and when I click on Twitter, it'll go ahead and take me to api.twitter for a second, and it brings me back, and notice how the URL changed. I'm now on some page, and then I also have the cookie now. So that is logging in the user. So now I can do all the requests that I want on this, basically this website, this web application, and all this cookie to authenticate me. So that's how I was able to log in and use the OAuth that we created. Now to get this to work, I wanted to show you what I did on the back end. There's nothing that I really changed except where we're redirecting. So here I am now redirecting to the front end. So my front end is running on localhost 3000, so I redirect there. And this is in the Twitter callback. So when Twitter comes back, we're setting the user ID. And this is how we were able to send a cookie back. We're creating a session, and then we're sending them off to localhost 3000. And then I just redirect to some page. This could be whatever page you want them to go to on the front end after they are authenticated. The other thing that's important to note is we set up cores right here, and cores, the process that in front end for me I have set to localhost 3000. We're not testing, so it's going to grab this. Basically you want to set the origin to whatever your localhost is, and in this case my localhost is 3000 right here. Okay, so that's basically a full example of how you would get this to work. I want to also show you real quick the intermediate step. So here is it working in incognito. So when I click on Twitter, it takes me to this page, and this is what you should see if you've never logged in before. Now you'll notice when I did it on the other Chrome tab, it would automatically just redirect back, and the reason for that is I'm already logged in with Twitter. But let's say your user is not logged in with Twitter. This is what they should see, and they should be able to put their username, email, and this is what's going to be sent back to our server, this information for the account that the user signs in with. And I wanted to make some changes to how we do testing. So I wasn't happy that we had it running in sequence, and I wanted to do it so that all the tests run in parallel. Now, before I came up with this solution or got this solution working, I also tested out one where I would run each test, and for each test I would create a database so they would be isolated like that. But that did not work just because of how slow it was, and it just would not scale as I added more and more tests. So I went with a different solution where I would start up the server only once, it would drop the database only once, and then all the tests would use this database and this server, and this seems to work the best. So I'm going to show you how I got that working, and then some of the changes that I made. So first off, I renamed a folder. So I now have a folder called test utils. So before this was called test setup, and the reason I changed this is just because I now want to have just kind of a folder where I can put all the utility functions I need for testing, because there's one I add and there could be more for the future, so I just thought it'd be a better name. So I went ahead and in my package.json updated that name, so source test utils is call setup now. And then in my scripts I got rid of the run in bands because I want my just tests to run in parallel. Alright, so the next thing I changed was how I did connections. So I had the create typeorm connection, so we can take a look at that. That looked like this, but I wanted to make a little bit of a change to it, so I went ahead and created a new one called create test connection. And what this does is it has a Boolean flag. So and this Boolean flag controls whether we drop the schema or synchronize the schema. And the reason why I wanted to pass this in is so now in my test, and when I start up the server and I'm testing, and we can see, so I check whether we are testing or not, and I await, and I call create test connection, and I pass true. So when I pass true, it drops the database, and then we're good to go. All the other tests will pass false, or the default is false, so you don't have to pass anything. So in all my tests now, I call create test connection, and that is and I just pass in false or don't pass anything at all, and that's how I create a test connection that one drops the database when I start the server, but does not drop the database whenever I call it later. So we can take a look at a test, so the register test, for example. We can see right here, before all, I have a connection and I create the test. Alright, so and I just showed you how I was conditionally starting the server that would create a different typeorm connection. And then the other thing is I moved the create confirm email link. So initially I had it in the utils package, and I might move some other files around as well. But I moved it from the utils folder to register because register is really the only resolver that calls this function. No one else really uses create confirm email link, so it didn't make sense to put in utils. And I could just delete this whole register module, and now it would not be, basically there wouldn't be anything in utils that I would also need to delete. So I want utils to be more of something that is shared across more than one resolver. So that's why I moved it into here. Alright, and so I showed you the register test, so you might have noticed that I also included a library called Faker. So I went with this one. This is a library that helps you make fake data. So this was a great suggestion that someone had in the comments to use this. That way you would not have problems with the same email or password being used. So now anywhere where I before was hard coding an email or a password, I'm now using Faker to generate the email and the password. So you'll see that throughout my code now. I'm also using that. So here we go, Faker internet email, and then in all my tests I am doing that, and that seems to work pretty well. Oh, and another thing about me moving the create confirm email link, you'll notice like we have these thingies. So these are if I move this file, all these relative links break. So I actually have a utility because I'm using Typescript. I'll show you it. It's called move. Where is it? Move Typescript. So move Typescript allows you to right click and then move that file anywhere. So that's what I use to move this test and this create confirm email link, and it did not break any of the relative paths. So I'd recommend that if you're using TypeScript. If you're not and you're moving a file around, that's unfortunate. And actually, I think in the new Visual Studio Code version, I saw that they have, it'll move it for you if you're using TypeScript, the relative links, which is pretty cool. But that is not out in the regular version yet. So I showed you Faker. The other thing is I just clear Redis. So here we go. So like some of these tests are using Redis, and we put some data inside of Redis. So when I start my server, I need to make sure at the very beginning, if we are running a test, I just flush it out and clear it. That way we don't have basically old stale data sitting there before we start. And then yeah, so let me show you guys the test running. So I can do yarn tests, and I think it runs relatively fast, at least compared to what it did before. And I think it takes about, here it estimates 6 seconds. It's about 7, I would say, seconds or so. Some longer than others, so this one took a little longer. This is kind of interesting. It failed, so we'll see what's going wrong. Okay, so this is the account is locked. Okay, this is interesting, because so this is the problem that I was having, and one of the reasons why I was flushing Redis, because that would happen. I'm just going to run the test again. Looks like I might still have a race condition in here then. I'll have to look at that. Because looks, sometimes the test runs fine, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so I'll have to look at that, but for the most part, the tests now all run pretty, I would say, at a pretty decent speed. I don't know what to compare this to. I don't know if this is a decent speed, but I think it was doing better than what we had before. And at least the test can now run in parallel. Though it looks like we might have a race condition, but I can't get it to occur again. At least all the tests are passing now. So yeah, I'm much happier with how the tests work now. Oh, here we go. I got it to work again. I'll have to investigate what's going on with this forgot password one and see what's going on there. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with this, and the code is up on GitHub if you want to check it out. So I made some changes to the GraphQL boilerplate, and the changes that I made were related to how we generate the GraphQL schema. So I wanted to share with you guys what I changed and why I changed it. So first off, I wanted to go over real quickly what it looked like before. So here's how we did it. We would look for a folder called modules. So we would read in all the folders inside of the modules folder, which here's what our module folder looks like. So we have, each one is sectioned to like its own little chunk or unit, and it would either be like a mutation in there or a piece of code. So like register would have all the stuff we need to do to register a user. And so one problem emerged immediately, and that is, look at all these folders. I've only done a small part, so this is only covering the user, and I already have this many folders. So as I add more and more things to the boilerplate, this module folder is going to kind of expand and grow, and I need to nest it more so it's not just like a flat, output of a ton of files or a bunch of folders. And that's kind of where our generate schema breaks down, because we assume a certain format for the folder structure, right? So I would just basically linearly go down the modules, and for each module I would import the resolvers, and then I import the type defs, and then I would create a schema out of that, and then I would have a bunch of schemas, and then I would merge all the schemas. So that was the first problem. So just that the structure would not, I need to change how I want my folder structure. So generate schema is not flexible enough right now to where if I change my folder structure, I also need to change generate schema. And so I wanted to set up generate schema to where no matter how I set up my modules, or no matter where my GraphQL code is, I don't have to change how I generate the schema. The other thing that I wanted to change is how I did read in the schema a little bit. So right now, because we're using GraphQL tools to merge the schemas, and there's a bug in it, I had to set up kind of like a stub or a dummy query. So that's kind of annoying. I could just wait for GraphQL tools to upgrade their code and to get rid of that bug, but I was like, I didn't want to wait. The other thing is this import statement at the top. Now, this is something that could go either way, but for me, I would prefer not to have to import every single type that I'm using globally. Now, on the other hand, it may not be as clear, like for example, where this error type is coming from if this is not included. But in general, I kind of like cleaning up the schema. So, and there's three things basically that we're going to be fixing: not having to put a stub type, not having to import types that you're using from other files, and then lastly, being able to import the GraphQL and the resolvers no matter how I change the folder structure here. So here is what I changed generate schema to handle all of those things. So first off, I just create a string right here, and this is just the path to the modules. And I'm using a library called glob, and what glob does is kind of like the Unix star pattern. It lets you use that to basically find files. So here I am synchronously doing this because I said glob.sync, and I'm looking for all of the modules or all the things inside of modules that fit this pattern. And the pattern that I used was star star and then a slash and then star.graphql. So what this does is it goes any number of folders deep. That's what double star does. So it looks through all the folders, and then if there's nested it folders, it goes recursively deep in there. And it looks for any files that have the type .graphql. So it doesn't matter what it's called, it looks for them. So this basically finds all of the GraphQL files, right? So this solves our problem of maybe I change where I'm putting folders. Doesn't matter because this is going to look through all of them basically for all the GraphQLs. And then I'm just, for each file that I find, so for each GraphQL file I find, I am reading in the file. Now you'll notice I'm using fs, just like reading the file in as a string. Now just side note real quick, make sure you use encoding UTF-8 if you do this because it will read in as a buffer otherwise. But this will give me a string of the schema. Now the reason why I'm wanting a string instead of, for example, using GraphQL import, which is what we were using before, so we're using the import schema. One downside to import schema is it validates your schema. So when it would read in this GraphQL file, it would validate all the types are there. So if I get rid of this import statement here, this is not a valid schema in the eyes of GraphQL import because it doesn't know where this error type is coming from. You need to have this import, and because I didn't want to add that import, I just read it in as a string instead. So what this will give me now is an array of strings, and so each item in the array is a GraphQL type. So I just have an array of all the GraphQL types in my project. And then there is a library called merge GraphQL schemas that works a lot better, or at least it doesn't have any problems with merging them, at least so far that I've used them for. And we just merge them all together and we pass that into the type defs for making an executable schema. So then I'm doing the exact same thing for the resolvers as well, and they have a merge resolvers from this library too. And so I glob sync, and then here the pattern is star star again, so I'm looking any number of folders deep, and then I'm looking for a file called resolvers. Now this might be interesting. I did a question mark here s. So a lot of you may think you might just do like resolvers.ts, right? And that's actually what I had at first. But then when it came to compiling the code, it would generate all JavaScript files. So then when it would use this glob statement, it was not able to find the resolvers. So instead I use this question mark. So what question mark does is this matches a single character. So any character can be in this pattern. So it can be a T, it can be a J. So it would match both resolvers that are TypeScript files and resolvers that are JavaScript files. So even when I build my project now, I still am able to find the resolvers. And then here I'm just mapping through each resolver. I'm requiring it, and then how I did it, if we look at one of them, the resolvers here, I exported a const called resolvers. So that's why I have .resolvers at the end there to require. I'm just grabbing that. And then we merge them together. So that is how I am doing the creating of the schema now. And now I'll show you what this allows me to do. So here's the folder structure over here. Let me just zoom in a couple times. So now I have a folder called modules, and inside of that I have user. So now as I have more modules, I can just add more folders. And inside of user I have all of these now. And I can click on register and we can take a look at what the schema looks like. So now all I have is the type mutation, and then this error is just coming from a different GraphQL file. And actually where I'm storing that is in a folder called shared, and I just have error.graphql here, and then I also have user.graphql. So I'm kind of just having any kind of shared GraphQL in this folder here. And this is something I can move around. If, for example, other modules need these, I can move it higher up in the structure. And I don't have to change this file because it's not importing it relative, right? It's basically looking for this globally. But yeah, so this allowed me to basically make my folder structure any way I want to. In this case, I nested it a little bit more, and it was able to find it and handle it. So yeah, so those are the changes that I made to make create schema a little bit more flexible, or generate schema. So where I left you last with testing with the GraphQL boilerplate is, for the most part, it sometimes worked. So what would happen is there would occasionally be a race condition that popped up, and I finally think I have solved that, or at least I've run the test cases a bunch of times and they seem to all pass, and so I can't get the race condition to occur anymore. So what I'm going to show you in this video is how I discovered it and then how I got rid of the error, and so now the tests seem to work flawlessly. Alright, so first thing, I was running the tests, and so sometimes they would fail, sometimes they wouldn't. And I was using this to test it. So one of you guys in the comments mentioned this, adding this flag called no cache, and that seemed to run the tests in parallel pretty every time. So I was getting weird errors that I wasn't expecting to get, and one of the runs I checked the database. So I just did PSQL, opened up my database that I was using to test, and then I just select all from the users table. And something I noticed was the emails were the same across multiple users. And I thought that was really weird because we were using Faker, which did random data, so gave us a random email. So why were we getting users with the same thing? Now I fixed this, so that's why now you'll see it's a different one per user. But check that, and maybe that you're having the same problem. That was the main problem I was having, was I got the same email per thing. So you may be wondering, why is Faker giving us the same email? You may be thinking once in a while it should do that, right? It could just pure chance. But this was happening way more than pure chance would be, that Faker gives you the same email multiple times. So what I think was going on with Faker there is it uses the time to calculate what random email we should get. So when the tests were running in parallel, the exact same time or exact same millisecond they would generate the email, and that would cause the emails to be the same across multiple tests or whatnot. So to fix this, what I did was you can do seeding. So I said faker.seed, and I took the current time and I added a number to it. So in this case, I am in forgot password test, and I added 0 to it. And then in the login test, I added a 1 to it, and so on. So now it gives some kind of, for example, they should not all be at the same time. Even if they are, I add a number to it. Now you may be thinking it was kind of weird that I'm adding the date plus 2. What I originally had was, for example, just seed 0. And if you're not familiar with how seeding works, it makes the randomization not random anymore. So if I did seed 0 and ran faker.internet.email, I would get the same email every time for this test. But if I gave seed 1 over here, I should get a different email but you would get the same email every time for the test at least. But since I'm seeding 1 over here and seeding 0 over here, it would cause a difference of the randomness. Now, the reason why I added the date now to it is because I wanted to be able to do watch. So when we do just watch and I would rerun the tests, we don't drop the database in between each watch, which maybe is what we should be doing, but we're not. So the email would be in the database. So now this adds a little element of randomness. But anyway, so adding faker.seed to the beginning of every single test, so this one and my logout test and the me test, and then doing a different +3 to it. So date.now will give us, I believe in milliseconds, what the current time is, and then we're just adding 3 to it. So now if I run this test and this test at the exact same time, they should generate a different seed and then giving us random results. And so that seemed to work for me. So I no longer was getting the same email in every single, well, whenever it would cause an error, it would be the same email. So I changed that in all my tests. So register test, email link, all of them have a different seed value. So try that. And then there was another error that was popping up. So after I fixed this, I no longer was getting that. I was just getting just like once in a while an error with the logout. It turns out for whatever reason we also need to destroy the current session. So back to when we did how we did logout is we called this function called remove all users sessions. And so what it would do is it would look inside of Redis and it would delete all the sessions for that user. Now it would also delete the current session inside of this function, but for some reason there'd be a race condition or whatnot that would cause it not to get destroyed or removed, at least only the current session. So I just added this bit of code right here where I did session.destroy, and this destroys the current session. And that seems to get rid of all the bugs, at least with testing. So I just have been running tests like this and just running jest with no cache a bunch of times, and it seems to be passing all the ones whenever I'm running it. And they all seem to be, so it says runs, so I'm thinking they're all happening in parallel as well. So that is good. That actually ran pretty slow. Usually it's faster than 12 seconds. And then also if I do this with the watch flag, or we can do both, right? So I can not cache it and do watch. And then I run that a bunch of times. It seems to be good as well. So I think I'm pretty much done making changes to the tests. I think it's in pretty good shape, but let me know if you guys have any more problems with this, at least with testing and it not working. I am concluding the GraphQL boilerplate series. I think it came out really well. Now, this doesn't mean I'm done using this boilerplate or done maintaining it. What I want to do is, as I improve and as I change how I want to do things, I change the boilerplate as well. So I hit the main topics that I wanted to hit with this boilerplate, and for the most part it has all the kind of user management things that I wanted to have it do, and so I can actually use it in different projects now.